I was caught up in a hero summoning. Lane 10. Story. Caught up in a hero summoning, Mamakaito finds himself living in the peaceful otherworld Drinya. Mamakaito, who has a special relationship with the underworld king Kuramuina and the death king Isis, also opened up his heart towards Sieglinde and Lilia. With the twists and turns in his life, Kaito has decided to live in this world. In the midst of all this, there appears someone who is staring at Alice. As for the identity of this person, after staying the night, this is the second day here in the Hydra Kingdom. I woke up pretty early, and since I don't have anything much to do, I thought I should take a stroll, so I'm currently walking along the shore in the dim morning light. As expected of a port town, many people seem to be working early in the morning, and the city is quite lively. While listening to the noisy but enjoyable hustle and bustle, as I continued with my leisurely walk, I arrived at a slightly different place. There are a number of people here and there, all holding a long, thin stick, fishing poles in their hands and fishing in the sea. It seems that this place is a fishing spot and there are all kinds of people of different ages fishing here. Fishing, huh? I've never tried fishing in the sea before, but it looks fun. If I had the chance, I'd like to try it out. MMNNGGHH, this is a big one. Kyuku T, that young man over there. Help me out for a bit here. Yes. As I walked along watching the scenery, the rod of a white-bearded old man in the corner of my eyes shook a lot, and the grandpa seemed to be desperately pulling it back, but it seems to be a pretty big one, as he struggled pulling it and asked me for help. It looked like a grave situation, so I quickly ran over to him and helped the grandpa. Alright, well then, by the count of 2, pull. Why yes. 1 2 pull. MNNGHH, it really won't be pulled over with just one tug, huh? Alright, one more time. Yes. Not having the time to think about how this could have happened, I was struggling to hold the rod being pulled with great force. I matched my breathing with the grandpa and together, we grappled against the fish. Well, Tilda, you helped me out there. I give you my thanks, young man. No, I'm just glad that you safely caught it. This is the biggest one I snagged in a long while. After a few minutes or struggling with the fish, we managed to catch it. I don't really know what kind of fish it was, but it was very big and splendid. The grandpa seemed happy to catch the big fish, as he slapped me on the back with a smile on his wrinkled face. How should I say this? What an energetic old man he is. However, I don't think I've ever seen your face before. I fish around this area a lot, but I don't think you're familiar. Are you a tourist? Why yes. I see, you're in luck, young man. I heard that the god of fate Sama and the hero Sama have arrived in the city, so if you look for them, you might be able to meet them. Is that so? I'm sorry, I've already met both of them. No, on the contrary, rather than just meeting, I came here with one of them. It seems that this grandpa loves to chat, and he happily laughed as he continued to talk to me about all sorts of stuff one after another. Well, Tilda, however, especially for a young man these days, you got quite a nice expression on your face. It's just like when I was young. Thank you. Grandpa, are you Japanese? No matter how I look at him, he looked like someone from this world. Though I desperately swallowed that Tsukomi back into my mind. Speaking of which, if you have come to sightsee, have you seen the House of Parliament yet? House of Parliament? The center of this country. The place where the Congress is held. If you're in the city, you should be able to see it. I see. Amazing. It doesn't seem like this grandpa would stop talking at all. What tremendous communi power he has. I wonder if this is the result of life experience. I think Magnoel-san was like him too. And then, with the grandpa's unstoppable talking skills, he continues to speak more. This country is a good country, as it's broad-minded and accepts the opinion of us populace. Is that so? We have a parliamentary system of government in this country. 8 members chosen among the commoners and 8 members chosen among the nobility. These people who would decide the direction of this country are chosen by the votes of the public. Fume. I see. It seems that the politics of the Hydra Kingdom is similar to the politics of my previous world. The members that are elected by the people were the ones discussing the policies to make the country better. Naturally, the people who want to be senators value their popularity among the populace, and since half of them are commoners and the other half are nobles, they can share their opinions with each other from different points of views. It seems to me that the country is becoming more and more comfortable for the people. Of course, that doesn't mean that everything will go smoothly, but from what the grandpa says, the people have a high opinion of those in authority. The senators are all good people. But the king of this country is not. I heard that she has been playing around instead of attending the Congress. What a deplorable story it is. Please don't blame me for thinking that the king is just like Fate-san. We don't need a king in this country anymore. Don't you think? Young man. Perhaps. Don't you think? I know, right? Well, Tilda, you're still young, but it seems that you're quite knowledgeable. The grandpa happily laughed and started slapping me on my back. Hey, that hurts. Even so, he's a really cheerful grandpa. I feel like if things keep going like this, he would keep talking forever. Whether this won't do. I end up interrupting your sightseeing. No, thank you for your precious stories. Unlike what I expected, I heard the grandpa say that he was going to end the conversation, and I inwardly felt relieved. No, I was grateful for the opportunity to hear lots of stories, but I also wanted to eat breakfast, so I was hoping that I could get back now. Ho ho ho, you're a very polite young man, aren't you? I often fish here, so if you have time, please come back and talk to me again. Yes, I understand. If I had the opportunity to visit again, have a safe trip then. Yes, thank you. Feeling overwhelmed by the casual talking skills he had until the end, I bowed my head to the grandpa before leaving the place. After Kaito left, the grandpa dropped his fishing line into the sea again and tried to return back to fishing. At that moment though, a number of knights in armor approaches that spot. What's this? It seems like I'm already found her. I really can't match that part of you. Geez, what are you doing here? You even changed your appearance. Taking a break is necessary, you know. Good grief. Hearing the words of the approaching knight, the grandpa heaves a loud sigh, and at the same time, the grandpa's figure changes as his body is engulfed in light. The figure changes to a petite girl with ears shaped like fish fins, short marine blue hair, and blue eyes of the same color. The girl stands up and leans the fishing rod on her shoulder. As I've said many times, it would be troubling if you keep sneaking out of the royal palace. Your Majesty, the king. I always say that I'm fine just being a decoration. Well, isn't it fine, is what I thought, and I also need to take some break. God of Fate-sama has arrived and I can't relax, so can just stop being hard on me. This isn't the only time you're taking a break though. Is that right? Well, isn't it fine? The fact that the king isn't busy means that the people have a lot of power to run the country. After the girl, King Hydra laughed and said that she began walking away with the knights in tow. In the first place, I have no desire to interfere in the affairs of the country. A king exists for her country, but a country shouldn't exist for their king. Then, you'll just have to work a little harder for your country. An old king like me doesn't need to feed the mouths of the young anymore. The country can be run by the parliament. The only thing I can do now is for me to offer my head when that fails. Fortunately, I still have my head attached to my body. Seriously, you really are? Or rather, shouldn't I be the one asking questions here? Geez, I have been the king for nearly 1,000 years. How long do you want to make the elderly work? I want to retire already, you know. Hydra's king. As a mermaid, she was the king who founded the country, and is still the one sitting on the throne. Although, the person herself has always been saying that she wanted to retire. She's a troubling king who would sneak out of the royal palace if she finds the opportunity and wanders around without any plan at all. If that's what you really want, you should marry and produce an heir. That's where you will lead the conversation. I'm not really interested in romance. But if that's the case, find me a man I like. I don't like dull men. You know, I prefer a young man with light brown hair and good personality, someone who will sit quietly with me as I talk. I don't care if his height is average, nor do I care if he's dazzling to the eyes. Why are you being so specific with your descriptions? I wonder. I just thought it would be fun to have the company of someone like him. With emotions hidden within her smile, the Mermaid King heads to her royal palace. Her name is Laganadaya Hydra. She was once a hero who fought with the first hero against the Demon King. Even now, She is still supported by the people as a hero, and is also known as the strongest in the human realm, and held within her blue eyes were joy from the unexpected meeting she had just now. The conversation with the energetic Gramp I met by chance was over, and as I strolled around the city for a while, 2 p.m., the time I had promised Mitsunaga-kun was getting close. In the square where I met with Mitsunaga-kun yesterday, I'm supposed to meet the second princess of the Symphonia Kingdom, Princess Katlia. I wonder what kind of person she is. From what I heard, it sounds like she's a strong-minded person, but hey, Alice, what is it? What's Princess Katlia like? Fume. Like this. You're drawing her? In response to my murmur, Alice appeared and taking out a paper and pen, she drew what seems to be Princess Katlia's face in a smooth, freehand manner. The image looked more like Lilia-san than Emily-san, with Lilia-san hair in a loose vertical roll and the corners of her eyes were slightly slanted upwards. In short, she's quite the beauty. Lilia-san's family's facial deviation value really is incredibly high. T/N. Facial deviation value is apparently a criteria for the goodness and beauty of a human face. I see. What about her personality? Please think of Duchess Lilia, and add a bit more tsundere in it. I didn't really understand it that clearly, but in short, it seems that she has a personality that is similar to Lilia-san's. At the same time I nodded my head in response to her description. The plaza came into view and Alice disappeared again. When I entered the plaza, I knew right away where Mitsunaga-kun was. After all, in one corner of the plaza, there was a group of knights in armor that clearly had a different atmosphere compared to the rest. They were probably, or rather, definitely Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun's guards. That's an awesome number they have. When I met with Mitsunaga-kun yesterday, I felt a few emotions similar to alertness with my sympathy magic at a slight distance, so those emotions I felt probably were from the knights who were guarding him out of his sight. As for today though, Princess Katlia is also meeting up with me, so the number of guards stationed here is probably even greater. I mean, the trouble is, there are so many knights guarding them, so I can't see Mitsunaga-kun and Princess Katlia, who should be in the middle of their encirclement. I guess I'll just approach and talk to the knights. As I was thinking that, I approached the group of knights. But when they sensed my approach, I saw a few of the knights turned vigilant. Stop right there. Who are you? My name is Mama Kaito. I had promised to meet Mitsunaga-kun, the child who plays the role of hero. Please accept my apologies. We've heard about your visit. Please go ahead. Thank you. I was anxious that it would turn into that kind of development where they would point their swords at me while shouting something like "You suspicious beastard," but it seems that the conversation properly got through, and the knights immediately led me to the place. Thereupon, I saw Mitsunaga-kun, and when he saw me, he approached me with a refreshing smile on his face. Mama-san. Mitsunaga-kun, my bad, am I late? No, our side just finished a little ahead of our schedule. I heard that a supreme god had come to this city right now. And I don't know if the senators were tired or not, but they didn't ask any testing questions in our meeting. You really had influence in all sorts of places, Fate-san. I can't really imagine it because of how she usually acts. But I guess she's acting like a proper supreme god, Well, it seems that thanks to that, Mitsunaga-kun ended the meeting early and was waiting for me here. You must be Mama-sama, right? Yes. When I turned my head towards the voice that called out my name, I saw an imposing woman standing there. Loosely curled bright blonde hair, blue eyes slanting upwards, looking really sharp, the woman wearing a red dress that looks easy to move around in, yet elegant at the same time, looked like an epitome of a noble, and I immediately knew that she was Princess Katlia. Princess Katlia walked up to me and gracefully curtsied. It's a pleasure to be your acquaintance. I'm the second princess of the Symphonia Kingdom, bearing the name of Katlia Lia Symphonia. I have heard about Mama-sama from my sisters. It's an honor to meet you like this. I'm Mama Kaito. Please treat me well. Please treat me well too. I have often heard rumors about you, that you were close with Underworld King Sama and World King Sama. I'm feeling envious of you. No, that is. I'd like to say a few things to Alice here. Where the heck is her resemblance with Lilia-san? The way they talk is definitely similar, but compared to Lilia-san, who doesn't look like a noble at all, Princess Katlia absurdly feels like a noble, and I feel like the atmosphere was really tense, You know, Mama-san, you don't have to be that nervous. Despite her appearance, Kathy is really kind. Mitsunaga-sama, haven't I told you to stop calling me that in public? I am sorry. Good grief. Please excuse me. Mama-sama, we've reserved a seat for us, so we can talk over there. Yes. Hilda, however, I think the feeling I got when she was scolding Mitsunaga-kun earlier was exactly like when Lilia-san was angry. That look of impatience, rather than rage, on her face is a characteristic of Lilia-san when she's angry. I felt that way because Lilia-san got angry enough times that I remembered her face while she was mad. After lightly scolding Mitsunaga-kun, Princess Katlia pointed at a table at a cafe adjacent to the plaza and suggested that we talk there. I had no reason to refuse, so I nodded and followed Mitsunaga-kun and Princess Katlia as they started walking to the cafe. Mitsunaga-sama, you need to be a little more aware of your role as the hero. You are fully responsible for each of your words and actions. You need to be very careful with the tone of your voice. See Kath, Princess Katlia. We're in front of Mama-san now, so can you excuse me for now? I know that. That's why I'm letting you get away with just this. I have some hunch about it, but it seems that Princess Katlia has a slightly severe personality. She seems to be scolding Mitsunaga-kun for calling her by her nickname, and with her sharp, slanted eyes focused on him. It looks kind of scary, but it felt like she was complaining out of goodwill towards Mitsunaga-kun. Somehow smiling at seeing such a scene, I tried following behind them, but at that moment, I felt an unspeakable, unpleasant sensation run down my spine. Just like how I quickly pull my hand back when I touched a hot pot, I reflexively looked back. The moment I turned around, my gaze caught sight of the tall clock tower at a considerable distance. I felt a part of that clock tower glitter for a moment! Immediately after, a shimmering sphere passed right by me. There was no time to say a word at that moment, as only my gaze followed that sphere. As if time was compressed, I felt like I was looking at it in slow motion. The sphere headed in a straight line towards Princess Katlia, with none of the knights around her being able to react. Mitsunaga-kun alone moved to lay his body to protect Princess Katlia, and a burst of light exploded. On the top floor of a clock tower is located at a considerable distance from the plaza. A man holding a thin long-range ejection magic tool had a smile on his mouth. Finally done. He was commissioned to attack the Symphonia Kingdom's second princess, or perhaps, the one who holds the role of hero. Yes, not to assassinate them, but to attack them. From his client's point of view, his target shouldn't die. He can achieve his goal of diminishing the authority of Symphonia's royal family and give himself the upper hand. The summoning of heroes at the Festival of Heroes is carried out by the human realm in shifts, and the summoning nation will provide guards for the pilgrimage, while a member of the royal family with high authority is in charge of his guards. If the person in charge of playing the role of hero or anyone accompanying him was injured during the pilgrimage, it would be too much of a blunder for the summoning nation and would lead to distrust of the royal family. For this reason, the royal family guarded the person with the role of hero with the best of their elites, and in fact, the past heroes had completed their pilgrimage without any serious injuries. It doesn't matter which one of them gets hurt, whether it's the second princess who's in charge of the guards or the leading actor of the festival, the one who holds the role of hero. Whichever one of them is injured, the faith in Symphonia's royal family will collapse and his employer will be able to suck the sweet juice of the results. He has been staying in this city for 2 months now to do some preliminary research. He had prepared for every situation he needed as a sniper. After the one who had the role of hero visited the city, he didn't act quickly and waited for his opportunity. He kept waiting for the right moment when the guards were no longer in the sniper's line of fire. He thought that maybe the opportunity would never come and the mission would fail. Fortunately for the man, his targets appeared in the plaza to meet with the acquaintance of the one who held the role of hero. The acquaintance's visit made the guards give a slight opening to let this person through. That's the best time he could hope for, and his magic bullet definitely slipped through the guard's vigilance. It's no exaggeration to say that it was a combination of various miracles, and the man felt that he may have been lucky. Therefore, he has committed the worst mistake he can make. Yes, he should not have shot at this time today. Not only should he have looked into the princess and the one who has the role of hero, He should have investigated the acquaintance who visited them as well. If he had investigated, he would have realized that attacking this acquaintance, that an attack involving Kaito is an act that is tantamount to suicide. As the man smiled and looked through the scope of his sniper to check the results, the explosive smoke that had enveloped the plaza cleared out of his gaze. Why, the people who emerged from it weren't harmed at all. And not only that, even a speck of dust wasn't on the second princess, the one who played the role of hero, and on Kaito's clothes, there appeared a figure wearing a black robe riddled with chains. But in the eyes of that man, it's as if he had seen the incarnation of despair. No way. Phantasmal King. Let me explain one thing to you! Faster than he could mutter, the Phantasmal King's figure disappeared from his vision, and soon after, a high-pitched voice came from beside him. Whether the Princess of Symphonia Kingdom dies or that guy holding the role of hero dies, I don't really care about that. Hi. With her high-pitched voice echoing around, the Phantasmal King No Face was there. She was leaning out of the window of the clock tower, beside him, standing perpendicular to the wall of the clock tower, as if to say that gravity doesn't matter. However, if those two got injured, Kaito-san will probably get sad. His emotions will get hurt. That is to say, isn't it that? You just tried to hurt Kaito-san's heart right in front of me. Isn't that what it means? Her voice was so cold and intimidating that one would think that their head had been cut off just by her killing intent alone. Just like a criminal waiting for the death sentence that he couldn't escape from, as if the right of life and death is already out of his hands. The man understood that in an instant. It's just, well, my master is very kind and sweet. I'm sure that if I kill you, he will feel responsible for that. That's why I won't kill you. I'll give you two options. Options? As if there was no longer anything but fear in his heart, the man only parroted No Face's words, but his face was so pale. He was so terrified that he couldn't even sweat. However, when he heard the words No Face muttered about how she won't kill him, he felt as if a faint glimmer of hope appeared. He looked just slightly better. However, those fleeting hopes were shattered by the words that followed. If you obediently speak out who is the one who commissioned you to do this, I'll forgive you that I would let you off only after turning you into someone who can satisfactorily conduct your daily life again! If your pride as a professional prevents you from revealing your client, that's all right with me. After all, the results won't change. You will eventually speak out who commissioned you with your own mouth. Though, in that situation, you'll probably be saying please, just kill me after you've told me everything. Now then, you can choose either one of the options. You know, her words that are too cold and ruthless. Moreover, No Face also knows that he had been commissioned, as if it was obvious. Even though she knows all of this, she still made the man pick a choice. Whether he can drop everything and live in misery, or he can keep his pride, and go through hell and die with that pride of his. Having to pick between those two dreadful options. Come on. Choose. I'll give you a few seconds. I didn't immediately know what had just happened. A sphere of magical power suddenly flew towards Princess Katlia and seemed to explode before it hit Mitsunaga-kun, who was protecting Princess Katlia with his body. Immediately after that, Alice appeared in the form of the Phantasmal King, and I had also confirmed that Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun were safe. Seiki, are you alright? Are you injured? Does it hurt anywhere? I'll get a doctor right away. No, a healing mage. I'm alright, Kathy. I'm not injured anywhere. Is that so? Thank goodness. Wait, why the heck did you do that? I'm more powerful than you. Something of that extent won't deal much damage. Covering me with your body, what will you do if something happened? Princess Katlia looks flustered and confirms Mitsunaga-kun's safety while calling him by his name Seiki, which is what she probably calls him when they're alone. Thereupon, after confirming that Mitsunaga-kun was safe, she heaves out a relieved sigh and began vigorously scolding Mitsunaga-kun. How should I say this? I think I can understand now why Alice said that Princess Katlia has a personality similar to Lilia-san's. Something about how she was really flustered just now looks the same as when Lilia-san was worried about my health. I'm sorry. However, look, It's alright. You really are. Thank you. Once again realizing how close Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun are, just as I felt a small smile appear on my lips despite the situation we're in now, Alice appeared in front of us. Phantasmal King-sama? That just now was Kaito-san. I've secured the person who carried out that attack. While I'm at it, I've also investigated who was behind the scenes as well. She just ignored Princess Katlia. Thanks. What about the attacker? It's alright. I didn't kill him. I see. Should I say that it's to be expected from Alice? She did a really quick job of catching the attacker and investigating their background as well. After reporting this to me, Alice finally turns to Princess Katlia and speaks to her in the high-pitched voice she uses when she has the appearance of the Phantasmal King. Second Princess of Symphonia Kingdom. You don't mind if we take care of this matter, right? Why yes. Of course. Well then, Kaito-san. I will go deal with some fools. But I know. Don't ever kill, right? Alice nods, saying that she knows what I was talking about, but that isn't exactly what I was about to say. So I'll correct her. No, that's not it. Just do that if it's possible. If No-Face was about to get hurt, you can just kill them without hesitation. Kaito-san. Yes, just do that if it's possible. It's not that I'm concerned about the life or death of a stranger. I'm just telling her to try not to kill as much people as possible. Even if I'm telling Alice not to kill, it isn't like I'm speaking for her enemies. I just don't want to see Alice kill others. Rather than the life or death of a stranger, No-Face's safety is much more important to me. Just kill them if it's necessary. Is that so? If you say it like that, I would feel embarrassed. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Yes, by my lord. By your will. When I told her that, Alice gave me an ostentatiously dramatic bow and disappeared. If I leave it to Alice, I can be relieved now, or so I was thinking. But I heard a voice from behind me. Well, the one going there is just my clone, and this lovely Alice Chan's main body would still be here. It's alright. Your beloved Alice is right here, so it's okay to give her lots of love. And you had to ruin all of it. I feel like the slightly cool air she had just now has just turned to nothing. Why can't this woman just stay cool until the end? I know that I can rely on Alice, but how should I say this? In a way, Alice is the only one staying the same as always. Unfortunately, after the ruckus caused by the attack had settled down, the tea party with Princess Katlia and the others was cancelled. I guess that can't be helped. From what I heard, it seems that this is the first time they've received such an audacious assault on the one who holds the role of hero's group. So they need to make adjustments, along with making some revisions for the guard system. Well, the reason for that is just a pretext, and it's actually because Princess Katlia didn't listen to Mitsunaga-kun and insisted on bringing him to see a doctor. Mitsunaga-kun said he was fine, but Princess Katlia still seemed to be anxious like the worry what Lilia-san, as she forcibly brought Mitsunaga-kun away, saying that he should be examined just in case. Even her usually stern words and actions shows Princess Katlia seemed to really care for Mitsunaga-kun, and how should I say this? Seeing her acting that flustered is making me smile. Anyway, that settles this case. But unfortunately, that isn't the case, and I was currently in more trouble than I was willing to admit. No, like I said, I didn't receive a single injury at all. So can you calm down? These fools. Tormenting Kaito. I will kill them. No, I'm telling you, the attacker was already taken away long ago. Isis-san, can you calm down for now? I will turn him into ice and break him into pieces, so that not a single piece of his flesh would be left in this world. Yes, currently in front of me was the angry Isis-san, her veins popping out of her forehead, as if she really wants to beat someone up. The magic power of death she's clad in turned outrageous, as if she's wielding her sword around with her tremendous fury, and along with her arrival, the people who were around her fled, quickly turning this city into a ghost town. No, what's worse is that it wasn't just Isis-san, as just her arrival might not have turned this situation into something this disastrous. That won't do, Isis. Don't just easily kill him off. Let's make sure that he won't pass out from the pain, and make him disappear from his fingertips, a little portion of his body at a time. Can you also calm down, Kuro? I'm telling you, I'm fine. As expected. Of Kuro Muina. Isis-san, there's nothing that should be expected here, you know? Yes, what's worse is that there's also another one here. Kuro also seems to be quite angry, as black mists were spewing out from her body, and cracks are appearing on the ground because of the aftermath of her magic power being released. Soon after Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun left, the two of them appeared, clad with a terrifying killing intent, and pressed me with the question of where the attackers were. It seems that they threw out the preparations for the Six Kings. I think Lilywood-san, who should be near them, is probably holding her head in their hands right now. Anyway, let's just put that aside. Why the heck am I frantically trying to protect the attacker? No, I think I can understand why. It's because sending Alice towards them is already an overkill, so when these two are added to the mix, no matter how much that guy attacked us, I would start feeling sorry for them, or rather, if they were this angry, I feel like the attacker, along with this entire city, would get erased, so I must stop them at all costs. Hey Alice, can't you do something about them? That's impossible. If I poorly stop them, I would just become their target. If that's what it takes, so be it. What about me? No, I mean, I think that if it's Alice, she would somehow be able to get away from it. In the end, it took me a long time to appease Kuro and Isis-san. I was really tired. But I'm glad that I've managed to convince both of them to leave it be. I'm tired. Ahaha, good work over there. As expected of Kaito-san. You really didn't help me at all. Well I'm telling you, that's impossible for me. The only one who can calm down Kuro-san and Isis-san when they're that angry is Kaito-san. I let out another sigh in front of Alice, who was chuckling at the side. Good gracious, I'm really tired. Well, their appearance shows how worried they were about me, so I'm honestly glad about that. But, by the way, Kaito-san, I think I did pretty well this time. Why yeah, well, you didn't really help me out with just now. But I'm really glad that you've protected Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun. When Alice suddenly changes the subject, I nodded my head in affirmation. Indeed, the MVP of this time is definitely Alice. Not only did she protect Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun, she also protected the guard knights who were in the vicinity of the explosion, quickly caught the attacker, and is currently investigating the one who was behind it as well. If it hadn't been for Alice, Princess Katlia and Mitsunaga-kun would have been injured. Or even worse, die. The attacker would also have fled in the confusion and disappeared like smoke. I can't thank Alice enough, and I'm really glad that she's guarding me. However, why is she suddenly mentioning that? Right? I did my best, you know. Now then, I'm going to change the subject, but, it's just about time for dinner, you know. I'm also getting hungry. I guess this me who did her best deserves a reward. Well, this is just me talking to myself though. This F-king woman, she's going around in circles, but in short, because she did her best, I should buy her a meal? However, well, Alice certainly did great today, so I feel like that isn't a bad way to thank her. What do you want to eat? Could it be, Kaito-san? You're going to buy me a dinner? Your intentions are so transparent. Well I'm feeling apologetic, even though I'm just doing something natural. There's a restaurant that serves delicious fish dishes over there. This shamelessness and annoyingness. Alice really is the same as ever. Moreover, she even has the nerve to demand going to the expensive, high-end stores. Well, fine. Let's go. Great. As expected of Kaito-san. The ideal boss who treats his employees well. You're making me fall in love, you know. I'm fine even if we do it all night, you know. I firmly refuse. A really powerful and direct refusal. Looking at such a hopeless Alice, who quickly started teasing me right after I complimented her a bit, I let out a big sigh again and decided to walk down the dimly lit street to the high-class restaurant Alice had mentioned. Hagm, whammy, seconds here please. Hey, Alice, do you know what table manners are? The restaurant that Alice led me to is indeed like a high-class restaurant, and the fish dishes they serve here look as stylish as French cuisines. And then, there's this one idiot here who looks so disappointing, piling up food into her cheeks like a squirrel, as if to say that she doesn't give a damn about manners. Sitting on the same table with her makes me feel embarrassed. No, I don't know much about table manners either, but I can clearly see that this woman's way of eating is nonsensical. Kaito-san, table manners are for those spoiled brats, you know. Huh? However, this idiot is someone who thinks that always being an idiot is the right way of life, as she started to say something with an incomprehensible smug look on her face. Eating well is the most respectful way to express gratitude to the chef. Eating elegantly is just something that someone selfishly established. Wouldn't the people of this restaurant be angry at you? Ugh, that's alright. The owner of this restaurant is my subordinate. My head hurts. I've thought about this a lot already, but is this really something that someone, who is supposedly one of the 6 kings, should do? Excuse me, I also would like this part of the menu until this part. However, this idiot didn't seem to mind, and started ordering one dish after another, as if she was ordering snacks in a pub. Alice, do you know what being reserved means? Unfortunately, it isn't written in my dictionary. Food eaten with other people's money is the tasty fudge. For the time being, I'm confiscating this. Seriously, how should I say this? She's reliable in times of need, but since she's usually like this, it's quite a shame. Well, I guess this is what makes her Alice, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. At the time when the sun sets and the darkness of the night comes, she and Hart were sitting in their own chairs in a room in the royal palace, with a somewhat tired looks on their faces. I thought we'd almost be done today, but we didn't go as far as I thought we would. It can't be helped. Because of some idiot, God of Fate Sama's mood turned bad in the middle of work. She didn't make a move because the Phantasmal King already dealt with it, but there aren't many humans who can speak out to God of Fate Sama when she's in a bad mood. It's inevitable that the meeting is prolonged, I guess. Yes, the girls were in the same preparatory meeting they were in yesterday, but the discussions that didn't go as far as they would have liked. Looking at how Fate was yesterday, they thought that all the work would be taken care of by the end of the day. But around early afternoon, Fate's mood suddenly turned sour. The reason for this is the attack that Kaito almost got involved in. Alice was there so she didn't interfere anymore. For Fate, an act that could be seen as an attempt to take away her enjoyment, irritated her so badly, and put her in a very bad mood. Naturally, if the highest-ranking person in the place, Fate, gets in such a bad mood, the senators can't speak out without a second thought, and furthermore, the place is in turmoil because of the information that there was an attack on the one who has the role of hero, and, as a result, little progress was made in the meeting. However, Mama-sama had it rough, didn't he? It's been disastrous since he came here. Disastrous? He had only been involved in one attack, right? I wonder, did Senpai forget about it already? Forgot what? Hearing the words Hart said with a somewhat pitying expression on her face, she asks back while tilting her head in curiosity. He was suddenly brought here by God of Fate Sama without even a word beforehand, and when he arrived, a certain nefarious senpai showed her undisguised hostility at him and took it out on him. No, it's not like I meant to do that. Even if senpai didn't mean it, it must have been a terrible disaster for Mama-sama. Ugh, poor guy, even though he's just a child of about 20 years or so, to be tormented by the frightening senpai. That's not it. I'm sure that his pillow was wet in tears last night. Hearing the words that Hart indifferently said, which certainly contained malice, she's expression grew paler and paler. She certainly almost took it out on Kaito, but she was originally a soft-hearted person to begin with. So she had honestly always felt bad about that. However, she is inexplicably bad at talking, and until now, she hasn't been able to properly give out an apology or excuse. For this reason, she's getting paler and paler when someone else told her that she has hurt Kaito's feelings. I guess there just really are some terrible goddesses, right? Even though the actions of God of Fate Sama wasn't Mama-sama's fault. So why does he have to be reproached by someone he first met? I don't really care what happens to a single human. It's just, I remembered that I have some business I have to deal with. I'll just be doing that. So I'm going out for a bit. Yes, have a good day. She understood that these malicious words that Hart was saying was just the usual teasing. But that doesn't mean that the actions she did to Kaito will go away. She flustredly stood up from her seat, and leaving those few words, she disappeared, while Heart leisurely waved her hand in that empty room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After a busy day, I was relaxing in my room at the inn. Thereupon, a knock suddenly rang out from the door. I thought it was Fate-san again, coming to visit just like last night, so I opened the door, just reaching out my hand while moving my body away from in front of the door. I don't really want to receive a headbutt on my stomach for 2 days in a row. Wait, Shi-san. However, the person outside wasn't Fate-san that I had expected, but Shi-san. With only the hood part of her robe off and her white hair showing, Shi-san was silent, not even entering the room after I opened the door. Even so, she really is stubbornly turning away her eyes. I wonder why. Can she see her eternal enemy who killed her parents at that 45 degrees below diagonal direction? It seems that Shi-san's favorability towards me is as low as ever. Well, we have hardly spoken with each other, so it can't be helped. Shi-san? Is something the matter? Here. At any rate, we can't just go on like this, so I called out to her, and out of nowhere, Shi-san pulled out 5 neatly wrapped boxes and handed them to me. At first glance, they looked like snacks, but what's this? What does she want me to do with this? I don't know. Seriously, I don't know what this person is thinking or her intentions at all. I couldn't eat all of it and I have some leftovers, so I'll give them to you. No, but no matter how I look at these, they look new. I have some leftovers, so I'll give them to you. Yes, roger that. They're leftover, right? I'll gratefully receive it. That's weird. I'm receiving snacks now, right? Why is she yelling at me? As I was confused, Shi-san kept glancing at me while averting her gaze, before she slowly spoke. If that's not enough, I'll listen to just one request. A request? What should I do? I seriously don't know what Shi-san is talking about. I don't have any ill will at all, okay? I'm a generous god after all. As a reward for letting me take it out on you, I'll grant you one request. Yes, does this mean that? Could it be that Shi-san is apologizing to me right now? That's really hard to tell. In short, what she's saying is that she'll grant me one request as an apology for taking out her emotions on me. She's really the type of person I've never met before. I'm clueless on how to respond to her. That's why, quickly say your request. Then, why you don't really need to apologize. But in that case, I know. If you could treat me to a meal next time, that would be enough. What? How rude. Why you're just a human, and to ask me on a date. What blasphemy. No, I never said that. Did I? That wasn't my intention. My apologies. In that case, there's no need to apologize or anything like that, you know. That means you won't forgive me if it isn't that. Saying it that way is despicable. What's going on in this woman's head? Is everything I say auto-converted to a negative direction? Why the heck are you making it sound like I'm blackmailing you? Hey. Why? As I was dumbfoundedly looking at her, Shi-san hung her head down. After her shoulder shook for a while, she raised her bright red face. Fine, if that's what you want, fine. Whether it's a date or anything, let's do it. I'll tell you my schedule later. Wash your neck and wait. Hey, wait, she isn't here already? Then, after telling me all sorts of stuff, she disappeared. Seriously, I don't understand Shi-san. I mean, is it decided that this is a date? How did this happen? After staring at the empty hallway for a moment, I let out a loud sigh before walking back into my room. Then, feeling unspeakably tired, I incidentally looked at the box of snacks in my hand. I'm feeling tired and I want to eat something sweet. Since she gave them to me, I guess I should eat some, right? While thinking like that, I opened one of the wrappers at random, revealing an assortment of bright red snacks inside. Is this strawberry flavor? No. They may have been decorated to look like apples. Anyway, they look pretty tasty, so let's take a bite first. Wow, s spicy tilde. When I picked one of the red snacks and ate it, after chewing it a bit, a fierce spiciness spread through my mouth. What the heck is this? Spicy? No, it hurts my mouth already. It feels like my mouth is on fire. You know, it's as if it was a bundle of pure spiciness without any gentleness mixed in it at all. as if I filled my mouth with chili peppers, and it makes me sweat all over my body. I hurriedly grabbed a jug of water and gulped it down without even transferring it to a glass. Hilda. Even after drinking lots of water, there's still some spiciness left in my mouth. How much spicy ingredients were used in this? I mean, why the heck did Shisan give me these murderous snacks? Is this harassment? No, could it be that perhaps she gave me this absurdly spicy snack because she really thinks that they're delicious? It was my third day in the Hydra Kingdom. The sun still hasn't risen yet as I walked through the city, heading towards a certain place. It's not like I'm particularly obligated to go there or anything, and I wasn't really sure before if I could go there today. But since the grandpa asked to talk to him sometime, I had come to where I met him yesterday. Even though I felt like this was pushed on me, I agreed to it myself. I don't think I'll be coming to Hydra Kingdom that often, so I thought that I should visit as much as possible while I'm here. If it wasn't the youngster yesterday. Good morning. Good morning. What's the matter? Have you come to listen to me again today? Why yes, well, is that so? Have you heard? There was apparently some incident yesterday. He's talking like a machine gun like usual. He would switch the topic of conversation without even waiting for my response. Or rather, that incident he was talking about was yesterday's attack, right? I was in that incident, you know. Attacking the hero's armor, that's one foolish act of theirs. I guess so. Good grief, what troubling people. Because of that, even the senators of this country are in a bind right now. Is that so? It seems that this grandpa is quite knowledgeable, or rather, well-informed, and seems to have a good grasp on the incident yesterday. The fact that they were attacked in this city is really bad. I suppose we'll have to overhaul our security system, and also, since the country had apparently got the attacker in custody, that means that the country will punish him, but I don't think this will be settled with just a half-hearted punishment. Rumor has it that the god of fate's armor is in a bad mood. Because of that, I heard that the king is holding her head in her hands. Is that so? Fate-san. I guess I'll give her a follow-up the next time I meet her. I don't know if this grandpa knew what I was thinking or not, but he let out a big sigh. Could it be that this grandpa is one of the senators? Then, it makes sense as to why he's well informed. There's also the problem with our country's reputation. Really, how troubling it is. It's quite a bind, isn't it? That's right. Even if they properly deal with this, the king of those other noisy countries will still make some complaint. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the king and the senators must have a hard time because of the importance of our national honor. The way he's saying it is like he's only a bit involved with it, but as I thought, I think this grandpa is a senator. However, I think he wants to keep it under wraps. If that's the case, it isn't a good idea to ask him about it. So let's just pretend I didn't notice. Is that so, Her Majesty? The king and the senators must have a hard time taking care of the country, huh? You understand, huh? Even a youngster could see it, huh? It's really troubling. No, I also think that they're having a hard time. Could you hide it a little better, please? It's really hard trying not to make a reaction here. In the first place, it would be an inexcusable act to attack Hiro-sama. Good gracious, if I had been there, I would have smashed that attacker. Did he just say smashed? No, I understand what that word means, but I don't want to imagine it. I wonder if this grandpa is quite strong? I can't really judge the strength of people of this world based on appearances, so even if he looks like an old man, he may be very strong. While I was thinking about this, the grandpa stood up and spun his fishing rod around to tell in the line. Oops, I'm sorry, young man, I've got some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yes, I'm sorry to bother you. No, I also had lots of fun. However, you dutifully came here after what I said yesterday. It seems that you're a good man. You're rather thin, but your face is good. I don't think women would want to let you go. Ha. His talking skills are at peak as usual. He was just about to cut himself off from the conversation, but we're already on a different topic. So long, till we meet again. Yes. Do your best too, Grandpa. That's right. I heard that Hiro-sama would make his speech in front of the House of Parliament today at 1 p.m. If you're not busy, you can go and see it. With that, He vigorously laughed and left with a powerful gait. I really think he's pretty strong. At least, he's stronger than me. However, Mitsunaga-kun is making his speech. I had the time anyway, so I guess I'll check it out. After I finished talking with the grandpa, I decided to go see Mitsunaga-kun's speech, but it was still early in the morning. So I came back to the inn with the idea of having breakfast first. As I headed to my room, for some reason, I found Heart-san in front of my room. Heart-san! Mama-sama. Thank goodness. My apologies, but please come with me. What's going on? You're being sudden. For some reason, Heart-san, who looked quite the calm person, was very flustered, and when she spotted me, she ran up to me and told me to come with her. I wonder why? It sounds like she's really flustered. A situation where the god of Heart-san is flustered. Moreover, she's telling me that she wants me to come with her. What in the world? God of Fate-sama is in trouble. Fate-san is? Why yes. Anyway, please come with me. I understand. The confusion in my mind grew even greater when I heard Heart-san say that Fate-san is in trouble. After all, I can't think of a situation where Fate-san is in trouble at all. No matter how I think about it, Fate-san is one of the most powerful beings in the world, so I can't see any situation where she would need my help. It sounds like she's doing this job properly this time, so I don't think she needs me to save her from Kronos-san, and she also didn't try to touch me in weird places, so it's not like she wants me to save her from Kuro's spanking. Although I was confused about the situation, I immediately moved with the teleportation magic that Heart-san deployed. And thus, as soon as I arrived, I understood what Heart-san was talking about when she said that she was in trouble. God of Fate-sama, please endure it a bit more. Don't wanna. I've worked my ass off enough already. I'm not moving a single step from here to Daiei. Currently in front of me is Shi-san, who has a troubled expression on her face, and Fate-san, who is curled up under a blanket, like a turtle hiding under her shell. I see, so that's what she meant. I worked diligently yesterday. We should have been finished with this job yesterday. That's certainly true, but because of that trouble that happened yesterday. No I don't wanna work. I don't wanna work. It seems like she's been working diligently for the past 2 days, but it seems like Fate-san's slacker switch was finally turned on, and this morning, she started making a fuss about not wanting to work. When I asked Heart-san about the situation, she said that she wasn't happy with the fact that the preparatory meeting, which was supposed to be over in 2 days, didn't end because of the attack yesterday and their job was carried over to today. That's why I called Mama-sama. Mama-sama, please help us. We can't do anything about God of Fate-sama when she becomes like this. I understand. I'll do what I can. It seems that Heart-san brought me here because she wants me to persuade Fate-san. To be honest, that seems to be quite the challenge, but it doesn't seem like she's listening to Heart-san and Shi-san's words at all. I'm certain that this would be easy if I ask Shiro-san, but that's just coercing her with an order, so I'll make it a last resort and try to persuade her first. Now then, how should I describe her current state of mind? Is it like a turtle with its arms and legs retracted into its shell, or like a curled-up hedgehog, with its hair of spike, threateningly protruding over its body? What is clear is that she currently has no intention of opening up to us. I should think of a way. Due to Fate-san's character, there's no way she would listen to me if I just tell her to work without thinking about it. It would be more ideal if I make her work on her own accord, but I think that is quite a difficult task. On the other hand, if I don't tell her, I won't be able to get a clue on how to handle this situation. I guess I should gently approach her first and try not to provoke her. Fate-san, are you alright? You are, Kai-chan. When I called out to her as gently as possible, a teary-eyed Fate-san glanced at me through the gap in the blanket. I guess it's safe to say that she's still on max alert, so my first mission here is to get Fate-san's face out of the blanket. Kai-chan won't torture me anymore, right? I did my best, didn't I? Why yes, I think Fate-san is doing a great job, right? I mean, I've already worked 2 days in a row. It's the longest time I ever worked. I've worked hard enough. Isn't your longest time ever hurdle too low? This woman really hates working that bad, huh? She has been saying that she wants to be a NEET, but I think she's neat enough already. No, this is no good. If I say anything negative, the mission immediately fails. This is where I have to firmly reply and lift up Fate-san. That's right. Fate-san worked really hard. I wasn't able to see you personally while you were working, but you were really cool when you entered the city. Really? I was cool? Yes, of course. The usual Fate is cute and wonderful, but I also thought the serious Fate-san had a different kind of charm. Really? I see. To be honest, I think I was being exaggerated and lifting her too much, but it seems like Fate-san was happy to receive my praises, as Fate-san looked up from under her blanket with a bashful smile on her face. Alright, the first barrier has been breached. She had somehow peeked out her face, so I think she's becoming a little less cautious. However, just this is no good. I shouldn't get carried away by just achieving this, and it isn't a good time to be on the offensive just yet. So I should slowly lure her into my range. I think seeing Fate-san work would be wonderful, but Fate-san doesn't want to work anymore, right? I don't want to work anymore. I just want to laze around. Work is boring, right? Fate-san is the supreme god, so you would have to do lots of work. Moreover, it's quite terrible that it's being dragged on for so long. It's really as you say. It was supposed to end yesterday. I really hate the word overtime. As I was earnestly affirming Fate-san and showing her that I'm on her side, little by little, she's getting on board with what I'm saying. The flow of the conversation is good. However, I would need to make another push here. First of all, I think I need to get Fate-san's mind back to the point where she might be able to do some work. Fate-san seemed almost uninterested in others, so she wouldn't be moved by something like the senators, Shi-san and Heart-san being in trouble. Then, what I should do here is to cite something fun for Fate-san to do. But, Fate-san, I need to remind you of one thing. What is it? Fate-san, after you finish your job here, we're going on our date here, right? That's right. The date is no longer an option at this point. To be clear, I don't think she's the kind of person who would work without bait. So I think this level of concession is a necessary expense as a bargaining chip. Since we're going on a date, we would want it to be fun, right? That's obviously correct. However, I'm just a mere human, so I think some people would be bothered about it. Continuing to speak in a slightly depressed voice, I tried being careful so that Fate-san doesn't take it as something solely her fault. What if Fate-san got Granos-san mad for not doing her job? I'm sure that I will be thinking about it while we're on our date. It would be nice if I could properly put that aside like Fate-san do, but I think it would be difficult for me to do so. Kai-chan. That's why I'm a bit scared. I was looking forward to it so much. I was really looking forward to my date with Fate-san, so thinking that I may not be able to truly enjoy our date is. I'm not lying at all. I may be exaggerating it a bit, but I thought that it would be fun going out with Fate-san, so I certainly was looking forward to it. It's also true that if Fate-san doesn't do her job, I will be concerned about it. Kai-chan is looking forward to our date that much? As I told her my woes while showing a bit of exaggerated distress, Fate-san slowly pulled her upper body out of the futon. It's here. The opportunity that I've been waiting for. This is the time I should attack. Let's press on and push further. Yes, in fact, I even prepared a present to give Fate-san on our date. Present? Kai-chan would give me one? Sorry, that one's a lie. However, if I dash off to buy her one while Fate-san was working, it won't be a lie, so there's no problem. Yes, I want to have the best date with Fate-san as possible. A date that both Fate-san and I can truly enjoy. That's why, Fate-san, just for today, will you hold out for a bit more for me? I don't know. She started wavering. Good, the flow of things is good. I need one more push, and I need to take out one more decisive card. However, piling up more things regarding our date will be difficult. So, is there anything else I could use? That's right. If Fate-san comes home tired from work, should I give you a massage? A massage? Kai-chan would touch my body? Why yes, well, it's just going to be a massage though. I feel like I've moved the conversation to some weird direction, but my suggestion that I would give her a massage after she diligently did her work seemed to have piqued Fate-san's interest more than I expected. And Fate-san bounced off the blanket she was covered in and got up. I guess it can't be helped. In order for Kai-chan to support me in the future, I have to properly make a good investment up front. For Kai-chan's sake, well, I don't mind trying a bit longer. Thank you. Foo-fa-foo. Alrighty, I'm motivated. Now then, I'll quickly finish everything. Yes. See you later. It seems that I was able to successfully turn on Fate-san's motivation switch, as she ran out of the room at great speed. It's not that I don't feel like I've exaggerated lots of things, but for the time being, should I say that it's mission complete? As I was thinking about this while looking in the direction where Fate-san departed, I felt hands suddenly placed on both of my shoulders from behind me. Shi-san, Heart-san, how much do you want? I'll pay you how much you want, and I will also ensure that you'll be treated well. Being able to make God of Fate-sama work. What a rare and wonderful talent you have. We can't let your talent be buried under the ground. Huh? While grabbing my shoulders with their firm grip, Shi-san and Heart-san turned their eyes, filled with tremendous vigor, towards me. I mean, this might even be the first time I've ever seen Shi-san make eye contact with me. If you want, it's fine if you want to be the number 2 under God of Fate-sama's subordinates. Yes, you'll be treated with the best possible treatment. I urge you to come to the God realm. Those words sound like a very sincere and sorrowful plea. Fate-san, how often do you usually push your work towards your subordinates? Even Shi-san was looking at me with bloodshot eyes. You know, I feel like this has happened to me before. To be specific, I remember being told the same thing by one of the supreme gods. It really seems like everyone is feeling troubled in regards to Fate-san, and because of the same reason the God realm recruited me again. Now then, having managed to send Fate-san to work and escaped Shi-san and Heart-san's solicitation, I immediately dashed out into the city. The purpose is simple, the words I told Fate-san to motivate her earlier, that I have a present for her. To bring that into reality, I must prepare that present as soon as possible. However, as soon as I got into the city, I realized I didn't know what to buy. Whether it's things that she might be delighted with, or Fate-san's favorite stuff. I don't know about them, so I can't think of anything to buy at all. Alice. Yes. What is it? I can't think of any direction in going here, so I decided to call Alice and ask her about it. In my conversation with Fate-san, Alice is definitely the one Fate-san mentions a lot, so I think that they're probably good friends. Alice, you're good friends with Fate-san, right? Yes, but of course. Fate-san and I are soul friends, you know. Asking her that to confirm it, Alice nodded while puffing out her small chest. As I thought, Alice and Fate-san really are good friends. Thank goodness. In that case, she would surely know what Fate-san likes. No, even if they're not good friends, Alice is the most well-informed person in the world, so it's reassuring to have her by my side. I see. Then, Alice, I'd like to ask you something. What is Fate-san's favorite thing? I don't know. You don't know? However, Alice only tilted her head, with an unusually serious expression on her face. Alice, you don't know what Fate-san's favorite stuff are? Yes. I'm sorry, but Fate-san just wants to slack off, and she doesn't want anything. How about her favorite food? Fate-san originally doesn't eat, so even if you bring her something, she'll probably eat it, but she doesn't seem to be particularly fond of it. Does she have any hobbies? How about you ask yourself if she has any hobbies? I don't think she has one. This is bad. Fate-san is a more formidable enemy than I thought. Gods don't need to eat, so Fate-san basically doesn't eat, and she doesn't go out to buy anything, and just slacks off in her room. I can't find any gaps to aim at. I mean, she would really have been quite the useless human. Useless human. Making a human useless. That's right. I remembered a certain thing inside her room that I caught a glimpse of when I went to visit Fate-san's earlier. It was a room full of cushions. That's where I found the hint I could use for my present. Alice, I have something that I want to consult with you. Yes, I'd like to ask you to make a slightly unusual cushion. Cushion, is it? Yes, I can make that much in a minute, but what kind of cushion is it? To put it simply. Thereupon, I gave Alice an outline of that cushion filled with lots of small beads that would make a person useless. Alice listened to the explanation for a while, then nodded her head in agreement and told me that I could make it as soon as I had the materials. And thus, I decided to go around the store and gather the materials, while leaving it to Alice to make my present. Relieved that I'm able to prepare my present for Fate-san, I decided to return to the inn after observing Mitsunaga-kun's speech. I guess it's to be expected of a man who has been giving speeches for several months now, as Mitsunaga-kun was giving a magnificent speech without shrinking from the crowd. We had a chance to talk for a bit afterwards, but apparently, he was leaving first thing tomorrow morning for the next city, so I promised that I would see him off before I returned to the inn. Thereupon, whether it's good or bad timing, as I was taking a short break, I heard a knock on the door. I already know who has come to visit me. Remembering what happened the day before yesterday, I quietly retreated away from the shooting range. I slowly opened the door. Kaiku-an. Wow, Jebthia. I am possible. I am pretty sure that I should have moved out of the line of fire. But it felt as if her head made a curve and still accurately struck my stomach. Do you have some freaking resentment in my stomach? Kai-chan. I'm tired. I did my best. You know, Tilda praise me. Gee, good job at work. Why, you really did your best, didn't you? As I pressed down on my stomach that had received damage again, I somehow managed to give Fate-san some congratulatory words. No, Kai-chan, you have promised that you would give me a moist, fulfilling massage. There won't be anything moist here, but alright. Fate-san spread out her arms as if to ask me for a hug, but I easily ignored it and prepared a chair for her, and urged her to sit down. However, Fate-san immediately ignores my actions too. She directly moved to the bed and laid down with her face down. Seeing that, I let out a big sigh, before I just gave Fate-san a nod and approached her on the bed. We exchanged no words, but there was actually a voiceless bargain between Fate-san and I just now. Kai-chan, as a reward for my hard work, carry me in your arms. I didn't promise that. I will only give you a massage. Now, come to this chair. MHNN, you're thinking of ending it with just a shoulder rub? Rejected. I resolutely reject. You're already lying down on the bed. This was also part of your promised massage, right? I understand. Well, with that exchange of glances and actions, as a result, it was decided that I would give a massage to Fate-san while she was lying down on the bed. To be honest, putting aside if it was a shoulder rub, but I've never done a full body massage before. Well, I can imagine how people do it, so I guess let's do our best. Even Fate-san probably doesn't expect me, an amateur, to be skillful at it. Then, I will start. Bring it on. Isn't your response a bit weird here? Ahaha. While smiling at Fate-san, who is in somewhat of a good mood, I thought of starting with Fate-san's shoulders, so I put my hand on them. Yuah. It feels so soft. Even as I felt my heart skip a bit from feeling her feminine softness, I started massaging her shoulders while trying to be as calm as possible. HNNN. Fuyu. Is it painful? Ahaha, Kai-chan. I'm a supreme god, okay? It won't hurt even if Kai-chan really grips on my shoulder. That's why you can make it a little stronger. Tilda. Roger that. Slowly rubbing her shoulders, I use my thumbs to press on that point where you should supposedly massage her back near her shoulders. Thereupon, I suddenly noticed something out of place on that part. I feel like there's something about this part of the body that feels better to press on. Phew, Kai-chan, that feels good. What's this? This feeling. I know what parts I should massage, or rather, it feels like I know where Fate-san wants me to massage her. Could this be because of that? My sympathy magic? It may be that my sympathy magic can read the faint changes in Fate-san's magic power, probably making me understand where I should massage to make Fate-san feel good. Kai-chan, you're really skillful. It feels good. Tilda. This is a really unexpected way of using my magic, but perhaps I can be one excellent masseur. I guess it's still like me that the effect of my magic that I just found out wasn't standing out at all. But I'm thankful for that in this situation. I guess I should keep up with my massage. KHNNN. Fate-san. Could you stop making that erotic voices, please? I can't concentrate here. I mean, it feels really good. Tilda. No, that's not it. It may certainly be pleasant, but you're definitely letting out that voice on purpose. It's obviously too over the top. And I feel like you're deliberately trying to sound erotic. Is this that? Is she seducing me? Not only have you started using direct attacks, you're even mixing it with this method. Fate-san. What a frightening person. Anyway, I should empty my mind right now. Right now, I'm just a massaging machine. Having no emotions. I'm free from obstructive thoughts. As my mind is clear, I just move my hands. Phew. HNNN. Kai-chan. Kai-ku-an tilde. Dot. Hey, stop calling my name. Also, stop with that strangely erotic voice. Seriously, my mind is being slowly chipped away here, so please excuse me from that. After massaging the area around her shoulders, I slowly slid down and switched over to give her a back massage. However, our posture is kinda dangerous, in all sorts of ways. Fate-san is wearing the same vestments as Shiro-san and Kronos-san, and probably because of the thin material, I could clearly see the lines of her body when she is lying down like this. Moreover, maybe because she was lying face down, but Fate-san's large bulges was pressed against the bed, their shapes changed along, and her shapely buttocks erotically swayed with each of her pleasured moans and movements of her body. Dot. She glanced at me just now. It seems that she's really enjoying doing this. I feel like my face is so hot right now, and no matter how much I try to free my mind from thoughts, I can hear Fate-san's voice so much louder than before. I don't know if Fate-san knows that or not, but she's trying to make me feel excited by moving her body in a strangely seductive way. Giga. This is difficult. Let's hang in there, me. It seems that she has learned a method other than forcibly compelling me, as she started letting out frighteningly erotic moans. In a situation I never expected, I'm going to have to suffer through this penance again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was early in the morning of my 4th day in the Hydra Kingdom. I had come to see Mitsunaga-kun off in front of the city gate. Mama-san, thank you for coming to see me off. I'm sorry, we end up not being able to talk that much. No, it can't be helped. You're busy playing the role of hero. Speaking of which, I saw your speech yesterday and it was very impressive. Thank you. I'm still not as good as Mama-san, but I'll do my best to improve, one step after another. That's strange. It sounded like Mitsunaga-kun just said something strange like him being no match for me, you know? No. I'm sure that I just heard wrong. It's not like Mitsunaga-kun would need to try being my equal or anything like that. Just in case I heard right, let me ask Mitsunaga-kun something. You didn't just say that you're not as good as me, right? Yes. After all, Mama-san has been in contact with the 6 kings. You even have the phantasmal King Sama under your control, and so that should mean that you already have one of the most powerful people in the world under your control. No, they aren't that big of a deal, especially the phantasmal king. It seems that Mitsunaga-kun has heard a lot of rumors about me through Princess Katlia, and it seems that he really thinks that I'm an amazing person. However, that's a big misunderstanding. It's the people around me that are amazing, not me. I'm just one of the ordinary people you can find anywhere. Ordinary. Was it no good to describe myself as ordinary? I feel like describing myself like that is slowly getting forced. As I was chatting with Mitsunaga-kun for a while, Princess Katlia, who had finished their preparations for departure, approached us. Mama-sama, thank you so much for your help in this matter. If it weren't for Mama-sama's presence, it would have been quite unfavorable to us. No, the only one who helped you was Phantasmal King, so yes, please tell Phantasmal King Sama that I was truly grateful to her as well. I understand. I didn't know about it, but it seems that when the one with the role of hero gets attacked, it can be a big problem. But in the previous incident, Alice moved quickly, and since everyone involved, including the mastermind, was quickly apprehended, it really helped Princess Katlia's position. Well then, Mama-sama, we'll take our leave now. I sincerely hope that we can meet again. Me too. Please be safe on your journey. I think there would be more troubles on Mama-sama's side though, so please do your best. Mitsunaga-kun too. Do your best in acting as hero. Yes. So long. With their goodbyes, the carriage that was on standby started moving, as Mitsunaga-kun greatly waves his hand and Princess Katlia gives a small bow. I see them off. After Mitsunaga-kun's group disappeared from sight, I walked towards the city and spoke to Alice since she should be next to me. Alice, Princess Katlia said thank you. I'm not interested in that at all. I wouldn't have helped them if it weren't for Kaito-san. Still, it's a fact that you helped them. That's why, I'll say it again for me this time. Thank you. Why you're welcome. When I thanked her as well, Alice sounded a little embarrassed when she responded to me before she disappeared. Now then, after reaching my goal of seeing Mitsunaga-kun and his group off, it's time for my promised date with Fate-san. As I think about the places we should go, I meet up with Fate-san in front of the inn. Kaika and Tilda, I'll be in your care today. Tilda, yes, I'll also be in your care today. Then, how about we go? Alrighty. Then, let's go. Fate-san didn't seem to be dressed any differently than usual, but she seemed to be in a very good mood. As she raised her hand with a big smile on her face, she started walking with me towards the city. 1 step, 2 steps. After walking for 3 steps, Fate-san suddenly stopped in her tracks. I'm going to die. Isn't that too fast? You have only taken 3 steps, you know. And why the heck did you start slacking off on the ground? Couldn't you try a little harder? When I dumbfoundedly looked at Fate-san, whose tension clearly plummeted down, she glanced at me and spoke. Kai-chan, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. But how about we just go make out in a room, or perhaps become one? Rejected. I'm that, you know. I steadily lose a lot of my vitality under the sun. It's alright. You're not a vampire, you're a god. As I shuddered, remembering how our bodies were entwined with each other yesterday, I guess Fate-san was still the same as usual. A refreshingly straightforward request. It immediately gave me a headache. Letting out a big sigh, Fate-san looks as if she was thinking for a little bit before she looked at me with her hands outstretched. Well then, in that case, Kai-chan, piggyback Tilda. That's rejected. I rejected. Seeing Fate-san with her arms outstretched like that was very cute, but as expected, I decided to reject her because I think going on a date while your partner was in your back is kinda difficult. In that case, I can't walk. Tilda, I'm going to die here. Tilda. How lazy can you be? Tilda, what a blunder. I shouldn't have left my cushion if this was going to happen. I was feeling dismayed when Fate-san started acting spoiled, but thinking about it, Fate-san usually travels on a flying cushion and I rarely see her walking. Even when we were going towards this city, she was also riding on my back. And it seems that walking feels troublesome for her. Letting out a big sigh again, I feel like our date won't go on like this, so although it changes the order of my plans, I decided to give her the cushion I prepared for her as a present. It can't be helped. I was actually going to give it to you at the end of our date, but what is it? What is it? Here, the present I have prepared for Fate-san. As I said that, I took out from the magic box the cushion that makes people useless made by Alice. In short, it's a squishy bin bag. When Fate-san saw this, her eyes widened and she looked at me with sparkling eyes. It's a cushion. A cushion Kai-chan prepared just for me. I didn't know what Fate-san liked, so this is what I thought. I'm so happy. Whether. I'll just say this now, Kai-chan. Even if it's Kai-chan's present for me, I'm still going to be very picky with my cushions. You know, if you think that you can satisfy me with just some half-heartedly made cushion, you're mistaken. She was about to say she was happy for a moment, but it seems like she has some kind of weird pride regarding cushions, as Fate-san regained her attention and declared that with a serious expression on her face. The way she looks like that is so cute that I can't help but chuckle. I'm sure it's okay, because this is the cushion famous in our world for making people useless. What's with that really fantastic item? A cushion that makes people useless? It could make people useless? Isn't this the greatest? No. Your reaction to it was the weird one. Why the heck do you look so happy after you heard that it turns people useless? Also, please be relieved. You're already a useless goddess from the moment I met you. As for that assessment, that hasn't improved at all. Anyway, Fate-san seemed to be interested in this cushion and received it from me. Thereupon, her eyes widened. What is this? Tilda? This cushion is how squishy. It's as if this cushion is sucking in my finger with my touch. It was filled with lots of little beads in it, making it very squishy. This is amazing. Kai-chan, this is amazing. Poke. As expected of the cushion that makes people useless, it was frighteningly effective on the useless goddess, as Fate-san happily touched the cushion around, and after a bit of time, she deployed what seems to be state preservation magic on it before jumping on it. Tilda, amazing. Dish is a mashing. Phew, I'll go live here from now on. It seems that Fate-san and the cushion have quite the affinity with each other, as she was so charmed by the cushion that her body already looks like melted cheese. As I looked at Fate-san while she lazily laid down on the cushion, The cushion floated and lined up next to me. Kai-chan. This is the best. Thank you, Tilda. I'm glad you liked it. Kai-chan really is fantastic. Tilda, I love you so much. Tilda, how about I give you a kiss in return? No, thank you. Do you really have to be that quick in refusing me? Somehow, isn't she more languid than before? Well, I guess that's how much she liked it, but, well, whatever. Now then, I want to talk about what going on a date really is all about. I can't exactly say that I'm an experienced guy, so I can only describe it in general terms. Going on a date is generally with the opposite gender. There are also some instances where it's with the same gender, but it often involves eating out, shopping, sightseeing, going to the movies, or having fun in an amusement park together. However, these are only processes, as the main purpose of the date will be to deepen your feelings and confirm your affection for each other. In other words, you don't have to go to the extremes for it to be called a great date, and even if it was for just short, it's still unmistakably a date. If you're wondering why I'm suddenly thinking about this, it's probably because of my current situation. If the main purpose is to deepen our relationship with each other, I could definitely say that we're currently on a date. That's only if I could say that though. Fate-san, isn't it about time you move on your own? I don't wanna. Tilda. Pulling my date's hand as she lazily slumps down on the cushion while moving. The cushion is floating, so I don't feel its weight when I'm pulling it, but it feels like I'm pulling a trolley. Isn't this the time when my heart should be skipping a beat because we're holding hands, or perhaps worrying about the other party's walking pace? I wonder why I don't feel such things. Fate-san, why are you opening your mouth wide? Feed me, Tilda. Wham, a tasty Tilda. Deciding that we would eat the food we saw at the stall, my date still kept lying down on the cushion, opened her mouth and asked me to feed her, while I just do so while making sure that it doesn't spill. Isn't this strange? This is that event where you go and Tilda, right? I was feeling so nervous when I did this with Isis-san before, but I can't feel anything like at that time now, you know? No, Fate-san. As expected, you can't drink while lying down, you know? Please get up already. It's alright, it's alright. I'm manipulating Faith to make sure that it doesn't spill. Can't you exert that effort elsewhere? In the end, she even tried drinking while lying down. This is important. But since there's no such thing as plastic bottles in this world, when I bought this drink, it was served in a thin wooden cup. Well, I think that's the reason, but drinks bought at stalls here are quite expensive compared to my previous world. Anyway, even when drinking in such a cup, Fate-san is still lazily lying down. Is this really a date? Not nursing or assisting, but seriously, a date. Fate-san, this is a date, right? That's right Tilda. Tilda. Seeing me muttering that while my shoulders slumped down, Fate-san had an unusually troubled look on her face. Then, she finally raised her upper body and got off the cushion. She got off her cushion? Well Tilda, I'm sorry, I got a little overzealous. Are you mad? No, I'm not really mad. Overzealous? No, no matter how I looked at it, you were clearly slacking around, but that was you, being overzealous. In front of the surprised me, Fate-san nodded her head, as if she was convinced by something, before she squeezed my hand. It's no good if it's just me having fun, right Tilda, and thus, let's start from square one. Wait, Fate-san. Then, once again, let's go Tilda. And then, she started walking while pulling me with tremendous force. Unable to keep up with the situation, I followed Fate-san as she dragged the dumbfounded me along. After telling me that she's restarting our date back to square one, Fate-san put away her cushion somewhere and walked down the street while holding my hand. How strange, just a few moments ago, I didn't have any way but to pull her hand in order to make Fate-san move, but when she said that she's restarting our date and grasped my hand, I suddenly felt very embarrassed. By the way, if the Supreme God Fate-san was walking with me, a mere mortal, there would be a big commotion, but Fate-san seems to have manipulated Fate to make herself unrecognizable to anyone as a Supreme God. It's similar to how Kuro used recognition inhibition magic when we were on a date, and as long as it exists, the people of the city will only recognize Fate-san as an ordinary girl. Kuro's recognition inhibition magic makes her be recognized by those she directly speaks to, but Fate-san's manipulation of fate is like a higher version of this ability, since the other party won't recognize Fate-san even if she directly speaks to her as long as Fate-san doesn't allow it. Kai-chan, let's eat that. What's that? That's absurdly big. If I remember correctly, it's a dish that was handed down from Kai-chan's world. That calamari rings, that clearly looks different from the calamari rings I know. With a smile on her face, Fate-san pointed to a huge ring-shaped object that looked like it was as big as the roof of a house. Apparently, that's a calamari ring. If that thing is a calamari ring, then the squid used on it probably isn't calamari but some kind of monster like kraken. The food in this world really never ceases to amaze me. When I ordered some servings of the calamari ring at a stall, it was cut into small pieces before handed to us. Well, I knew it would be something like this considering its size, but I think it looks more like a fried calamari, not a calamari ring. Delicious. Yes, they're very delicious. That's right. Kai-chan, yes, here, Guff. When I turned around when I was called, the next moment, Fate-san slammed the calamari in her hand into my mouth at great speed. That's a really fast there. I was so shocked that I immediately threw my head back. As I thought, this kinda feels different. Let's eat that too. Kai-chan, hey, wait. However, she isn't entertaining my circumstances, as Fate-san rapidly pulled me again. There probably aren't many situations where the word swept along fits like this, and it's making me feel troubled in a different way than when she was slacking off. But well, I guess it's a good thing that Fate-san seems to be enjoying herself. I wonder how much time has passed. The dynamic Fate-san was incredibly energetic and she was already swinging me around. I thought we were eating at food stalls, but she suddenly got interested in what seems to be a play and headed that way, is what I thought, but she suddenly started talking about looking at clothes. On the way, I just thought that I should stop caring and went along with the flow. Well we've really enjoyed ourselves I guess so. That was really fun As I sat on a bench in the plaza, completely exhausted, Fate-san took out her cushion again, with a really happy smile on her face. I'm really tired. Fate-san seemed to be having fun, and as I was swept around by the cheerful Fate-san, even though it was kind of a disaster, I really had fun. It's about time, so shall we go back? Roger that. Then, take me away Apparently, the energetic mode has completely ended, and as her Fate-san reddish-purple back twintails swayed, she called out to me like a spoiled child. I've already given up when she's acting lazy like this, so I let out another sigh before getting up and approaching Fate-san to pull her hand. Right, I almost forgot. This is my thanks for today. Exclamation mark. Foo, let's go out again. Okay. The moment I approached, Fate-san suddenly raised her upper body, muttering that she would thank me, and with swift movements, she kissed my cheek before moving back. I was stunned by her sudden actions, but Fate-san returned back to slacking around on the cushion, not seeming to care about it. No, looking closely, it was just a slight, so slight that one wouldn't have noticed it if they didn't pay attention to it. But I could certainly see a slight blush on her cheeks. Early in the morning of my 5th day in the Hydra Kingdom, I came to where I met the grandpa before again to talk to him. I see, you're leaving this evening huh? Yes, but I'll come back to visit from time to time. Phew you really are quite the honest one, aren't you? Even though I asked you, I didn't expect you would come visit me here every day, you know? Now, well, I had plenty of time to spare anyway. Incidentally, I've been coming to this place where I met this grandpa every morning since I met him. It seems that this grandpa has some work he needs to do, so we weren't able to talk for that long, and we just had some light conversation. That's right. Since this is the last day of your stay here in Hydra Kingdom, how about we go drink some tea? Yes. I have an acquaintance who eats unusual sweets, and this one is my favorite. Is that a rice cracker? I think that's what it's called. The grandpa is still advancing the casual talk as usual, and I noticed that the topic of conversation had switched already, but I don't particularly care about that as I've gotten used to it over the past few days. More importantly, I didn't expect to see rice crackers in this place. I wonder if this grandpa's acquaintance is someone who held the role of hero back then? I can't get enough of these rice crackers and green tea. Here, let's eat together. Thank you. With a grin on his wrinkled face, the old man offered me a teacup with green tea and some rice crackers, which I accepted and ate with him. How should I say this? We're currently eating on the coast, but I feel like I'm eating on the veranda. It somehow reminded me of my grandfather, and I feel a bit nostalgic. I haven't seen them much since my parents died and my other relatives took me in. I wonder if they're doing well? This is good. Yes, and the sea breeze also feels nice. Oh, you can understand, huh? The wind here is really great. It's good to relax while looking at the sea like this once in a while. While I was thinking about such things and taking a bite of the rice cracker in my hand, the grandpa suddenly spoke with a calm tone in his voice. However, you are quite the good man, aren't you? You aren't even showing a hint of displeasure on your face even when this old man is talking about worldly matters. I enjoy talking to Grandpa too, and I also learned lots of things from you. Ha ha ha, I see. You really are a pleasant young man. I don't mean to badmouth the youngsters these days, but most of them are always pressed for time. It couldn't be helped, for our time in this world is limited, but I don't like having such thoughts that much. As I grew up in Japan, I feel that people in this world are using their time wisely, but from the grandpa's point of view, they seem to be in quite a hurry. What the grandpa is saying is certainly right. Time is limited for humans. Why, oh, you can't reverse the time that has flown past. No, well, I certainly know a few people who might be able to overturn that law. But, are you saying that because we have a limited amount of time, it's better to use that time for your heart's desires? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with rushing things or being impatient about things. However, if we live our lives pressed for time, we would be stuck in a vicious circle, wouldn't we? Sometimes, it's important to take your mind off things, and look at the grand sceneries of the journey you're traveling on. That's really deep. If that's what you think about such words, then you'll be alright. I don't know if it's because of all the experiences he had accumulated, but his words sound like he had lived much longer than I have. Trying to etch those words in my mind, I thought about making sure that I didn't forget to keep some leeway in my mind. Well, I'm fortunate enough to be blessed with people. There are plenty of people who would admonish me or reach out their hands to me when they find out that I'm in a hurry. And I'm really grateful and happy for that. Well, putting those things aside, I'll be repeating myself, but, young man, you're a good man, huh? Yeah, thank you. What do you think? How about you become my husband? Muko, are you talking about your grandchild? That's right. T/N, Muko means two things. It could mean being your husband, groom, which the king here asked Kaito. The other one is son-in-law, which is what Kaito thought, since someone with the face of a grandpa said that. It feels like he was caught up in his words in the latter half of our conversation, but I'll just obediently take that as a compliment. Well, let's leave that conversation for another time. I was rejected. No, that might be the secret to being popular. Is that how it is? It is what it is. PFFT.fu. Ahahaha. I don't know if it's somehow because of the way he said those words or not, but I feel like the atmosphere around us was amusing, as the grandpa and I looked at each other and laughed. He's a really cheerful and energetic grandpa, and it's as if I was infected by his cheerfulness. As expected, having a conversation with a mood like this wouldn't be difficult. No. Having such conversation is fun instead. Whoa there, this is no good. It's already time. You need to go to work? There are some very annoying people back in my place. They're really working this old man too hard. I'm sure that shows how much they're relying on you. I'd really like to retire already though. Well, let's get going then. Yes, thank you for the meal today. Looking at the grandpa, he lightly scratched his head while standing up. I thanked him for the rice crackers and green tea before standing up as well. Keep yourself healthy. Come visit and talk with me again. Yes, I'll come again. Take care of yourself too, Grandpa. Yeah. Well then, till we meet again. Yes, see you then. With a bright smile on my face, I saw him off as he walked away, carrying his fishing rod, and I took a quick walk along the beach in the early morning sunshine before returning to the inn. Now then, since I told the grandpa that I'm going back to Symphonia Kingdom, this should be the end of what I need to do in the Hydra Kingdom. But that's not the case at all. In fact, this wasn't included in my plans, but this was something decided after I went with the flow. When I left the inn at around noon, I found the person I had an appointment with. Shi-san. Shi-san asked me before for something she can do as an apology, to which I replied that she could buy me a meal, so she's going to treat me to lunch today. She's still wearing her black robe and sailor uniform, and although I knew that this would be the case, she isn't making eye contact with me. I'm sorry, Shi-san. Thank you for waiting. I don't mind. I'm tied up in this dastardly ruse now anyway. No, we're just going out to eat today. Right? Exclamation mark. You're trying to tell me that's not enough, huh? How low can you be? Stop right the tilde. Can someone please remove the negative filters on this person's mind? She's making it sound like I'm the big bad guy here. Let's get this over with. Yes. By the way, what did you plan for us to eat? Can you even find a shop that satisfies me? Is what you're saying, huh? I'll let you have your composure for now, for that thought will soon disappear. We're just going out to eat lunch, right? Why the heck does this conversation sound like we're going to have a duel? This woman's no good. Anything I say is automatically translated to a negative direction. How haughty and arrogant am I in this person's mind? I'm walking with Shi-san through the city to have lunch with her. But the troubling matter is that the conversation doesn't get lively at all. Of course, this is partly due to Shi-san's negative filter, but more than that, it's probably because I haven't been able to gauge Shi-san's character yet. To be honest, I still don't know what kind of person Shi-san is or what kind of personality she has. In fact, Shi-san's personality is difficult to read. I don't know if she doesn't think of me that well or not, but she's indeed being hostile towards me, is what I thought. But she suddenly gave me those snacks and a roundabout apology. I really can't understand her. Following Shi-san's back as she silently walked a few distance in front of me, I was looking at her back and thought of initiating some kind of conversation, when Shi-san suddenly stopped. Is something the matter? As I tilted my head and asked her, Shi-san didn't answer my words and only slightly turned her face towards a direction. Out of the corner of her eye is the figure of a young girl who is buying a snack that resembles an ice cream from a food cart and has a happy smile on her face. Is something the matter with that young girl? As I was thinking that, the young girl ran past us, Shi-san and I, with a happy expression on her face. At that moment, I saw what looked like a glowing line on the young girl's body flash in an instant. Exclamation mark. As Shi-san. That is. What is that? Before I knew it, Shi-san was holding an ominous-looking scythe in her hands. Looking at Shi-san's current stance, no matter how I look at it, it feels like she has already swung that scythe, and I hurriedly looked at the young girl from earlier, but it doesn't seem like her body was particularly cut or anything like that. Shi-san takes a glance at the flustered me, before she makes her scythe disappear and starts walking as if nothing happened. My scythe can 7 misfortune. You can just think of these misfortunes as things that brought people unhappiness. Does that mean that something like that was about to happen to the young girl earlier? Misfortune is everywhere. These misfortunes can be big or small. Does that mean it's something like how those people banish bad luck? Did she do that to that young girl who was just there? If I just unreasonably sever a great misfortune, it may affect them. However, if it's just a small misfortune, there wouldn't be a problem if I just sever it. Incidentally, what would happen to the young girl earlier if you didn't do anything? I don't know. I can't see fate just like God of Fate-san could. I could just see misfortunes. I wouldn't know what would happen unless I see it happen. But with a misfortune of that size, well, it will probably just be something to the extent that she will trip and drop her snack. It seems that Shi-san can't see fate, but she can see what could be called as omens of misfortune, and she had severed the misfortune that was inside the young girl just now. If she hadn't done so, the young girl would have suffered a small misfortune such as tripping on a pebble. Then, Shi-san helped that young girl. Don't misunderstand. Other than the people they have blessed, the gods don't just help every single person she meets. However, just now, I was just doing my daily swinging exercise, and that brat just happened to be walking through the... That's all there is to it. Yes. That's a really forced excuse she made, but, I see, I guess that's just like Shi-san. I may have misunderstood her. There was some harshness in her speech and conduct, but she's unlike the gods who wouldn't help just about anyone. I could clearly see it now after she gently helped that young girl. She's a kind person at heart. Well, I'll just keep it to myself, because Shi-san would probably get mad at me if I say that out loud. Shi-san brought me to one of the restaurants, and after going inside, we sat down. Since Shi-san is the number 5 of the god realm and the top of the high-ranking gods, I thought that there may be a commotion that would happen with our arrival, but it seems that Shi-san is someone who basically works behind the scenes, and since she doesn't appear that much, her face is hardly known by the public. So, even if she's sitting on a chair in a normal restaurant like this, she doesn't need to cast recognition inhibition magic on herself. Order whatever you want. Yes. While looking at the restaurant, which somehow has an ethnic feel to it, I looked at the menu that Shi-san handed me. Doesn't all of them look spicy? What kind of shop is this? A restaurant specializing in spicy food? It seems that the hot and spicy snack that Shi-san gave me before was really her favorite, so I decided to order the relatively milder one from the menu that was filled with spicy-looking stuff. When the waitress came to take my order, Shi-san and I each ordered a dish. You are free to choose how spicy the food in our restaurant is. So would you like it to be adjusted? 100 times more. Hearing Shi-san's words as she said that so matter-of-factly, both me and the waitress reflexively stiffened. 100 times more. I beg your pardon, ma'am. But we're a restaurant that sells food that is already spicy enough. I'm not saying that it's impossible for us, but, are you really alright with that? There's no problem. 100 times more spicy for me. You understood? Would you also like 100 times more spicy, sir? No, just regular spiciness. When the waitress asks me, clearly shaken by Shi-san's order, I tell her that I'm fine with normal spiciness. 100 times spicier? Are you freaking kidding me? Eating something like that would make my taste buds disappear. And as the waiter bowed her head and left, for some reason, Shi-san looked at me with a surprised expression on her face and muttered, Could it be you're one of those people with a sweet tooth? No, that's not right. Just because I ordered something with regular spiciness in a restaurant that specializes in spicy food, you're asking me if I have a sweet tooth? How terrifying could your criteria be? After we waited for a while, the waitress brought us the delicious-looking dish with normal spiciness that I ordered and a frightening dish that looked like it was boiling red like lava. Red. I couldn't see any other color on it other than red. Can you really eat something like that? With that thought in mind, I looked at Shi-san as she took a bit of her food, and her expression puckered up a bit. I knew that it would be too spicy for Shi-san too. Still a bit sweet. Is her taste buds broken already? Where the heck can you see any sweetness in that dish? That dish is already on a level that makes me feel its spiciness just by looking at it. You unbelievable. As I thought, is Kronos-san really the only sane person among the gods? I feel like I saw something terrifying. With that feeling in my mind, I finished my food and walked out of the restaurant, who had just consumed a dish that I wouldn't even hesitate to call extremely hot. Shi-san, thank you for the food. How can you eat such a sweet dish? Rather than that, isn't it me who should be asking you how you could eat a really spicy dish like that, Shi-san? No, seriously. Anyway, I've fulfilled my promise now. You don't have any complaints with that, right? Yes, thank you very much. Then, let's go back. Yes. Saying that, Shi-san started walking while I started walking towards the inn. However, Shi-san is staying in the royal palace, right? Isn't the royal palace in the opposite direction? Could it be that she was sending me back to the inn? As I was going down the street, thinking about this, Shi-san stopped again and her face turned somewhere. This time, the sea was out in front of her gaze, and she could see a boat in the distance, looking like they were catching fishes. Phew, there's a great misfortune this time, huh? In that ship? What are you going to do? The words Shi-san quietly muttered, great misfortune. Which should mean that the ship could sink or something like that. Thinking about such a possibility, I asked her about it, but Shi-san looked as if she saw nothing in particular and took her gaze off the ship. Nothing. Like I said, gods doesn't help humans in every single thing. But don't impose your good intentions on me. I don't care what you think, but everyone has different values. Don't ask me to do something that you think is right! I'm sorry. Tsk. Listening to Shi-san's words, sounding somewhat annoyed, I bowed my head. Indeed, it may not be right for me to ask Shi-san to save that ship. Thinking about this, my shoulders slumped a bit, but I can't really overlook them now that I know about it. The moment I was thinking of a way I could help them, Shi-san clicked her tongue and took out her scythe. A swing to clear away disasters! After quietly muttering, Shi-san brandished her scythe and a huge jet black slash immediately flew out of her and flew towards the ship. As the slash disappeared as if it was sucked into the ship, Shi-san made her scythe disappear as if nothing had happened. Shi-san, if I were to sever a great misfortune, it may affect them, but well, if I get serious about it, I can adjust to that kind of thing. I owed a debt of gratitude to you for persuading God of Fate Sama before. Just this once, I'll go along with your naive thoughts. Thank you very much. It would be great if everyone can be happy on their own. After announcing that, sounding a bit uninterested, Shi-san started walking again. The moment I heard those words, it's just a hunch, but I somehow feel like Shi-san was going to help that ship without me saying anything else. Shi-san, you're a really kind person, aren't you? Wow. What kind of nonsense are you talking about now? What kind of schemes are you brewing now? No, I'm sorry. I'm not plotting any schemes, I just reflexively spoke what I was thinking. Shut up, idiot. Go die. What I said was meant to be honest words of praise, but Shi-san, probably not used to being praised, shouted with her face bright red, and ran off. How should I say this? Looking at her back as she ran away, the word tsundere just popped into my mind. After being abruptly taken towards the Hydra Kingdom and staying there for nearly 5 days and 4 nights, we finally returned to the familiar mansion. Fate-san, Shi-san and Heart-san had to report to the God Realm, or more specifically, to Kronos-san, and that's why we parted ways at the Hydra Kingdom. Fate-san insisted on taking me back to the mansion, but no matter how I look at it, she was just trying to escape because she had to report to Kronos-san, so I refused her and returned with teleportation magic. After returning to the mansion, the first thing I did was to go to the office to report to Lilia-san and greet her, and when I entered the room, there were Lilia-san, Lunamaria-san and Sayaka-san. The usual trio. Welcome back, Kaito-san. How was your visit to the Hydra Kingdom? Yes, I had lots of fun there. Here, I brought some souvenirs. It seemed that Heart-san had contacted them, so Lilia-san knew that I wasn't caught up in something important, and she greeted me with a gentle smile on her face. As we lightly exchanged chit-chat while I was handing over the souvenirs I had brought, Lilia-san's expression turned serious after a moment, and with a grave tone, she spoke. So, you also encountered King Hydra, right? No, I didn't though. Why is she assuming that I've encountered the king of another country? No, as expected, after all the things that had happened, I guess I can't complain. However, now that she mentioned it, I think that I really didn't meet the king on this trip. I've met Shi-san, a remarkable person of the God Realm, but not the Hydra King, someone who's not a VIP human like the Hydra King. Could it be that Grandpa is actually the king? Lilia-san, is His Majesty, the king of Hydra Kingdom, an elderly man? No, she's a petite woman of the mermaid race. But then, mermaids are long-lived species, so her actual age is quite a bit older than her appearance. So, I guess I really didn't meet her then. Apparently, the king of Hydra Kingdom is a girl of the mermaid race. For once, I really don't have a clue. Really? Yes, I certainly saw some mermaids often in the city. But I didn't talk with any of them, and I don't think I've met any of them who feels like a king. When I honestly told her that I had no idea about it, Lilia-san's eyes opened wide and she stiffened for some reason. Then, she turned to me, looking as if she was thinking about something, then slowly moved her gaze to the side. Luna. Yes. His pulse rate is normal. Sayaka. He doesn't have any fever. Hey. Along with Lilia-san's words, Lunamaria-san checks my pulse and Sayaka-san puts her hand on my forehead to check if I don't have any fever. After hearing their words, Lilia-san turned pale, and looking as if she was shuddering, she muttered, No way, for that Kaito-san to not get to know anyone powerful when he walked out on his own. That's not possible. My lady, I agree with you. I think it would be better if we commissioned the royal physician and have a look at him. Both of you, please calm down. Even if he didn't encounter powerful people there, you may just be exaggerating it. It may just be that Kaito-san was fatigued after being suddenly sent to an unfamiliar place, and it might be best for us to let him get some rest first before seeing how things go. What the heck is with this situation? Why the heck are they acting like it's an anomaly that I haven't met King Hydra? Strange. No matter how I think about it, this is strange. I'd like to spend an hour questioning what kind of person I am within Lilia-san and the others' minds. Kaito-san, how about you take some rest today? You may have been gathering quite the fatigue. I will also have something nourishing brought to your room so you can rest. No, wait, Lilia-san. It's not like I'm feeling unwell. So, please don't look so seriously worried about me. However, apparently, in Lilia-san and the others' minds, the fact that I didn't meet King Hydra means that I'm feeling unwell, especially Lilia-san, who was nervously speaking to me with a worried expression on her face. Moreover, they aren't being sarcastic or were just doing this to tease me. They're seriously worried that I'm feeling unwell. If they're like this, I can't complain about their strangeness. What should I do? Is there something that could derail their thoughts? Wait, that's right. Lilia-san. I haven't met King Hydra. But I met a high-ranking god of disasters Sama, you know? No, like I said, I became acquaintances with God of disasters Sama. Yes, I certainly didn't meet King Hydra this time, but I did get to know Shi-san, the number 5 of the God realm. If I were asked if we get along well, I think that would be quite complicated. But we certainly became acquaintances. When I told that to Lilia-san, she was silent for a while and then let out a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. Thank goodness. It seems that Kaito-san is the same as usual. Yes, he certainly is, Mama-sama. I thought that we were talking with a fake in disguise. Oi, stop right there, you useless maid. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that Kaito-san seems to be doing well. Also, Luna, you're being rude to Kaito-san, you know? Thank you for that, Sayag-san. The only person on my side is Sayag-san. Sayag-san really has been the only one who has been consistently concerned about my health all along. And being around the tremendously different atmosphere around her feels refreshing. Well, seriously, I'm glad that Mama-sama is as usual. This Luna Maria is truly happy for you. I thought you had some sort of disease. Oops, in a way, you can say that the usual you was the one with the disease, right, my lady? No, I wouldn't go that far. Good gracious, as expected of Mama-sama. Demons, gods, humans, the ability to seduce all kinds of beings without betraying everyone's expectations is quite marvelous. You're unlike a normal popular guy. I wonder where you'll get the next one. I guess it's about time you snag someone from another world. This SHT maid. She has a happy expression on her face, as if she's a fish in the waters. Would it be alright if I punch her at least once? Well, even if I tried punching her, she would probably just evade it. Glaring at Luna Maria-san, who had a mocking smile on her face, I was about to complain, but before I could do that, a sharp fist slammed towards Luna Maria-san's stomach. Cut that out, Luna. I won't allow you to tease Kaito-san any further. Sayag-san. Quickly hammering down the devil towards the ground. Sayag-san is definitely an angel. She's making me feel in love all over again. No, it's not like I'm teasing Mama-sama. I'm just being a little mischievous. No, that's a lie. My apologies. I apologized. I have already apologized, so please stop holding your sword. Lili, can I borrow Luna for a bit? I'm just going to scold her for a bit. Yes, you don't have to scold her for a bit. Please thoroughly scold her. My lady. Seeing Luna Maria-san, who still hasn't learned her lesson and was about to mess around again, Sayag-san seriously got angry at her. And after asking Lilia-san's permission, she grabbed Luna Maria-san by the scruff of her neck and dragged her away. I wonder why. I felt like Luna Maria-san looked like a cattle that was about to be sent to the butcher for a moment. Well, Luna Maria-san had it coming. Kaito-san, I'm sorry. I also lost my composure. No, I certainly did put you in lots of worries before. But I agree with Sayag. Most of all, I'm glad to see Kaito-san come back healthy and safe. Once again, welcome home, Kaito-san. Yes, I'm home. After apologizing for what she just said, with a kind smile on her face, Lilia-san said she was happy to see me return. Her smile is really warm and inexplicably reassuring me, and seeing that smile, I somehow felt comfortable around her. Dear Mom, Dad, there was quite the commotion when I returned, but I still think it's nice to be back here. When Lilia-san told me welcome home with a gentle smile, it felt really natural to me, that I was able to say I'm home. The 18th day of the light month, on a warm, sunny afternoon, I was in the garden behind Lilia-san's mansion. This garden, which is somewhat too large to be called a rear garden, is also the place where Lilia-san's mansion's guard force conducts their training. Siki is like that now, huh? It's not like I'm doubting Kaito-senpai, but I just can't imagine him being like that. Well, putting aside if Mitsunaga-kun has changed, I'm just glad that he's doing well. Thank you for telling us, Kaito-san. When I told Hina-chan and Aoi-chan about Mitsunaga-kun, who I've met in the Hydra Kingdom again, Hina-chan seemed to be doubting the change in Mitsunaga-kun, while Aoi-chan was honestly happy to see him safe. Well, Hina-chan was Mitsunaga-kun's cousin sister, and since she knows Mitsunaga-kun's well, she may be surprised by his change. As I think about this, I look at the two of them while drinking green tea. Hina-chan, dressed in trousers that look easy to move, the same as she usually wears when she's going for a run, and Aoi-chan, wearing a simple one-piece dress and a brown jacket. They seem to be doing their prepared exercises in their own ways, while I was sitting on the side, watching the two of them. All right, all set and ready. Aoi-senpai. I'm also ready. Well then, best regards. Yes. Kaito-san, please give us a signal. It looks like they're ready to go, as Hina-chan and Aoi-chan stood around the center facing each other, keeping a reasonable distance. Then, Aoi-chan asked me for a signal, and slightly raising one hand, I waved it down with my call. Well then, start. With my signal, Aoi-chan quickly crouches down on the spot and places her hand on the ground to summon a magic circle. Clay golem. Thereupon, the magic circle lets out a bright glow, and a large amount of dirt and the mud flooded towards the magic circle, gathering together and forming into a humanoid, mud giant of about 5 meters tall. When Hina-chan saw it, she lightly pulled her foot back and tightly clenched her fist. Fuwa, let's get serious now. At the same time as those words, Hina-chan powerfully kicks off the ground and heads straight for the golem at a terrific speed. Hina-chan's speed was moving at a speed that makes me feel as if she's moving through a fast-forwarded video, but the golem immediately responded to her movements, raising one arm to intercept Hina-chan. It's a strike from a huge arm that could easily crush a human, but Hina-chan easily skips away, leaps onto the arm that had just been swung down on the ground and runs up to its shoulder. Awesome. Then, running up the golem's shoulder in an instant, Hina-chan twisted her body and with fluid motions, stomped the golem's shoulder with a drop kick. It feels like that drop kick holds great power, as a loud sound is heard and a large crack is made on the golem's shoulder. Hard. Fufafu, my golem won't shatter so easily this time. Its reaction time had also increased. How much magic power did you put into it? Unable to shatter the golem with a single blow, Hina-chan looked troubled and took her distance, avoiding the golem's hand that was about to swoop on its shoulder. Even so, the two of them were awesome. Hina-chan is already able to move completely beyond human means, and I knew that Aoi-chan is learning how to cast genuine magic, but for her to make a golem that big, I feel like I was left behind. As I was thinking about this, I watched the battle unfold. The reason why the two of them are fighting now is because Aoi-chan asked Hina-chan to help her test her new golem, which is something that is a rather common sight these days. Incidentally, the last golem was about 3 meters tall and was crushed by Hina-chan with just one kick. I don't know if Aoi-chan is being quite competitive or not, but the golem she summoned now is greatly strengthened compared to the last one, and even Hina-chan, who boasts of her overwhelming physical abilities, was unable to easily defeat it. Well, how should I say this? The two of them got really strong. After a while, it seems that the match has been settled. Hina-chan slumped down on the ground, while Aoi-chan clenched her fist and made a guts pose. I lost. Having a regeneration ability is unfair. Awesome. No, thank you. Hina-chan. This time, Aoi-chan's strategy seems to have clutched victory. As the golem that emphasizes endurance, adding a regenerating ability to that, the golem was able to withstand Hina-chan's onslaught of attacks. Well, in a real battle, Hina-chan would just end the match by targeting Aoi-chan herself with her fast movements. But since the target of this match is to test out the capabilities of the golem, Aoi-chan would certainly be the winner. The two of you did great. Well Tilda, even so, both of you have become really strong. I don't think I'd be a match for either of you. Thank you. However, it can't be helped since Kaito-san's basic combat power is lower than ours. You're also a different type of fighter. A different type. As I was saying congratulatory words to the two of them, Aoi-chan reacted to my words and said that I'm a different type. When I tilted my head, not knowing what she was talking about, Aoi-chan continued while pointing at Hina-chan. If we were to compare it to an RPG, Hina-chan is a warrior while I'm a wizard. Being a warrior doesn't sound very cute, so I feel like I'm losing out to Aoi-senpai as a girl, but I can certainly agree with how she described it. Phew. Then, what about me? A monster tamer. I see. Kai-ue? They answered my question in unison, looking at Lin who was laying on my lap and Belle who I was leaning my body against. I was easily convinced why. It's true that if I were to be likened to a monster tamer, I think it can't be helped if my body's fighting capabilities are low. Well, that's actually the reason why I was also called to this place. Anyway, Kaito-san, I've finally defeated Hina-chan. At last. It's now Belle-chan's turn. Are you really sure you want to do this? Please. I just want to see if my golem will work against the monsters of this world. Well, if you're going to go that far, Belle. Yes, the reason I'm being called to this place today is because Aoi-chan wanted to let her golem fight Belle as well. As for me, I was just worried about Belle's fur getting dirty. But if she's going this far, I guess it can't be helped. I'll just bathe her again after they're done. Belle's fur is one of my pride and joy. I bathe her often and never miss a day of brushing her, so her fur is shiny and fluffy. Thanks to that, her fur feels as comfortable to touch as those high-class futons, so I often lean against Belle for a nap. When I called out to her, Belle got up and slowly walked to the center of the garden, with an expression that seemed to say it can't be helped. Belle, using your breath is forbidden, okay? And so, Aoi-chan, who wanted to confront Belle, also jogged towards the center and made a huge golem appear just like the one before. At first glance, the golem looks bigger than Belle. It really consumes quite a considerable amount of magic power, but Aoi-chan has the most magic power among the three of us, so she can manage to make a golem of this caliber at least twice. Well then, Aoi-senpai, Belle-chan, ready to start. Gao. Hina-chan energetically started the match. And it ended in an instant. It really just ended in an instant. As if she just found this battle troublesome, Belle waved her paw and the golem shattered by that one strike. As expected of a legendary magical beast, she's on a completely different level. Just one strike. Belle-chan is really strong. Without seeming to be bothered by Aoi-chan's slumped shoulders, Belle came back to me and slightly bowed her head, as if she's asking me to praise her. Thank you, Belle. Good girl. You did really great. Belle lets out a pleased purr as I pet her before she moves behind me again, returning back to the prone position she had before. Aoi-chan too, you did great. As expected, I still couldn't beat Belle-chan yet. I still need some improvements. I guess so. What does this mean? Does that mean that Kaito-senpai is the strongest? It's not me you should be naming there, it's Belle who's stronger. More importantly, Belle, your right forepaw got dirty. You know? Show me that, I'm going to wipe it off, so hold out your paw. For now, the most important thing at the moment is Belle's paw, which got dirty after smacking the clay golem earlier. Dirt stains are troublesome to remove when they get dry, so I took out a large cloth from my magic box and wiped his paw. Even so, I'm really tired. I also agree. I've almost used up my magic power. Well, let's go take a break then. There's still some tea that Lunamaria-san brought. I called out to Hina-chan and Aoi-chan, who looked like they were tired, while wiping Belle's feet, when Lin suddenly moved in front of me, flapping her wings around. You want me to leave this to you? So, Praise me later, Dr. Oi-senpai. It looks like Kaito-senpai has finally begun to understand the language of monsters almost completely. It seems like he's completely become a monster tamer. I thought I heard some people saying rude things about me, but anyway, Lin seemed to have something in her mind now, and she confidently told me to leave it to her. In the first place, I didn't really understand what she was asking me to leave to her, but I nodded anyway, and then Lin turned to Aoi-chan and Hina-chan and took a deep breath. Kayak tilde QUU tilde. Wow, what is this? These glittery stuff? Thereupon, Lin released a glittering breath burst forth like flowing wind, enveloping the both of them. I somehow feel like my tiredness is disappearing. I also feel like my magic power is recovering bit by bit. Could this be something much like a recovery breath? Recovery breath? Could Lin, or rather, white dragons release a breath like that? Oh, that's awesome, and it's something that would be really helpful. As I was admiring Lin's unexpected ability, I heard something fall behind me, and when I turned around, Lilius and Trio were there, with their eyes and mouths wide open in astonishment. Wow, what did she just? I've never heard of a recovery breath before. But, is Lin perhaps a special individual? That's not it. The special individuals of white dragons have different wing shapes. Lin is definitely a normal white dragon. As expected of my lady. You really know a lot about dragons. What the heck does this mean? Somehow, I don't know if I should say that I'm smelling the scent of trouble or not, but I feel like something ridiculous is happening. Quicker than my brain can catch up with the fact that Lin has an ability that is inherently impossible for her to acquire, Lilius-san and the others began discussing it, with serious expression on their faces. Incidentally, the Oi-chan and Hina-chan were very quick to tell me that they had something they needed to do and went somewhere. Skillfully retreating like flowing water, the two of them just raised their hands. Come to think of it, isn't Lin's magic power pretty big too? Yes, Lin-chan is in her magic power growth period. But even if she weren't, I think that this amount of magic power is too big. Mama-sama, did you feed her anything strange? Did I feed her anything strange? What should I do? There's something that popped out of my mind. Kaito-san? Hearing the voice that reflexively leaked out of my mouth, Lilius-san questioningly looked back at me. No, this is just a guess. But could it be that you thought of something? Kaito-san? I did think of something. The smile on Lilius-san looks like she's about to burst. She's smiling now, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes at all, and looking closely, I could see her veins popping out of her forehead. Her whole body was filled with an aura that seemed to scream, "You did something again?" Which looked outrageously frightening. So, what did you feed her? When I honestly admitted that I did so, with that smile still on her face, Lilius-san approached me and put a hand on my shoulder. Perhaps this means that she wouldn't get angry if I honestly told her. Let's believe that's the case. I kinda feel like I've been hearing a cracking sound from my shoulder for a while now, and my shoulder hurts like hell. I guess that's just my imagination, right? Feeling a chilling sensation ran through my innards, I timidly speak out the thing that I think was the cause of Lin's abilities. Fruit of the world tree. When Lilius-san heard my words, her knees lost strength and she immediately collapsed. My lady, please pull yourself together. Fruit of the world tree? Yes, as a matter of fact, when I was working on the music boxes, I was eating the fruits of the world tree while I was working, and Lin happened to see while I was eating one, and she kept asking me to feed her a fruit of the world tree. I kept refusing her in the beginning, because there are lots of other foods that she can eat stocked. But Lin is just too cute. Or rather, she was being persistent about it, so I had no choice but to feed her. Thereupon, she seems to like it a lot, as she started to beg me for it, and when she helps out, like the times when I'm bathing Belle, she would ask me to feed her that as a reward. Sayaka-san, that really was the cause, right? I think it's very possible. Monsters have two separate growth periods, one for their bodies and another for their magic power. Lin-chan is currently in her magic power growth period. There's a common belief that if you give a monster food with magic power during its magic power growth period, its magic power will increase. The fruit of the world tree is like a powerful mass of healing magic power, so I believe that its magic power mixed with Lin Chan's magic power during her growth phase, making her change. No, I think it would be better to describe it as evolved. It was even more outrageous than I thought. For me. It was just supposed to be a reward for my cute Lin. I never thought that her magic power would be affected by it and change her at all. As I was stunned by Sayag-san's explanation, Lilia-san slowly stood up. Rather than that. What the heck did you think you're giving her? Seriously, you, Guy L. Lilia-san. It hurts. Why are you feeding your pet the fruit of the world tree, which is so hard to even get one of, as if it was just a snack? I'm sorry. Grabbing my collar, Lilia-san strongly rocks me back and forth, and as I felt my mind getting shook, I tried squeezing out an apology. Lilia-san started yelling at me for a while, before she let go of her grip and lets out a loud sigh. Geez, you really are out of the norm. I am sorry I did it again. I'll ask just in case. But there's no way that you went to visit World King Sama to ask her for fruits of the world, just to feed your pet. Right. I'm sorry. You did. I bow my head again to Lilia-san, who astoundedly looked at me, while her shoulders slumped down. Yes, Lilia-san is right. Actually, just a few days ago, I visited Lilywood-san and explained that Lin liked the fruit of the world tree, and tried to negotiate with her to see if she could share some with me. Apparently, the effectiveness of the fruits of the world tree doesn't lose over time, and Lilywood-san, who has restricted their distribution for many years, has enough fruits of the world tree that it was difficult for them to dispose of them, so she asked me to take as many as I wanted. I was only warned not to give them to others, so I got a lot. Is that so? Lilia-san looks as if her eyes were staring in the distance already, as if she'd given up on everything, while I was just earnestly apologizing to her. That's when Sayag-san, who had a wry smile on her face, helped me out. Lily, please forgive him for that already. It's not like Kaito-san had any ill intentions either. Sayag, you're spoiling Kaito-san too much. Well, I had been watching Kaito-san take care of Bell-chan and Lin-chan on a regular basis, so I knew that Kaito-san really cares about his pets. He's fine with feeding Lin-chan the fruits of the world tree because she's so important to him. That is, well, that may be true, but as I thought, Sayag-san is an angel. No, she's the Messiah. I was relieved to hear Sayag-san as she calmly makes a follow-up for me, to which Lilia-san had an expression that seems to say that it can't be helped. I was feeling relieved inside, but it was shattered by a single word Lunamaria-san muttered. I wouldn't be surprised if Kaito-sama had given something to Bell-sama now. Kaito-san, why did you look away just now? No, stop that, Lunamaria-san. If you make Utsukami at that time, I would feel troubled. Or rather, I'm going to get scolded again. However, it's already too late to think about such matters, as Lilia-san was looking at me with that frightening smile on her face again, and I felt a large amount of sweat running down my back. Kaito-san, please answer me honestly. What did you give to Bell? Bell told me she wanted to get stronger, so I consulted with Magnoel-san, and he told me to grind his scales into powder and mix it with her food. That's what I fed her. Please sit over there for a moment. Yes. Hearing the words I timidly said, I could clearly see Lilia-san's veins pop out of her forehead just now, and with a tone of voice that seemed to say that she won't let me talk back at all, I obeyed and sat down in a seiza. What the heck are you doing? Are you trying to raise the most powerful monster that you can? Moreover, Dragon King Sama's scales? How out of the norm can you be for you to feel comfortable using that in your pet's food? Even though I wanted some of Dragon King Sama's scales too. And you're just feeding her those. How much stronger do you want Belle to become? My lady, your desires are kinda leaking out. Lilia-san loves dragons. I showed Lilia-san the Dragon King's scales that I got before and she fainted in surprise. But she wanted some of them. She should have just told me. Magnoel-san would always give me some when I visit him, saying that it's my allowance, so I had lots of them. Lilia-san, I could give you some Dragon King's scales. I'll also give you some fangs. Well, I'm sure Kaito-san didn't mean any harm, and I don't really intend to scold you that harshly. My lady, why the heck did you let yourself get instantly caught? Lilia-san looked really frightening when she was wholeheartedly scolding me, but her reaction when I said that was so obvious that even I, The one who proposed that, was bewildered. She really wanted them that much, huh? Well, Kaito-san, it's fine to adore your pets, and I won't prohibit you from feeding them with your own belongings, but please report such things to me from now on. I'm having a hard time consuming enough stomach pills for all the troubles I'm facing now. I feel like I've already taken enough for a lifetime. Why yes, I'm really sorry. Hearing Lilia-san's very fervent, heartfelt outburst, I put my hands on the ground and deeply apologized. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 19th day of the light month. After recalling about it back in the Hydra Kingdom, I would have my date with Alice tomorrow, which has to be done as soon as possible. It feels ticklish, calling it a date even though she's almost always by my side as my guard, but the main event of this date will be the luxurious lunch and dinner with her. Since we're supposed to have something luxurious, I guess we can't just go eat yakiniku like usual, huh? However, I'm just a commoner who knows that French cuisines equals high-class food, so even if she says that she wants to eat something luxurious, I couldn't think of any restaurants. So, after returning to Symphonia Kingdom, I gave myself a few days to ask Lilia-san and the others about a possible restaurant I could go to, and because of that, I was able to safely find a spot for tomorrow, so I'm going out today for another errand. I guess that's about right. Thank you, Mama-kun. It's already finished? Hearing Dr. Veer's words, telling me that she finished drawing some of my blood, I rearranged my rolled-up sleeves. I'm currently in Dr. Veer's clinic to donate blood just as I promised to help treat Noir-san's anemia. According to Dr. Veer, she said that she would only need to draw blood about once a month, on a day that was convenient for me, so I went to her clinic today when I didn't have any plans. Incidentally, fresh blood seems to be better, so when I send a hummingbird to let Dr. Veer knew of my arrival, Dr. Veer would also let Noir-san know. Then, Dr. Veer put the blood she took from me into a container with another set of blood in it, and started mixing it. Why you mixed it up with other blood, huh? I don't want it to turn just like last time. I'll mix it up and dilute it a bit. No way. I'd like to have a taste of Mama-san as he is, but Noir-san, can't you just think of a better way of saying it? Noir-san protested when she saw that my blood is being diluted, but her expression, or rather, her tone of voice was being strangely erotic. Although she is small in stature, I don't know if it's because she's a widow or not, but her flirtatious glances as her cheeks were blushing red looks very erotic and strangely makes my heart pounding. Moreover, she's kind of more exposed than when we met before. I don't know why she's wearing a skirt with a slit on the side, but as a healthy young man, I'm feeling really troubled on where to turn my eyes. Anyway, Noir-san and Mama-kun's blood are too compatible with each other. So no. Is being too compatible really no good? I'm somehow feeling unsettled, so, in order to turn away this mood, I asked Dr. Veer about what she had just said. Why is it that having too much compatibility is no good? They did say that taking too much medication over what's prescribed for you is bad for your body, so I wonder if it's something like that. Well, you see, I held no other thoughts when I asked that question, but for some reason, Dr. Veer had a troubled look on her face and her gaze was swimming about. And after a few moments, she lets out a sigh before speaking. For vampires, the act of blood-sucking is connected to sexual arousal. Noir-san is just a half-vampire, so she wouldn't be like that unless she sucks the blood of someone she's compatible with. And Mama-kun's blood is too compatible with her, so. I see. I understood what Dr. Veer was saying. I also understood why she was having a hard time saying it. In short, if she really takes it to the extreme, my blood is like an aphrodisiac to Noir-san, and if she drinks my blood undiluted, she'll lose herself again just like last time. Or rather, isn't that something Noir-san is aware of? So that's why she was looking at me so amorously? Instead of turning away from this mood, I feel awkward because I'm being extraordinarily aware of it, and I can't help but take some glances towards Noir-san as she drank the blood from a cup. Sometimes, when our eyes meet, Noir-san would gently smile at me, which strangely makes me feel embarrassed and look away. Mama-san's stuff really is tasty. However, as expected, I like it deeper and wetter. The taste of only Mama-san. Why the heck does each of her words always sound misleading? Is it on purpose? Is she doing that on purpose? That's right. Mama-kun. Here, you can have this. It's not much, but it's your remuneration. No, it's fine if there's no pay for it. Saying it was remuneration, Dr. Fear brought out a small bag that probably contained money, so I reflexively refused. No, you're helping me with the treatment after all, so this is something that should be properly dealt with. No, I'm just helping out Fanwa-san, someone I'm acquainted with. So, if I accept money, it would feel like I'm doing it for that. I can understand your feelings. However, that doesn't make me feel any better either. No, it's fine. Besides, in the world where I was in, donating blood was an act of goodwill, so it was basically done with no compensation. Bringing up the custom of another world here is unfair. Unfair? What exactly is unfair is that? Anyway, Dr. Veer somehow seems to want to give me the money, so I clung on any way I could to refuse her. Anyway, take it, Mama-kun. No, I'm going to have to decline here. That's right. I've given Mama-kun some trouble before, and I haven't been able to apologize for that yet. I've already received your apology at that time, and since it was Luna Maria-san's fault, Dr. Veer doesn't have to feel responsible for it. Rather, I had a good rest at that time, so I'm grateful for it. But, look, Mama-kun is young and would need money, right? I don't have any expensive hobbies, so I'm really fine. Why, you're quite the stubborn one. I think it's Dr. Veer who's stubborn here, as the both of us won't yield. As a result, the both of us continued to fight each other for quite a while. In the end, we just agreed on having Dr. Veer share some of her delicious herbal tea as thanks. As the two of us were having that fight that can't exactly be called a quarrel, Fanwa-san only looked at us with a smile on her face. You have quite the similarities, don't you? The 20th day of the light month. The day of my long-awaited date with Alice. No, I really was looking forward to it. You may be thinking that I shouldn't say that since I originally forgot about this date, but I'd like it if you pretend that it didn't happen. Now then, let's depart. The luxurious all-you-can-eat lunch and dinner is waiting for me. Oi, why the heck are you shamelessly trying to smoothly add that all-you-can-eat option? So, Kaito-san, what kind of restaurant are we going to today? King woman, skillfully ignoring me, as expected of the phantasmal king. Her evasion skills isn't something half-hearted. I really want to punch her. Incidentally, Alice seems to prioritize her appetite over her attire for our date, as she's still dressed like usual, with her opera mask on her face. She looks as suspicious as ever. We would most probably be turned away if the restaurant we're going to has a dress code, but if that happens, I'm sure that she'll probably just do something that would make the staff let us in. I've been thinking about a few restaurants that we could go to, but Alice, do you like fish or meat better? That's obviously meat. Thanks for the passionate and immediate answer. By the way, did you drop your femininity somewhere? Should we look for it first? That kind of thing doesn't make me full. I see, those words carry a different weight when it comes from someone who usually suffers from hunger. Well, in the first place, that hunger was completely her fault. Speaking of which, when I was looking for a place to eat, I found out that fish is a pretty expensive commodity here. That's because the royal capital isn't facing the sea. Even if teleportation magic exists, only a limited number of merchant associations have high-performance magic tools that can move cartloads of merchandise. There's some people who use flying dragon services, but most of the ingredients are still being imported by land. It's just a strategic point for business, but as a merchant association that can import fresh fish with teleportation magic, they would want to make money by taking advantage of having such a means of transporting their goods. As a result, fish are more expensive here than in the Hydra Kingdom. When I was checking out the shops here in Symphonia Kingdom, I found out that fishes were a bit more expensive here. When I first came to this world, I thought that the prices of stuff I bought here in the Hydra Kingdom was the average cost, but in the Hydra Kingdom, fish is much cheaper than in the Symphonia Kingdom, while fruits are much more expensive. It's a bit interesting how each country has their own characteristics. Well, there are some ingredients that are expensive regardless of which country it is though. For example, dragon meat. If I remember correctly, you said that they don't appear in the market that often, right? Yes, because dragons are considered as a powerful enemy for generally all humans. Yes, it's easy for me to forget since there are many people around me who can easily take down a dragon, but dragons are powerful monsters, so their meat would obviously be precious and expensive. Well, unfortunately, the restaurant we're going to today doesn't serve dragon meat, but rather the meat of a bird called emerald bird. Emerald bird, huh? That's quite the high-quality meat we're having. Well, Tilda, I'm looking forward to it. I'm also free to get trifles. Thank you. Fudge, cut that out. As I dropped my fist on Alice's head, who tried to keep adding the all-you-can-eat option at every opportunity that she could, I chuckled at her usual goofiness. As I thought, for some reason, being with Alice is fun and carefree. Could that be why? The reason why I feel like today's date is going to be fun. Right as I was walking forward with that thought in mind, in the next moment, the landscape dramatically changed. It was clearly an unusual situation. Everything around us instantly and abruptly changed, as if the channel on the TV had been switched. We suddenly found ourselves in a pure white space where one couldn't find its end. Whether it's the ground or the sky, everything was white, and floating in the air were gears of various sizes, clearly signifying we're in a different place. The time has come! I was stunned by the unusual scene around me, when I heard the voice that sounded like a machine, and instantly felt a chill run down my back. Immediately afterward, a presence suddenly appeared out of the corner of my eye. It was a frighteningly beautiful being with 10 pairs of white wings on its back, with a divine ring behind them, dressed in white clothing that I remembered seeing in Greek mythology books, flowing diagonally from her shoulders. Short blonde hair that even seems to glow and eyes that held the color of rainbow. No, would it be better to describe it as being richly colored? Anyway, her eyes seem like they hold a combination of many colors. Would it be appropriate to describe her like those angels depicted in the Bible? It was hard to tell at a glance whether this being was a man or a woman, but the being in front of me looks so beautiful that I can't take my eyes off her. But at the same time, I can't help but feel like this being was eerie. She should have been right in front of me, but it didn't seem as if she were real. Just by holding her within my field of vision, I could feel her overwhelming presence and tremendous power. But somehow, I feel as if I'm looking at an existence not of this place, but of a distant world. If I were to use a metaphor, yes, it's as if my instincts have understood that the being in front of me is of another plane of existence. Kaito-san, please step back! Just as I was feeling overwhelmed by her appearance in front of me, Alice moved her body in front of me, screaming in a tense voice that I've never heard before. However, this unknown something in front of us is more than Alice could handle. Hindrance, danger. Alice? Just one word. The moment that being said that one word, Alice's body was engulfed in light and disappeared. What the heck is this being? Why the heck is this happening? I felt as if my heart was frozen to the core and I screamed, forgetting the pressure I should have felt earlier. What did you do to Alice? Rage. Yes, it's a searing feeling of rage. I know that the entity in front of me is so powerful that she won't even pay attention to me even if I try hurting her. I shouted, but in the end, my existence may be erased without a trace. Still, I couldn't help but shout. Hearing my shout, the mysterious being, after her eyebrows slightly moved, tells me in a matter-of-factly tone, "There's nothing to worry about." She was a hindrance to my purpose, so I only had her leave this space. I didn't harm her in any way. I just teleported her to a different place, about 10,000 kilometers away from here! I understood that Alice was safe and that she had just been forcibly teleported out of this space. However, I can't help but feel relieved, and at the same time, astonished. Needless to say, Alice is one of the most powerful beings in this world. The fact that this being has the power to unilaterally expel such an Alice, even though Alice may not have expected it, and the fact that this being has the power to say that as if it was nothing, I don't understand. The mysterious being, who was silent in front of the astonished me for a moment, for some reason, shook her head, then began saying something incomprehensible. Looking at you like this, I can't feel anything special about you. I can only see you as a normal human that can be seen anywhere. The ability I sense from you is mediocre, your magic power is below average, and your appearance isn't particularly outstanding. I just couldn't understand why she's so fixated on you. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why am I being insulted by an unknown being that just appeared out of nowhere? Let me take a little more closely. as the mysterious being nonchalantly announced, reaching out one hand towards me, trying to touch my body. For some reason, she stopped midway through and removed her gaze from me. How surprising! Even if she could return to her original location in a short time, I thought she doesn't have enough power to invade this space. I guess I misjudged her ability. Immediately after the being muttered those words that should mean that she had misjudged someone's ability while staring not at me but somewhere else, in the direction the being was staring in. A large crack appeared in the space, and from that crack Alice emerged. Alice, my heart, spin, become my armor, dash my heart, spin, turn into my blade, dash my heart, spin, sprout my wings, dash! Exclamation mark. The words that came out of Alice's mouth as she returned, came out of her mouth with such clarity and power that they seemed to echo throughout the entire space. And with those words, Alice puts her hand on the mask on her face, removes it and throws it away, and stares at the angel with eyes that are filled with tremendous rage. Blade of my heart, burst forth. Weave my bonds, dash! Exclamation mark. With those words that seemed to give out a command, at that moment, this strange space was filled with numerous lights. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a torrent of stars repeatedly glittering. The light circulated around Alice, just like meteor showers shooting around her, manifesting with an enormous amount of magic power that makes the atmosphere shake. That magic isn't something that exists in this world, a magic that once existed in the world Alice was born and raised in. A magic that turns the strength of the heart into a weapon. That is her trump card. Alice, clad in numerous lights, moved in front of Kaito in an instant and held her blade towards the absolute being who holds reign of this space, the god from another world, Earth God. Alice. It's not that he was conscious of anything, but the atmosphere around her is clearly different. Seeing Alice expose her emotions for the first time and seeing her unusual state, Kaito reflexively called out her name. However, his voice didn't reach Alice as she was right now. That's because her mind was filled with only one thought, that is to protect and defend Kaito. Still not enough. While looking at Alice, who was raging like a storm with her enormous magic power, Earth God didn't show any particular movement, but just quietly stared at Alice. She had the posture of someone waiting for the other, the posture of someone who holds absolute power, a response supported by a definite self-confidence that she would be able to deal with whatever attack Alice makes. That is a fact, and Alice herself was aware of that. Even after Alice uses all her power, Earth God in front of her is still far superior. But then, for her, no, even back then, this wasn't anything unusual for her to do but return to the me of those times. To the time when I was weak. Alice, muttering to herself, Alice lowered her body and prepared her stance. The enemies I had fought against were far more powerful to me. Even so, I want to return to the time when I protected everyone until the end. Exclamation mark. At that moment, Alice unleashed it. Her true self that she has sealed away. Just like a dead person, herself that had only been something of the far, distant past. Immediately afterwards, Alice's magic power, which had been gushing out like a storm, quieted down like an ocean without a single wave, enveloping herself in silence. Alice doesn't look intimidating anymore, and seeing this, for the first time, Earth God turned her gaze to Alice. As she spread out her wings to intercept her opponent, Earth God's body was blown away across the white space. Now this is astonishing. You're more powerful than I had expected. It can't be helped. I'm going to deal with you a little bit. Still muttering that with her matter-of-fact tone, after stopping in midair in movements that defy the law of physics, Earth God's body is enveloped in light, and disappearing from the scene, she teleported to the far reaches of the infinite space, about 100 million years away from where she was originally, in order to keep her promise to Sholo Vernal. Not to harm Kaito, she decided that she needed to be that far away to fight while keeping such a distance away from him. Yes, it really is for that simple reason. From here on out was a battle having a speed that not even light can keep up with. Thereupon, with her pure white wings floating beside her, a few of them emitted light at its tip and dazzling flashes of light about the size of a basketball were released towards Alice, who was about to reach her spot within 1 second. They're just magic bullets, but it's an attack from a god. Normal beings would have been obliterated, unable to even perceive the light at such overwhelming speed. However, Alice, while maintaining her maximum speed, avoided the light bullets with minimal movement and approached Earth God with super speed. That wasn't enough, huh? Well then, let's increase it. Murmuring, her 10 pairs of wings fully spread out, and the same light bullets as before were released tens of thousands of times. It doesn't look as simple as a mere attack, as it looks like a rain of destruction, crashing down at the speed of light. Seeing this, Alice immediately changed her course and evaded them, as if she were slipping between the rain of light. However, even as she tries to evade them, the rain of light still incessantly falls. Earth God suspends herself in mid-air, and just like a turret, she continues releasing light bullets. The size of these light bullets isn't that large, but they're still the attacks of a god who's the pinnacle of her world. Each shot is filled with such power that it can wipe out an entire island, and if even one of them hits her, it would instantly decide the outcome of this battle. She was constantly releasing those light bullets, making it impossible to escape. However, even so, not a single bullet reached Alice at all. As if she could see the path she needed to take, Alice changed her course, but not slowing down at all. She slipped through the rain of light, drawing near Earth God. She brandished her knife. How wonderful! As she held out one arm in front of her like a shield to catch the brandished knife, making a slight cut on her arm, Earth God looked genuinely impressed. Then, when she was about to fire light bullets at Alice again, Alice seemed to have read that and immediately distanced herself from Earth God. Without following Alice as she moved away, Earth God lightly clapped her hands. Your combat skills may as well be called an art form now. As she continued to release a vast number of light bullets, continuing her battle with Alice, the emotion that boiled up in Earth God's heart were unsparing praise. This might be something that had been said already, but Earth God was far superior in terms of basic abilities. Hence, the rain of light just now would have defeated Alice if she had been hit by even one bullet. However, Alice was able to handle all of them and dealt a blow to Earth God. Her combat abilities were even impressive for Earth God. How vast could the number of battles the girl in front of her went through? How many deaths have she overturned for her to exist until now? If the angle at which the light bullets she deflected had been off by even a few millimeters, the bullet would have hit her. If she had made even one mistake in handling the thousands and thousands of light bullets, all of her efforts would have been for naught. If her mind had wandered for even a few tenths of a second, she would be swallowed up by the rain of light. In Earth God's view, there wasn't even a 1% chance that Alice would be able to reach her. However, she didn't commit a single mistake at all and grabbed the miracle all too easily. Yes, the girl in front of her is like the embodiment of a miracle, and her way of fighting is nothing short of amazing. Deflecting attacks that can be deflected and avoid attacks that can be avoided. This feat may be something easy to say, but it was difficult to do and show to someone who has far more basic skills than you do. It's as if her mind has been fully focused on the battle. I would like to see more of this. I want to see more of your capabilities. Shall I change things up a little bit? Exclamation mark. As Earth God announced this, a vast number of feathers began to burst forth into the sky from her 20 wings. At the sight of what could be called a storm of feathers, Alice's gaze wanders for a moment, before it quickly returns to Earth God. Scattering feathers over a wide area, I don't feel strong power from them. Which means, this isn't an offensive ability. That said, there are too few of them to serve as some sort of distraction for a fight of this level. Alice continued to think at a speed that could leave even the overwhelming speed of the battle she's engaged in. Alice is a being who has risen from the weak to the strong. Therefore, she understands more than anyone else how to fight opponents superior to her. She knows that to stop thinking in the face of an opponent who outperforms you in basic ability means death. Her greatest weapon in battle is her vast experience in combat and her thinking ability, both of which she has honed to the utmost limit, and her ability to respond to situations that could even be described as within the realm of precognition. When Earth God held out her hand toward the dancing feathers, Alice had already finished predicting her next attack. Based on the movement of her gaze, the angle of her hand, the flow of magic power, and all the patterns, the most likely scenario is a diffused reflection of a beam strike, originating from those feathers. A flash of light shot out from Earth God's hand, reflecting off the feathers that danced about at a tremendous speed, surging towards Alice from all angles. They were like a web of light, but the attack wasn't able to catch Alice. As if she could read where all the rays would reflect, Alice tried to approach Earth God again, evading all of it with minimal movement. This move also doesn't work, huh? Well then, let's try to increase the numbers. Seeing Alice evade the flashes of light, Earth God created a number of light bullets on her wings, several hundred times as many as before, and released them at Alice. She understood that if Alice could see through even the slightest possibility, she would precisely grab that possibility. Then, what about a strike that opened up no possibility? The difference between 1% and 0% is too big. Earth Gods knew several hundreds of millions of light bullets, unlike the previous ones, aren't aimed at Alice in a straight line, but instead, they are tightly packed around Alice to the point that not even a single insect can pass through, before they began simultaneously converging towards Alice. It's now impossible for her to evade, impossible to defend, and the two knives she held in hand are completely insufficient to deflect these numbers. Now then, what will she do now? And with that thought in mind, as Earth God looked at Alice through the light bullets, one of the many lights Alice was surrounded in was sucked into her body, and Alice's appearance changed. Her hair had become a reddish-purple twintail and her golden eyes glared at the surrounding light bullets. Deviate. Law of causality derivation. That's a domain equivalent to a god's power. Truly interesting. What if there isn't even the slightest possibility that she could take advantage of? In response to Earth God's attack as she asked such a question, Alice responded with the answer of creating the possibility itself. By transforming herself to the god of fate. Watching the approaching light bullets be deflected away as if they were being guided by something, Earth God spread her wings wide. And this time, she won't just make use of quantity, but quality instead, as she unleashes a bombardment that fills the view. Thereupon, another light is sucked into Alice's body, and her appearance changes again. This time, to a woman with green leaves as hair. And soon after, huge trees appeared from the empty space and blocked the incoming bombardment. Amidst the scene filled with huge explosions. This time, Alice appears, holding a huge staff of several meters long, and Alice, who has transformed into a girl with 2 shades of grey and black hair, appeared and held up her staff. Thereupon, Alice's magic power explosively increased and began converging on the tip of her wand. Devour, tyrannical beast, apocalypse! As if to say that it was revenge from her attack earlier, a huge jet black magical bombardment burst towards Earth God. Watching it quietly, Earth God moved one of her hands, and flicked the bombardment to the side. What a mysterious ability! Not only your appearance, your very being in itself seems to have changed into a different person. It doesn't seem like a simple transformation ability. How long can you afford to be that carefree? I don't know which god you are, but this wouldn't be the first time that I will kill a god. Hearing Alice's words, which had returned to her former tone of voice, announced with menacing, piercing eyes, Earth God slightly smiled and clapped her hands. As the sound of dry clapping echoed through the space, Alice dubiously looked at her. What is it? No, I'm just giving you my honest praise. It was indeed a magnificent performance. The fact that you are able to attack and defend in such a way, despite our difference in strength, is proof that you are an excellent fighter. You should be proud of yourself. The god that I am admits. In terms of technicalities in battle, you are definitely superior to me. Although her speed isn't faster than hers, Alice continues to evade her attacks. In the eyes of Earth God, Alice seemed to be one of the most powerful beings in this world. Normally, if one had such overwhelming power, one's fighting style would be crude. But Alice's combat skills were the result of refining her weapons as a weakling to the maximum. The basis of Alice's strength is her ability to perceive and respond to crises so keenly. The speed at which she senses danger approaching to her and attacks that could harm her is frighteningly fast, and she responds by accurately drawing from the vast array of cards she had in hand. It was a power that she must have gained from a vast combat experience. So Earth God assumed that the girl in front of her was accustomed to fighting against opponents far superior to her. But then, one question remains. As mentioned earlier, from Earth God's point of view, Alice is supposed to be one of the most powerful beings in this world. So why is it that she was so accustomed to fighting with more powerful opponents? She has overwhelming experience in dealing with attacks that she has never seen before, angles that she had never seen before, and she knows how to fight against opponents who are more capable than she is. This proves that Alice isn't one that is born strong, but a being who became strong from being weak. It's for this reason that Earth God's heart is overflowing with admiration for her. For her to refine her blade to the point where she could fight her, the Earth God wondered how many times she had bared her fangs in the face of death. She found Alice's fighting style interesting, as even though she had been holding back, she was able to fight her thus far. But she can't waste any more time. Earth God doesn't have any problems even if this fight is prolonged. The girl in front of her will also be able to handle such a prolonged fight without any problem. However, there was some anxiety in the Earth God's heart. She will be fine, so will the girl in front of her. However, what about that human? Humans, unlike beings such as the two of them, can't generate inexhaustible amounts of energy. If this fight goes on for days, months or years, that human will die. No, even if the human doesn't die from getting caught up by their attacks, if that human suffers from hunger, wouldn't that mean that the human is harmed? If that's the case, at that moment, the half-body of that god will intervene, turning the situation for the worst. She wouldn't be able to determine the true value of that human, nor will she be able to fulfill her true purpose. That's why she has decided to end it. But, well, that's all there is to it. Wow. TSK. Immediately after, without any preliminary movements, Earth God moved in front of Alice. Alice neither failed to be alert, nor had she ever relaxed her guard. It was simply that Earth God moved so fast that even Alice could not react. Despite her astonishment, Alice reacted instantly and swung her knife. The knife was blocked by a single wing, but twisting her body, Alice slammed a kick with all her might into Earth God's face. The thunderous roar that echoed with it gave the kick a tremendous sense of power. But Earth God didn't even flinch as she directly received her kick and swung her fist at Alice. Alice also reacted instantly and crossed her two knives to defend herself, but the power of her fist was far beyond Alice's expectations, as she was blown away, shattering a number of gears floating in the sky. Far away in the distance, Earth God instantly moved again in front of the rubble where the huge gears had collapsed, and spun her words in a solemn tone. Unfortunately, there is too much difference in basic abilities between you and me. No matter how good of a functionality your shape had, no matter how beautiful your color is, pebbles will never be able to shatter a planet. That's all there is to it. Alice certainly has great combat skills. With her vast combat experience, she is able to fully utilize her power. No, there's no doubt that she can exert power more than what she should be capable of. But even if that's so, Earth God's power is of a different dimension. Moreover, the difference between them is so despairingly large that a battle between them normally wouldn't be possible. Once again, allow me to commend you. You did splendidly well. As a reward, I will disregard the disrespect you showed to me by pointing your blade at me. Close your eyes and recuperate. When my purpose is complete, I will heal you. After praising Alice for fighting so hard despite the overwhelming odds against her, Earth God turned her back and was about to go back to Kaito for her original purpose. Immediately after that though, the debris of gears behind Earth God blew up like an explosion. There was needless to think about who had done this. However, it's for this reason why Earth God has a dubious expression on her face. How incomprehensible. I certainly may have moderated my strikes. However, I should have struck you with enough force that you could not stand up in a short time. Fufu. Ha ha ha. Alice stood up from the rubble, wiping the blood from her mouth with her hand, and for some reason, she was smiling. It was a smile that was somewhat happy, somewhat self-deprecating, and somewhat nostalgic. Thereupon, a change came over her body. The lights that had been circling around her like meters grew brighter and were absorbed into Alice's body one after another. Since I've lost everyone, I've always felt incomplete, as if I'm using incompatible parts in place of my insufficiency. This is your magic powers rising rapidly. There's an enemy in front of me that I need to defeat, and behind me is an important person that I want to protect. This is it. This is the real me. Finally, I'm finally catching up to my old self. As the radiance that Alice was clad in became stronger, her tremendous magic power pulsates through the space. Alice then turns her eyes, which are filled with even stronger will than before, towards Earth God and loudly exclaimed, I see. It's true that I may not be able to beat you now. However, what does it matter? Such a situation is nothing unusual for me. As Earth God predicted, Alice is a being who has risen from the weak to the strong. Therefore, she has experienced many battles against those who are superior to her. And she has surpassed all them. And is now standing here. Nothing's going to change now. If the me right now can't win, I will just grow in this battle to become a me that can win. This power. As if in response to Alice's will, her Hecatonchi airs shines brighter, and numerous meteors began raining incessantly on Alice's body. Here, at this moment, the farthest my heart had reached, exceed my limits, and now, weave the world. Hecatonchi airs. With a shout, Alice's magic power and her body begin to glow with a shimmering light. Although Alice is supposed to be alone in front of Earth God, Alice's presence feels overwhelming, as if a vast number of warriors are forming an army, and a smile appears on Alice's lips. Iris, Noel, everyone, lend me your strength. I won't let anyone steal Kaito-san. I don't want to be parted with Kaito-san. And I will not be defeated by anyone. Come, let's begin. Let's kill a god for the second time. The light was strong, but it isn't that bright and instead, feels warm. Seemingly admiring such an Alice, Earth God squinted his eyes slightly, but she didn't say anything and resumed the battle. Earth God quickly approaches. She is the absolute one here, and there's no need for her to evade attacks like Alice. As was the case in their previous exchange, she would crush her opponent with their difference in physical ability. With such thoughts in mind, Alice unleashed a sharp kick to the face of Earth God, who approached without raising her guard. It was like a rehash of the previous scene, with Earth God receiving her attack without raising her guard and launching her counter-attack against her. But immediately after that, Earth God's vision slightly shook. No, it veered off. The reason is simple. It was simply because Earth God's face, which had not moved a single bit, moved slightly, but surely after receiving Alice's kick. Alice was slightly surprised, and as if to take advantage of that opening, she slid her palm away from Earth God's fist and used its momentum to deliver a counterpunch. Taking only one step backward from the impact, Earth God spoke with a dubious expression on her face. You're clearly stronger than before. Phew, I see. This is quite interesting. The fact that she's speaking with such a close range shows the big gap between them, but it can also be seen as a sign of Earth God's composure. It's true that Alice's physical and magical abilities have improved, but she's still far from Earth God. Yes, at this point, that is. In the next instant, feathers began scattering from Earth God's wings, and each one transformed into a spear-like form and rushed toward Alice. Alice doesn't even look at the feather spears that come at her from all directions, but looks only at Earth God and swings the knife that appears in her hand. Seemingly not expecting the feather spears, she didn't look surprised as she brushed the incoming knife away with her hand and moved backward in a movement that defies the laws of physics rather than counterattack. It seems that you want to fight me no matter what. If that is the case, let me test you if you are qualified for that. With that declaration, the scenery around them changes in an instant. From an all-white space to a vast outer space, which looks like an incomparably large night sky. This is Space T. No, world creation. In an instant, Earth God created a new world just to attack Alice, and right after Alice involuntarily muttered that, her body was pulled in with tremendous strength. Their destination was the center of that world, where numerous stars were sucked in by the dazzling light of destruction. If you are going to challenge me, at least endure this world collapse strike. The moment Earth God put one hand in front of her and clenched it tightly, the world collapsed with a huge explosion. The world, enveloped in the light of destruction, returns to the original state of being a white space. If it were an ordinary opponent, no, even strong opponents would have died with this one strike. A strike that destroys the world she had created. If Alice can withstand this and return to this space on her own, here's hope! Exclamation mark. A knife, surrounded by a strong light, tears through the space and flies towards her. Unlike the light of destruction that wiped out the world a moment ago, it was a dazzling, shimmering, yet somehow warm light. It was as if that light was the manifestation of the concept hope. The knife struck the left hand Earth God stretched out to guard herself, and obliterated half of Earth God's body and wings. As if she felt no pain, Alice cut through the space and returned before the Earth God, who blankly looked at the erased left part of her body. As the left half of her body, which should have been obliterated, at some point, has been restored. Or rather, created anew, Earth God slowly moved her gaze to Alice. She's so strong. Moreover, no matter how many times I see it, her magic power really is beautiful. I've achieved my main goal, so I could end things here. But I'm starting to have a bit of fun. Speaking of which, I guess this would be the first time I've fought like this. Since this is a good opportunity, I think I'll continue playing along for a little while later. With this in mind, Earth God smiled as she spoke. Let's move away from this place a little bit. With those words, Earth God disappears, moving from the place where she was fighting with Alice earlier to a place that is too far away to be described in numbers. Then, staring at Alice, who had reached the same place in a few seconds, she calmly spoke to her. I take back what I said earlier when I said that Bebbles will never be able to shatter a planet. As if in response to her words, the winged halo floating behind her head moved to Earth God's back. And I admit, you are indeed powerful enough to stand on the same stage with me and fight with me. Her voice wasn't that loud, but it was overwhelmingly intimidating, as if each of her words were shaking the entire space. Feeling this, Alice's magic power surges even more. From here on out, I guess it would be time to go serious. Yes, that's right. As Earth God quietly announced, bending down just slightly, a single bead of sweat ran down Alice's cheek. Alice understands exactly what is going on. The battle from this point on will be of a different dimension than before. Because now, for the first time, Earth God has prepared for battle. In other words, it was the best proof that the god in front of her had finally recognized her as an enemy. Their gazes crossing with each other, the sound disappeared from their surroundings for just a few seconds, before the two collided, shaking the space like a wave. Earth God swung her fist, and Alice deflected it. Just like that, the space screamed and the gears floating around it disappeared like dust. What is this stupidly strong dynamic power? Each strike feels as powerful as Kuro-san's full power. If I were to receive that, even when I'm in a defensive stance, one hit is enough to knock me out. Alice responded with precise movements to the tremendous powerful blows coming at her at an overwhelming speed. This really feels strange. Hecaton Kai's ability should be to use the power of the people with whom she was formed a bond with. But S current state seems different from that. I wonder what I should do. If I use my omniscience, I can immediately find out. But since I'm fighting, let's try to find out without changing. Clashing at super high speed, the wings behind Earth God moved, and a huge number of feathers scattered around her. Then, each of those feathers transformed into a weapon of different shapes, and they simultaneously rushed toward Alice. Alice, who was doing her best to fend off Earth God's attacks, saw that she didn't have the strength to respond to the multi-direction attack, unleashed the strike, but immediately afterward, Alice's magic power became sinister. Forced death affliction. That is also power within the realm of gods. How tricky. Spilling out words of admiration and fluttering her wings, Earth God moved away from Alice with tremendous speed and opening one hand, she pointed it towards Alice. In an instant, an extraordinary amount of magic power gathered in her hand and was released in a flash that filled her field of vision, but at about the same time, Alice had a huge wand appear in her hand and held it ready. Devour. Tyrannical beast. Apocalypse. The black flash from Alice's staff and the white flash unleashed by Earth God collided, causing a huge explosion that engulfs the surrounding area. Thereupon, Alice approached Earth God, tearing through the flames of explosion. As her knife and Earth God's fist collided, the impact extinguished the surrounding flames. No sign of exhaustion, so just like a god is, she has inexhaustible energy. This is going to be a long battle. I see, she can still use Hecaton Kai's original power, but additional factors have been added to its current state. I think I'm starting to understand it. Not even a second has passed in the world's time since the two first clashed. In such an extremely compressed time, they continued to exchange blows at a dizzying pace. I can't make a counterattack. In addition to her basic attacks, she will try to alter the past or overwrite reality whenever she has the chance. If I make even the slightest mistake in my responses, all of her previous attacks will be established to have struck me. I can't deal a proper attack. Although I'm still ahead in terms of basic specs, the gap between us is no longer as large as it was in the beginning. Even if I try to attack aggressively, she still covers it. And even though it can't be helped, this body is slow to react. I can't move like I want to. With each other in mind, They strike each other at super speed. When Earth God lightly moves her finger, numerous holes opened up in the space, and flashes of light shot out from them to attack Alice. However, with a flick of Alice's knives, the flashes changed direction and rushed towards Earth God. As Earth God horizontally swung her arm, obliterating all of the flashes of light, before one knew it, Alice's body, charging towards her with her two daggers in hand, disappeared into small particles of light before reassembling behind Earth God's back. Body decomposition and reconstruction. Is that the twin daggers' ability? It seems that her power transitions are getting smoother and smoother, making this more difficult. The wings behind her back moved to repel the brandished daggers, and Alice used the impact to turn her body around and unleashed a spinning kick towards Earth God's neck, but it dealt no damage to Earth God. Geez. What is this deed toughness? Almost no damage even when I successfully made a clean strike. I feel like I only dealt 1 horsepower damage to an enemy with more than 10 billion HP. Moreover, it has hyper-regeneration, the ability to erase and recreate damaged parts, infinite energy reserves, and a whole bunch of other abilities. I guess I would have to separate and seal each of her powers one by one. Though she only managed to slightly wound me, she's starting to be able to see through my defenses without using a technique and with just her body enhanced with magic power. If her physical ability has increased this much, will the difference in our skills start to show? This is troubling. It's getting a lot more fun. Quickly regaining her stance and swinging her fist, a small smile appeared in the corners of Earth God's lips. With her outstanding combat skills, her ever-increasing abilities and countless cards she had in hand, Alice is undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and one that can't be easily defeated with her current body that just overwhelmed her in basic specs. However, Earth God seemed somewhat pleased. She continued to fight with a faint smile on her face, as if to say that she was happy that Alice was clearly a strong opponent. Fists and knives repeatedly clashed, tearing the white space here and there, and flashes that were constantly emitted from the wings enveloped the surroundings. The intense battle continued, in which several worlds would have already disappeared if not for this space, and little by little, the damage Earth God received began to increase. A number of wings on her back were cut off, and cuts on her body were increasing. Of course, those wounds were far from fatal, although they were left alone, especially since it doesn't hinder the continuation of their battle. It's possible for Earth God to instantly heal her wounds or even recreate the wounded body parts if she were so inclined. However, the battle situation was tilting slightly in Alice's favor. The large gap in physical ability they had earlier was beginning to be buried, and Alice, with her superior skills and combat experience, was beginning to push the battle to her side. Although it would take a long time before the battle was settled, Alice's blade certainly was reaching God. Nevertheless, this is partly because Earth God is honestly accepting a head-on fight with her. In the midst of such a battle though, Earth God was quietly thinking, I'd like to continue this battle, but I guess I'm running out of time. It's getting to the point where I can no longer fool around, and this battle will definitely be noticed by Shallow and her half-body. I don't know about Shallow, but that half-body, Kuramuina was her name, right? When she notices this battle, she will definitely come rushing here, so I think I better end this battle soon. With this in mind, Earth God converges her tremendous magic power in one arm and directs it at Alice. The attack was something she had shown several times in the battle up to this point, a technique that emitted a huge flash of light. The power of this technique was tremendous, but its delivery was easy to tell, so the current Alice should have been able to easily evade it! TSK. However, Alice's eyebrows moved for just a moment before she stepped in and rapidly approached a time when she should have been avoiding the situation earlier. Alice's movement clearly shows a sense of urgency that she didn't have before. However, Earth God didn't overlook her movements, and pulling away the hand pointed at her opponent, she received Alice's fist and was blown away. Seeing her fist strike her face too cleanly, Alice's eyes widened in surprise, stopping her movements and looked like she started thinking. Then, after seeing Earth God regain her stance, she moved a long distance in an instant and returned back to Kaito's side. Alice? What the heck is going on? As a human, Kaito couldn't possibly see the battle between Earth God and Alice, as he could only see some things glowing in the distance and didn't understand the situation at all. That's why he was surprised at the sudden appearance of Alice and asked her what was going on. However, Alice didn't answer his question, and still remaining alert of Earth God, she spoke. Kaito-san, apparently, that woman. It doesn't seem to have any intention of hurting Kaito-san. For a moment, the place where Kaito-san and I are located is perfectly aligned in a straight line from her point of view. Well, even if she had shot me like that, I had a plan to deal with it, but for her, that should have been the perfect chance to attack. However, she interrupted her attack. Yes, the reason as to why Alice's eyebrows twitched just now was because a great chance for Earth God to strike Alice appeared. Alice was stranding around as much as possible so that the attack wouldn't be directed in the direction where Kaito was, but she couldn't completely seal off the movements of an opponent as powerful as the Earth God, and she was prepared to take some damage in that situation. However, the Earth God didn't shoot. Perhaps that woman stopped attacking me to avoid the possibility of hitting Kaito-san. This is just a guess, but it seems that she has circumstances that prevent her from hurting Kaito-san. In that case, what do you think we should do? It seems like there's a chance we could end this situation peacefully, you know. There was a good chance that the Earth God would not and could not hurt Kaito. Recognizing this, Alice's slightly hot-blooded mind cooled down and she decided to ask for Kaito's judgment. Surprised by Alice's sudden question, as Kaito kept his silence in response, the unscathed Earth God approached the two of them. Moving her glowing wings, the angel slowly approached Alice and I. When she finally arrived a few meters away from where we were, Alice raised one hand to urge her to stop, and the angel obeyed and stayed where she was. Is the battle over already? I'm still thinking if it's over or not. But first, answer us. What was your purpose in approaching Kaito-san? Hearing Alice's question while maintaining strong vigilance, the angel composedly answered in a calm voice. The reason for my appearance was to have a dialogue with the young man over there. Mama Kaito, are you saying that your only purpose is only to have a dialogue with him, and that you don't have any intention of harming Kaito-san? Yes, that's right. As long as you don't turn your blade towards me, no harm will come to you. The angel said she wanted to talk to me, and she had no intention of harming me. I was vaguely convinced by that. In fact, if this angel intended to harm me, she would have done it immediately after teleporting Alice. But this angel didn't do it. I wondered if Alice noticed that, but she's clearly not like usual earlier. I could feel her fury with my sympathy magic. It's hard to imagine from how Alice usually acts, but blood may have rushed on her head. After Alice heard the angel's word, she quietly nodded, but still on guard with daggers held in her hands, she asked me without taking her gaze off the angel. Kaito-san, what do you want to do? Do you accept talking with her, or do you want me to eliminate her? Eliminate, Alice, if that's the case, can you win? I can't clearly understand how much power the angel in front of me has, but even so, I can tell that she possesses tremendous power. That's why I wanted to ask that before answering Alice's question. I can win. No, I will win. But it will take me lots of time. Without a doubt. She's a prominent god or a being equivalent to that. This kind of opponent is basically immortal. In order to defeat her, I will have to rip off the authorities she was clad in and seal them up one by one. So, it will probably take me quite a bit of time. I see. I don't think Alice's words about winning are a lie. However, the fact that it isn't an easy victory was also painfully obvious to me. I'm silent for a bit, then I move my gaze towards Alice, who is holding her daggers, and slowly spoke to her. Then, Alice, this is an order. Yes, anytime. If that angel shows any intention to attack me, take me with you and run. Leave it to, run, and not defeat her. When Alice heard the words I told her, she was about to vigorously nod, before listlessly asking back again. Yes, the choice I picked now is to accept this conversation for the time being. However, if it looks like it will be dangerous, we will run away. Run. Alice did say that you can win against her, but you probably wouldn't be unscathed, right? That is. In that case, I don't want Alice to get hurt, so let's run away. Then, Let's ask Kuro and Shiro-san to help us. MMNGGH. I feel like it's a mistake to do that within this tension, but that's certainly the most reliable way. I'm sure that Kuro-san and Sholo-Vernal-sama would be aware of this situation, and if Kaito-san calls them, they'll come to you. Roger that. It's one thing to talk openly in front of the person we're trying to flee from, but this is a suggestion I can make because I trust in Alice's power. I believe that even against this angel, Alice would be able to escape with me. But well, the fact that her eyebrow didn't even twitch even when contriving in front of her should mean that this angel's words aren't a lie. With that thought in mind, I turned to the angel and slowly spoke. I don't know why you want to talk to me, but I'm open to dialogue. But before we do, I have one request. Not only me, but you shouldn't harm Alice as well. If you promise to do that, I will be open to conversation. Kaito-san. I just wanted her to promise me this. I know that she isn't going to do me any harm. However, considering the fact that she just fought with Alice, she is probably not considered a target whom she shouldn't harm. I don't know what this angel is thinking. It may just be for a temporary peace of mind, but I wanted a word of assurance for Alice's safety. You sure are a disrespectful one! At that moment, the atmosphere around the angel became sharp, as if it wanted to pierce through my body. You, a mere mortal, dare restrict my actions? You're a rather conceited one. It's as painful and intimidating as if my whole body was being stabbed to death by invisible needles. It's as if the atmosphere around her was asking me if I am aware of my own position to make such a demand. However, as I restrained Alice who was about to jump in front of me with my hand, I glared at the angel who was threatening me. Let me make it clear at this point. I'm angry right now. When this woman forcibly teleported Alice earlier, I thought my blood would freeze. While Alice was fighting her, I felt my heart tightening up. Honestly, this angel is terrifying. I don't know what she's thinking and she's so powerful that it's impossible for me to go against her. However, even if that's so, that doesn't mean I will allow her to hurt Alice. To you, I may just be some random bug. Saying this might be disrespectful for you. However, no matter how much you threaten me, it will be useless. If you won't say that you're not going to hurt Alice, even if I'm killed on this spot, I will not give in to any of your demands. Kaito-san. Even when I'm exposed to her hostility that seems to burn my skin, scalding my trembling legs, I clearly said those words to the angel. Those words could be an equivalent of asking for a fight. The negotiations could have broken down. The angel could have immediately pulled back her previous statement and swooped down on us. This might be idiotic of me, making a foolish move like this. However, even for me, there are just some things I can't forgive, and there are some things that no one could ever negotiate with me. The angel looked at me with her cold, richly colored eyes. And not long after though, the intimidation that seemed to crush me disappeared. Fufu. I retract my previous statement. I rated you as mediocre earlier, but it seems like my eyes were clouded. In the face of my existence, under the pressure of my presence, you dared bare your fangs at me. As I was puzzled by the fact that the atmosphere around her had softened a bit, the angel calmly spoke. Found you. No voices were spoken out of her mouth. However, I feel like I heard those words clearly in my ears, and immediately afterwards, the angel smiled deeply and a chill ran down my back. The FCK is that? That's scary. What the heck is that? It's a smile that gives me goosebumps, as if a predator has found its prey. The smile on the angel's face was so frightening that the words I heard before, smiles were originally an aggressive expression, come to my mind. No. Her face is still as beautiful as before, but somehow, it's as if someone who isn't used to smiling, trying to force a smile, making the smile on her face very distorted. Honestly, that's seriously scary. This is wonderful. What a wonderful day it is today. I never thought I would meet someone such as you here. Truly wonderful. You're a being who holds the potential to be my beloved child. I don't think I can measure your value with just this one meeting. I need to know more. I need to know deeper. Your name is Mama Kaito, isn't it? I memorized it perfectly. From now on, even if everything in the world is erased, I will never forget your name. Could you please give me a moment? Seriously, I can't catch up with what she's saying, you know? I only got the part where she would remember my name, but things she said before that. I think she said something about being her beloved child, but what does she mean by that? With the way you call Kaito-san your child, I suppose you are a god from the other world. The god of the world Kaito-san lived in, or probably a being equivalent to that. Yes, you're not mistaken to think of me as such. I think I heard some words I can't ignore just now. The god of the world I was in, eh? Does that mean she's the god of the world I was in before? Ah, no. The being equivalent from Alice's words could mean she could be a god's subordinate or something like that, but confused by this surprising revelation, the angel, with that smile still on her face, turned to me and spoke. The difference in ability between you and me, between man and God, is obvious, and you yourself must have sensed it strongly. You bared your fangs at me with the understanding of that. Not because you have the power to resist me like that girl over there, but you did it even though you understand that you do not have the power to resist. That could be described as foolhardiness. Your actions could be described as blasphemy to God. In a voice that sounds almost gentle, the winged god spun her words. Seemingly having fun, she told me how my actions were reckless and disrespectful. However, it's for this reason that your soul is irrepressibly beautiful and lovely. Yes, I praise your foolish courage. I forgive your foolish blasphemy. I forgive you for all your disrespect to me. I strongly hope that when we meet again, you will stand before me as you are right now. After saying this in a voice that was supposed to be calm, but seemed to be filled with a lot of passion, the angel, or rather, God, turned her back on me and Alice. So, what does that even mean? None of that makes any sense to me. Oh, or rather, is our conversation over with that? Eh? Could it be? Is it because she's coming back another day? The heck is that? That's scary. The god slowly walked away from us, and after moving about 10 meters away from us, she turned around. Then, looking at me, who was confused and wasn't able to catch up with the situation, she looked as if she remembered something as she spoke. My name is Eden. Until we meet again, my beloved child! Exclamation mark. With those words, the space that looks like a cybernetic world cracked open, and the scenery around us returned to the middle of the street we were in earlier, and the god Eden-san disappeared before I knew it, as if she had never existed right from the start. She was a mysterious person. Even when we exchanged words, I couldn't read her true motives at all. It's just that, even if it's just one thing, there's just this one thing I wanted to shout from the bottom of my heart. Seriously, what the heck are you even here for? That uncomfortable feeling may have shown itself on her face from time to time. However, it wasn't until after Eden-san left that it took a definite form on her face. Kaito-san, I'm sorry, it's just that I'm a little bit tired. So, can we have our date at another time? Eh? Why yeah. Are you alright? After Eden-san left, Alice said that to me with a wry smile pasted on her face. There's nothing strange about the words themselves. Just a few minutes ago, Alice was seriously battling the powerful Eden-san, so it's natural that she would get tired. However, somehow, there was an uncomfortable feeling buzzing within my chest, an uncomfortable reason that I couldn't explain. Ahaha, I'm totally alright. It's just that even the special Alice-chan can get tired sometimes. I see. I wonder why, even though it looks like Alice is laughing. Why does it look like she's crying? Come to think of it, it was the same just now. Alice should have been very angry at me, but for some reason, she wasn't. It felt like she was shaking in fear. Though I say that, it still doesn't explain what exactly is wrong with her. That's why I don't know what to do. Well then, I'll attach a clone to you and leave her as your guard. I'll be excusing myself then. Yeah. As Alice cut the conversation short at that moment and left, I wanted to call her and make her stop walking away. But I couldn't find the words to say. Reaffirming that I knew nothing about Alice, in the end, I could only nod my head. Alice is like a friend I can let my guard around. A close friend who would be something that can be considered as bad company. She'd show up out of nowhere, interject with the conversation, and mess around. Such a scene had become normal in my everyday life before I knew it. I had thought I knew Alice. No, it may just be that I was trying to convince myself that I knew her. Alice rarely talks about her past. She had a clear wall around her, as if she was imploring others not to step in, staying in a situation where no one knows anything about her. But today, Alice expressed her fury for the first time. I've been thinking about Alice's face at that moment, and I had one thought, sticking in my mind so much that it hurts. It isn't that I didn't know anything about Alice, it's just that I didn't try to know her. Alice treats me well and laughs with me. I think I've been taking advantage of that, thinking that I know her and avoided making any effort to know her. After all, at that time, I don't even know why Alice lost her composure and got angry. I can't just let this continue. At least, I couldn't forgive myself for not even being able to say anything sensible to Alice as she left with a sad looking back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Returning to the general store where there wasn't a single customer, Alice lowered the closed tag on her door and walked into the door. She struck her shaking hands on the wall. I had been naive. That teleportation magic in the beginning. I was being completely negligent and was caught off guard. If that person had the intention to kill Kaito-san, I would have. Covering her face with her trembling hands, Alice's entire body trembled in fear, her wail of sorrow disappearing in the void. The outcry of a girl frightened of the worst future. I don't want it. Such a future. I will definitely. Muttering in a grieving voice, Alice stared into the dim darkness with tears streaming down her face. I won't let anyone steal him away. Those who have budding resentment towards Kaito-san, I'll kill all of them. I won't let anyone steal him away. I will never let anyone steal him away. I will never lose Kaito-san. Those words aren't meant for others, but words that she says to herself. She's suffering and grieving, but she's still unable and unwilling to let go. With these thoughts in mind, Alice's unforgiving heart severely tortured her worthless self. It hurts. What am I supposed to do? Iris, how could I remove this? This curse you put on me. I don't know anymore. Answer me, partner. There is no one that could answer her call for help. Within the quiet dim light, only the voice of the sobbing girl could be heard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sorry, I don't think I can help you much with that either. I see. I knew I couldn't let this continue, so I decided to get to know Alice first. That said, she has been hiding it from him all this time. I didn't feel comfortable asking her about a topic that she didn't want others to step into. So, I figured I'd ask elsewhere, and the first person I turned to was Kuro. However, after Kuro listened to me, she apologetically shook her head. I don't know that much about Schlitter either. I do know something about her to some extent, but I don't think I can say that I really know her. You don't? I asked Kuro, thinking that she was her family and have been friends with her for a long time, so she might know something, but she told me that she didn't know Alice well, and I tried asking her what she meant by that, and when I first met Schlitter, I felt like she was quite the mismatching child. She had great combat techniques, so I thought that she had quite a considerable battle experience. But it feels as if she suddenly became very strong and didn't know how to handle her power. Well, so I accompanied her in practice and gave her advice, and so, we ended up getting along. But how should I say this? There's something that always feels out of place. Feels out of place? Kuro doesn't seem to know much about Alice's past either, but Kuro was able to tell me her impression of Alice from her point of view. And after she drank some coffee from her teacup, she continued. Schlitter looks so bright and cheerful, but I wonder why? I can't think of a better way to describe it. But it feels as if she was acting the role of Schlitter, and this feeling may be vague, but I feel like she's not smiling deep within her heart. Though I say that, I've only recently found out about it. I've certainly felt something out of place. However, that feeling was quite vague. It was only after Kaito-kun showed up that it took a definite shape. Since I showed up, I can't really explain it that well. But she's somehow different. Those times when she's with us, and when she's with Kaito-kun. Kuro doesn't know about Alice's past either, so she's just basing it on conjectures. But Kuro is saying that Alice looks different when she's talking to Kuro and when she's talking to me. I hadn't seen Alice talking to other people that many times, so I didn't feel anything out of place. But if Kuro, who has known her for a long time, says so, she's probably right. Schlitter, who has always had a thin film covering her true feelings and was more calm than anyone else, when it comes to Kaito-kun, she would sometimes show violent emotions. This is just my guess, but I think Schlitter is terrified of losing Kaito-kun. However, I don't know why she's so attached to Kaito-san. She looked so different from the Schlitter I know. That's all I can tell you. I'm sorry I can't be of much help. No, thank you. That really helps me. In the end, I still didn't know the details. But I was sure of one thing. The uncomfortable feeling I felt from Alice. The fury she showed at that time with Eden. The key to knowing the answer to that question, as I thought, would be lying in the past Alice was hiding. However, it would be difficult to investigate that. If Kuro herself doesn't know about it, how could other people know about it? I wonder if Shiro-san, who can read minds, would know about it. No, although it might be a bit of a stretch, I really feel like Alice has a way of not letting Shiro-san read her mind as well. Someone who Alice would spontaneously talk about herself. What about Fate-san? I heard that Alice and Fate-san are good friends, so Fate-san might know something about Alice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the upper levels of the Divine Realm, one of the three temples of the Supreme Gods, in the Temple of the God of Time and Space, while Kronos was working in her office, the God of Fate, appeared in front of her. God of Time and Space. Do you have a moment? God of Fate, huh? What is it? With the Six Kings festival approaching, we're even busier than usual. If it isn't something urgent, you can just... I'm going to the human realm for a bit. Huh? Wait, stop fooling around. Didn't I say we're busy? You've also got a lot of work to do. I've already done them. Here. This should be everything. What? Hearing Fate's words, telling her that she's going to the human realm, Kronos thought that she's going to slack off again and tried to angrily scold her. But right after, Fate-san puts a large amount of documents on Kronos' desk. The sight of Fate working voluntarily. It would normally be possible under normal circumstances, making Kronos stunned as she looked through some of the documents. Indeed. All of them are properly. Then, there shouldn't be a problem, right? I'm going to the human realm. I have something important to do, so I don't want any interruptions, okay? I even went out of my way to do this freaking troublesome work. Why yeah, as long as the work assigned to you is done. There's no problem, but what in the world happened? What is something that is so important that she even did her work? Giving a glance at Kronos, who was quietly muttering to herself while still looking like she couldn't believe it, Fate turned away and walked towards the entrance. Then, she stopped once in front of the door, and as if she was saying this only to herself, she softly muttered, "It's nothing. I'm just going to visit a stupid friend." And punch her for worrying about something stupid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's the saying of strike while the iron is hot, and there's no time like the present. The sooner one acted, the better, so I had quickly come to the upper levels of the God realm. The purpose, of course, is to hear what Fate-san can tell me about Alice. However, the world doesn't always work our way, as when I inquired around Fate-san's temple, she was unfortunately not home. I can't imagine any place where Fate-san would go, and if she ran away again to skip work, it would be difficult to find her. I've been trying to contact her by Hummingbird, but it seems that Fate-san has set up a special ward as a countermeasure against Kronos-san, and no hummingbirds were able to be sent to her, so no matter how many times I make one fly, they would always come back. So, I went to visit the next person who might know where to find Fate-san. To Kronos-san's temple. But when I went there, I heard some really surprising words. If it's the God of Fate you're looking for, she finished her work and went out to the human realm. I see, is that so? She finished her work? Somehow, I think I just heard Kronos-san say words that don't suit Fate-san at all. No, I may have just heard it wrong. She's saying that Fate-san had finished her work. I'm sorry, but I can't believe that. It's no wonder that you're shocked. I was also quite skeptical about it, but she certainly got all of it done. What the heck is going on? I don't know. She said she was going to do something in the human realm, but her voice was so low that I couldn't hear the details. Kronos-san told the surprised me that she was also surprised too, and that she doesn't know where Fate-san went. I'm stumped. I wonder where Fate-san really went? A place she went after she finished her work? I can't even imagine such a place. Did you need something from God of Fate? Yes, actually. In response to Kronos-san's question, I had some thoughts about it, so I explained the reason why I was looking for Fate-san. I see. Yes. So, Kronos-san, Do you happen to know what's going on with Alice? After listening to the story, Kronos-san crossed her arms and looked at me with a troubled expression on her face. I asked Kronos-san if she had any ideas about Alice's condition. Why are you asking me that? Kronos-san, when you warned me about the Phantasmal King before, you said that Alice was boisterous and irritating, right? Doesn't that mean you've talked with Alice enough to feel irritated with her? Fume. You can certainly read it that way. However, I probably won't be able to give you the answer you're hoping for. If you're fine with it though, I can tell you a few things. Please. When I asked Kronos-san, thinking that she was fairly close to Alice, she nodded once, looking impressed, and said that she would explain a bit about her relationship with Alice. Though I say that, there isn't that much that I could tell you. However, the Phantasmal King frequently visits my place. She was on her way to meet the God of Fate, looking like she was about to talk with her for some reason. It doesn't seem like she came for any important reason. She apparently just wants to have some idle chatter. Well, she ended up talking about all sorts of things. What does that mean? The way Kronos-san spoke, it doesn't seem like she's on good terms with Alice, but it seems like Alice is coming to see Kronos-san. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anything particular between them. Then, why is Alice? I was also curious about the reason, so I asked her why. Why are you frequently coming to talk to me? Or so I said. And the way she talks sounds like you was the only thing she said, and she didn't speak anything regarding this matter again. Thus, I don't know who exactly I resemble. My bad, I don't think I can be of much help. No, thank you. It was very helpful. I'll also be asking other people. There's some things I was wondering about. But it certainly was as Kronos-san said, I don't think it's going to help solve the current situation. Let's go look elsewhere. Well, there are still people like her family members, the 6 kings, and Ain-san, so if I talk to them as well, I should be able to get some information. Hey, Mama? Yes, what is it? Isn't this quite unlike you? Since I couldn't find Fate-san, I was thinking of other ways. Kronos-san's quiet voice tells me that it isn't like me. Kronos-san's red and blue eyes were quietly reflecting my face, and as I felt a little pressured by the atmosphere, Kronos-san quietly continued. Gathering information from the people around, removing obstacles in the way of your objective. I think that's not like how you usually do. You've always been simple-minded, straightforward and earnest when you're facing something. Isn't that your virtue? If you try to do anything you aren't accustomed to, you'll only end up making a mistake. Kronos-san, this isn't like me. What I'm doing now isn't like how I usually do things. The words Kronos-san said echoes in my mind in such a gentle, yet sharp way. I can understand if you're frightened. You're feeling comfortable with your current relationship with her, so you don't want to take any drastic action, thinking that a mistake may lead to a change in your relationship, right? However, I think it's pointless to worry about this. You've already decided to step into the depths of her heart. In that case, no matter what you do, the end will always be the same. Whether you confront her directly or ask others about some things, it will be the same. I don't need to tell you any more than this, right? Yes. Kronos-san's words were spot on. If I want to know Alice, what should I do? Isn't it obvious that I should just ask Alice herself? I'm not sure if Alice will honestly respond. However, even if I gather information like this, I won't be able to make progress with anything until I finally confront Alice. Maybe it isn't a good thing for me to step in other people's matters too much. I could also wait until Alice talks to me about it. However, nothing changes in the world if I just wait. If I don't take action, there are also things I won't be able to find out without stepping in. As for the secrets Alice holds, I think it would be better if I moved myself. If that's the case, then it is as Kronos-san said. It certainly may not be like me. Even if I don't want our relationship to crumble, it won't start until I strike first. Right from the start, the place I should have been heading to wasn't the God Realm, but to Alice's side. That's a good look you have there. Meager it may be, I'll be rooting for your success too. Yes, thank you. With reassuring words of support from Kronos-san, I made up my mind. I've decided, I will get the secrets Alice was holding from the person herself. To be honest, I'm not very clever, nor do I know the smartest ways of doing things. Then, it's simple. I will do the rest just like before. But above all, it will be like me. That's why I'll go face Alice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sun is beginning to set and the interior of the general store is dimly lit. As Alice was lying face down on the counter with a gloomy expression on her face, she heard the sound of the door that was supposed to be locked opening. Yahoo! Shaltan. Fate-san. Alice slightly looks up to look at the voice she heard, but when she realizes that it's Fate who has come to visit her, she places her face back on her arms on the counter again. While looking at Alice, Fate slowly approached the counter. I'm sorry. I'm not really in the mood for tea today. That's no problem Tilda. I'm not really here to have tea with you. Fate-san, why did you just place that ward? Or rather, why are your eyes golden? Well, for the time being, Weishu, Gafuya. Reacting to Fate, who suddenly put a ward in the store with a loose tone of voice, Alice slowly looked up and saw Fate's golden eyes. Those eyes that only change colors when she gets serious. Just as she was about to ask about it, with Fate's shout, a fist was slammed into Alice's face. After receiving the blow from Fate, the supreme god, Alice was sent bouncing off like a pinball and slammed on the wall of the store. Originally, there would have been a hole in the wall, but the area was already reinforced with a solid ward. What are you doing all of a sudden? Well, you see, that's the thing. That I knew that something had happened to some extent, but geez, you're seriously worrying about the stupidest things. Are you even a maiden? I'm a maiden. I'm a lovely maiden who even makes all flowers blush. Hey, not only did you hit me just after we met, you're even scornfully laughing at me. As if Alice's protests doesn't concern her at all, as Fate, while cracking her fists a few times, she slowly pulled back her legs and took a stance. Well, moving your body around should cool your head a bit. That's why, quickly get ready. Shaltan. Please wait for a moment. Why in the world should I? Shadow up. I will accept no questions or complaints. If you have something to say, speak with your fists. Which tyrant are you? Wait. Why in the world is this? Heave ho Tilda. Why you're even using kicks? Asterisk 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 asterisk. As the light of the setting sun drifted in through the window, Fate and Alice were confronting each other. As the both of them breathed heavily, they exchanged glances before the both of them ran as if a signal rang out. The shadows stretching across the room overlapped and their outstretched fists crossed with each other, striking right into each other's faces. Good job, Shaltan. Fate-san. 2. As both of them collapsed to the ground at exactly the same time, a brief moment of silence fell over the area. The two clashed with each other with their fists, having radiant expressions on their faces. This doesn't feel right. Quickly raising her body, Faith looked at the window where the light of the setting sun with a troubled expression on her face. The sun is setting over here, so, as expected, the angle should be. Shaltan, wouldn't it be better if you come from that side? Alright, Shaltan, let's retake this scene again. Wait, Fate-san. This is already the 8th time Fate-san said that we should end this scene in a double knockout, you know? Seriously, isn't it about time we stop? I want to be a woman who won't compromise with things and will always seek for the supreme. Please get rid of that obsession immediately. Hearing Fate's words, which she said with a smug look on her face while staring at the window, Alice sits down at the counter after letting out a big sigh. Seeing Alice like that, Fate slightly smiles. How is it? Have you felt better now? I wonder. I'm not really sure, Fate-san. Are you feeling guilty about putting Kai-chan in the role of your dead best friend, treating him like he's a replacement? Hearing the words Fate lazily announced, as if she were making small talk, Alice's expression became stiffer. That was the best proof that Fate's words hit the bullseye. Or perhaps, are you afraid that people will know that you came to this world to look for a place to die? Hey, Shaltan. For Shaltan, is Kai-chan still a replacement for that best friend of yours? He's not. Kaito-san is. Kaito-san is. Then, isn't that good enough? Fate was the only one in this world who knew about Alice's past that even Kuramu Ina didn't know, and that's why she understood the pain she was feeling. On top of that, Fate said it. How stupid her worries are. If Shaldan loves and cares for Kai-chan, then, why don't you just tell him everything? Kai-chan will surely take it all in and still smile by your side. Shaldan, you're putting a little too much on your shoulders. If you wrinkle your brows that much, you're just driving yourself to the corner. You have to be like me. Relax in moderation too. I think Fate-san is having too much relaxation though. Ahaha, that might be so. Hearing Fate's words, which are loose even at a time like this, Alice slightly smiled. Seeing Alice like that, Fate nodded once, turned on her heel and started walking towards the door, as if to say that the conversation was over. Don't act too spoiled, okay? To Kai-chan, I mean, that's all I can say to you. Fate-san, thank you. Fufafu, well, Shaldan and I are soul friends after all. That's why you can use my power with your Hecatonkai heirs. Right? Yes. See you next. Time. Then. Leaving words that seemed to tell her that she had seen through everything in the end, Fate lightly waved her hand and left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After returning from the God Realm, I dropped by Lilia-san's mansion once before going to Alice's general store, but it was already a bit late. The night has completely fallen. Well, with her clone acting as my guard, she should know that I'm coming. When I put my hand on the door, I felt that it wasn't locked and it seemed like she knew I was coming. As proof of this, I walked right in and was able to quickly find Alice sitting at the counter. But why do you look so battered? I was letting the power of youth explode. When I asked Alice, who looked so ragged as if she had been in a fist fight for some reason, she responded with words that were incomprehensible as usual. Well, it doesn't seem like the atmosphere around her was as tense as before, so I guess that's okay. Alice, I'm sorry to bother you on such short notice, but can I go inside? Yes, Kaito-san, you're always welcome. Come in. Hearing my words, Alice replied to me with a bright smile on her face, but, as expected, it was still somewhere in the It looks like she's forcing a smile. I'd like to pursue it, but now isn't the time for that. So I firmly held back and moved behind the counter, where her workshops and living spaces can be found. The workshop and living space that looked unimaginably large compared to the exterior of the store is, according to Alice, an application of space-time magic. Well, since magic boxes exist, maybe it isn't that surprising that they could use the magic they used on that thing to expand a room. I moved to the living room, which is located one room away from the workshop, and sat down after Alice's suggestion. She then made me a cup of tea even though I hadn't asked her for one. After thanking her for the tea, I took a sip of the delicious tea and slowly spoke. Hey, Alice. Yes, what is it? I want to know about you. Have you been taken away by Alice-chan's cuteness that you're giving me a pickup line? That's a classic one you said, but that certainly leaves quite the impression. When I stopped being so roundabout and just directly told her what I felt, as I thought, Alice tried to fool around and divert away from the topic. I can see the tension in her eyes. It looked really unusual, but she seemed to be really shaken. Kaito-san. But that is, I know it's hard to say. Therefore, I'm not going to force you to ask. And that isn't the only thing I wanted to know. As for Alice's past, I don't know much about you in the first place. It's one thing to hear about Alice from Alice herself, but I think it's also important to try to know about Alice for myself. Yes, it's not just about her past. I don't know Alice well, because I didn't try to get to know her properly until now. Thanks to Kronos-san's advice, I realized that it isn't like me to go around asking people, and so, I decided to not just wait for Alice to tell me about it. I will also make an effort to try to learn about Alice myself. By the way, Alice, this living space is quite wide, isn't it? Yes, well, Alice-chan is the type of person who cares about where she lives after all. Kaito-san? I see. Then, I'll be staying here for a while. Declaring so, I take a change of clothes and a toothbrush out of my magic box. Please wait a minute. Kaito-san, why you'll make Duchess Lilia worry? I already talked to Lilia-san about this, and asked her permission. But, You see, staying in the same room with a youthful maiden like me is. I only have one futon. It's fine, I brought my futon with me. I'm fine sleeping on the floor of the living room. I've already made preparations for that area. When I explained the situation to Lilia-san, she said that's really typical of you, Kaito-san, and gave me permission. And it seems like Lilia-san knows very well that I don't think about the future. Hearing my response, Alice was clearly troubled and was panicking, which looked kind of cute. Well, of course, if Alice refuses, it can't be helped. At that time, I'll just go to a nearby inn and come every day early in the morning. Seriously? I understand. I'll get you a proper room. Really? Thanks. For the time being, it seems like the first step is a success, huh? Alice seems to be the type of person who would slyly mislead me if I keep on getting reserved after all. Somehow, it feels like Kaito-san is becoming more of a carnivore. No, well, I guess that's also. After forcing the puzzled Alice to allow me to stay over, I put my bags in the room Alice had prepared for me, and then returned to the living room. By the way, Kaito-san, how long do you plan to stay? Until I got to know Alice better, I guess. Are you talking about wear my plesuit, Fujiwara? Did you say something just now? I said nothing. Then, I ate the food I had bought for dinner with Alice, and since there is a lot of stuff that happened today, I went to bed right away. Alice was acting the same as usual, but I still feel like there was something strange about her. It looked like she was deliberately trying to act upbeat and divert away the topic. No, maybe that's just something I didn't realize until now, and she's always been that way. The 21st day of the light month. I decided to start this morning by observing Alice's workshop to see how she makes things. Well, actually, Alice is usually acting as my guard, so it's her clone that makes her merchandise for her general store. But this time, I asked her main body to build one for me, and Alice agreed. Kaito-san? If you stare so intently at me like that, it's kinda making it difficult to make them. Holding the forging hammer in her hand, Alice glances at me, as if she's uncomfortable being stared at. Is she making a sword now? I've never seen blacksmithing work before, but it looks kind of cool. Thanks to Shiro-san's blessing, I don't feel the heat of the fire, so I can genuinely enjoy watching her work. Somehow, even though this is the first time I've ever seen Alice seriously working on something, you somehow look really cool. As I complimented her with a smile, a loud clang rang out, as Alice broke the sword she's making in half. Kaito-san, what in the world are you suddenly saying? Alice-chan has always been cool and cute, you know? Well, I guess you're right. No, Kaito-san. That's the part where you would suck on me, you know? This is the part where you would hit me in the head, saying what kind of stupid things are you talking about? You know? Why in the world are you normally complimenting me? Even though I complimented her, for some reason, she started complaining. I can't understand her. Well, but aside from that, Alice actually had lots of no-good areas. If her no-good areas were to be gathered, I bet you could make a mountain out of it already. While she's a troublesome girl who would quickly fool around, what is certain is that she's a strong, knowledgeable and dependable woman. Moreover, while the impact of her mask tends to blur it out, Alice's unmasked face is as cute as a doll, so I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that she's cool and cute. Well, there's that part of you that really likes to fool around every so often, but Alice is reliable, and I certainly think you're cute. I'm feeling a little out of sorts. Hearing my words, Alice blushed so red that I could tell even with her mask on, and tried to continue forging to regain her composure. Seeing her reaction, which hadn't been very common before, I felt like I got to know a new Alice, even if it was only a little side of her, and that thought is making a smile naturally appear on my lips. Then, I continued to watch Alice work for a while. Nothing in particular happened until the sun went down. I spent the day relaxing, chatting, and watching Alice. Then, we ate dinner and took a bath afterwards. It had been a day since I had barged into Alice's home, and while nothing big particularly happened, I think I had achieved some small ones. The times when she feels embarrassed when complimented, and when she would flusteredly divert the topic. Seeing the girlish side of Alice feels refreshing, and it somehow makes me feel happy. But unfortunately, I still haven't even gotten a clue regarding my original purpose. Alice doesn't seem to want to talk about it either. No, she would sometimes look at me for no reason, so Alice may not be sure of whether she should talk about it or not. I'm not in a position to step into Alice's life any more than I am now, so I should wait for her to open up herself. Thinking about this, I got out of the bath and moved to the living room, where Alice should be. Alice, I'm done. Is she asleep? When I returned to the living room, I found another scene that I saw for the first time. Alice was asleep with her hands on the desk and her mask off. After what happened with Eden-san, no matter how strong Alice is, she really would get tired. Even when she was exhausted from the fight with Eden-san, she had become flustered after my sudden intrusion. I guess she let down her guard and fell asleep. Should I have intruded later in the morning? It would be bad to wake her up, so let's just let her sleep for a bit. If I remember correctly, I had washed the blanket Kuro and I used at the Sacred Tree Festival and put it in the magic box. Smiling as I looked at the adorable Alice's sleeping face, I took out a blanket out of the magic box and was about to drape it over Alice's shoulders, when I noticed it glittering from the sleeping Alice's eyes. Were her tears flowing down? Yes, Alice was crying in her sleep. What kind of weight does Alice carry with her tiny body? It feels inexplicably frustrating not knowing that. Gently, I reached out to Alice's face and tried to wipe away her tears with my finger, when Alice's blue eyes opened. Opening her eyes and seeing me, Alice became surprised, and hurriedly, she rubbed her hands over her eyes and put on her mask. You've got out of the bath, Hilda. Well, Tilda, as expected of Kaito-san. You look really great even when you're dripping with water. Ahaha. Alice. Kaito-san. Do you really want to know about it? Alice immediately tried to divert the topic, but when she noticed me staring at her with serious eyes, she lowered her head and softly muttered, Isn't it fine? Even if you don't know about it, we could just stay like this, where I would do something stupid and Kaito-san would scold me for it. Those times were fun and made me feel happy. That's why, isn't it fine? I'm afraid that Kaito-san will find out about the old me. It was the first time she had shown a clear weakness, asking to just keep doing like we're doing back then, just so that she doesn't waver any further. With such a sad, frail voice. I can understand what Alice is feeling. I'm sure Alice thinks that me finding out about her past is going to destroy our current relationship. I also felt that way too. As Kronos-san pointed out to me, I was trying to get around confronting her directly because I felt the same way as Alice does now. That's why I wanted to know what she was lamenting about. But unfortunately for her, I've already put my hand on that door. I'm ready to step into the depths of Alice's life, and most of all, I began to wish for it. A relationship more than I currently have with her. Alice. I want to be able to protect Alice. Protect? Kaito-san, protecting me? Yeah. Of course, I know that my power isn't even close to Alice's. I know that Alice is much stronger than me, and that you've gained lots of experience, and most of all, I know that you're better than me at everything. However, I can't forgive myself for not being able to reach out to the suffering Alice. I hate myself for just being protected. Even I want to protect Alice's heart too. Why? Hearing me quietly tell her that, Alice asks me back with a voice that sounds like she's about to cry. She didn't say the details of what she exactly wanted to ask. Therefore, I decided to speak my honest thoughts. Alice is already irreplaceable to me. You said it's okay to keep things the way they are now, but I want our relationship to go further than that. I want to be in a relationship where we can support each other. Where I am not only protected by Alice, but where I'm also protecting you. So, Alice, I want to know about you. I said what I needed to say. If Alice still refuses to do it, any more than this will just make her suffer. That's why, I won't say anything more. I only quietly waited for Alice's response. With her head facing down, Alice stayed silent, and a peaceful silence enveloped the both of us. I wonder how much time has passed? 1 minute, 10 minutes, or perhaps, even more than that? After a long time of silence, as if time had stopped, Alice slowly opened her mouth. It won't be an interesting story, you know. You might also regret it though, you know. You might even wish that you didn't ask. I would never do that. I understand. After confirming that my resolve was firm, Alice let out a sigh. Before she nodded her head. Alice's past, I had imagined it to be a heavy, hard door for me. It was a door that she continued to carry in her small body, for hidden behind it was her past that she still continued to hide. As I think that this is finally the starting point, the door to Alice's heart was quietly opened. It seems like it would be a long story, so Alice prepared a cup of tea, which I accepted and then faced her at the living room's table. I wonder where I should start. I guess it should be who I am, right? I'm like Kaito-san, a being that came to this world from another world. Well, it's a different world from the one Kaito-san was in. The fact that Alice is a being from another world clears up the phrases she has used so far. Since I had come here from my world, there is no reason why others also couldn't come, so I wasn't surprised about this. However, I was surprised by the words that followed. And also, I'm human. No, I guess it would be better to say that I was human! What does that mean? At the very least, Alice's physical and magical abilities far surpass her limits as a human. Does that mean she was reincarnated from a human to a demon like Nun-san? No, it's too early to assume that. Let's just listen to Alice's story first. I lived in a world that was a little less civilized than this one now, where humans like elves and dwarves don't exist, only humans. That's similar to the world I was in. Yes, that's right. The only difference is that, compared to this world, there were a lot more monsters in my world, and there were a lot of adventurers and guilds. Slowly, as if remembering the past, Alice talks about the world she used to live in. I only had a hunch about it, but the world Alice was in, it had an image of what I had imagined a fantasy otherworld would be before I was summoned to this world. I was an adventurer in that world with my partner. Well, if I do say so myself, at that time, I was weak and had no talent. At best, I would be someone among the mid to low end tier. Alice was? Yes, it was a magical world, so I was able to use magic, but I had no real talent in that area either. I honestly can't imagine it. To me, I thought of Alice as a bundle of talent, someone who could do anything, and a being with power that is near the top of this world. However, Alice talks about herself as having no talent and being weak. It's just, well, our world has the power of magic that overturns talent. It's through the power of the Heart Tool. Heart Tool? Their magic created by humans, who lack the strong bodies and sharp fangs of the monsters, to fight against these beings. It's magic that generates your heart shin as a weapon. The stronger the belief that the user had in her heart, the stronger her heart tool is. Just as the human's mind shin holds no limits, it's also a weapon that grows along with the mind. That kinda sounds amazing. Ahaha, it looks great on the surface, but in my world, 90% of the adventurers could use this magic. The heart tool is the heart of the user herself, and each person's heart tool has a different shape and ability. Incidentally, my heart tool is the Hecatonkai Airs that Kaito-san saw yesterday. Alice's heart tool, Hecatonkai Airs. Was it those meteor-like lights swirling around Alice? That's kind of cool. It's like having your own special ability in a certain battle manga. I wonder what kind of ability Alice's heart tool has though? When such a question popped out of my mind, Alice explained with a smile, as if she understood it. My heart tool, Hecatonkai Airs. It has the ability to temporarily use the ability of the people I have weaved a bond with. Those I care about, and also cares about me. Amazing. In exchange, Hecatonkai Airs by itself have no fighting power. It can't do anything by itself, but the more bonds I weave, the stronger it becomes. I had such an ability back then. That really sounds like an ability that a protagonist would have. As a boy, hearing such an ability really gets me excited. Now then, going back to the story. Back when I was an adventurer, I've always been searching for a person. A person? Yes, it's my little sister who lived apart from me at an early age! Incidentally, it's nothing that serious. My parents just got divorced and my father took custody of me while mother took care of my little sister. I thought this might be the core of the story, but it wasn't at all. I wonder what this feeling of disappointment upon hearing something unrelated. Well, even if it was me, her big sister that's saying this, my little sister was an angel. She's so cute, so talented, and yet, She isn't haughty at all. My little sister is the most beautiful woman in the world. She's a real angel. If I was a man, I would definitely have asked her hand in marriage. I mean, my little sister even told me when she was little that she would be big sister's wife. By the way, she also told me that when we met again. Geez, her gesture looks so cute at that moment. Hey Alice? Excuse me. I couldn't hold myself back. She was a siscon. Moreover, she has quite the serious one at that. Her love isn't on the level of just love for family. You know, I did say that I wanted to know Alice, but I didn't want to know something like this. Also, I'll just ask this one. But did little sister San really say that she would be Alice's wife when they met again? I had a different kind of bad premonition when I heard that one. Well, I was looking for my little sister while being an adventurer, and then, I heard that she became an imperial guard in a pretty large country, so I traveled to that country with my partner. Even if I say partner, she was a woman. Okay, I'm devoted to Kaito-san. Okay. Why do you have to act like a boke every now and then? No, she may be deliberately trying to be funny in some places to avoid having a dark atmosphere in her story. Well, along the way, I was chased around by an apprentice knight who's acting like a rabid dog, spared a mass-murdering priest, and fought a wonderful monster called a 7-star demon beast. Well, let's put those trivial stuff aside. Why do I feel like each one of those would sound like very intense episodes? Damn it, I'm very curious about them, especially that one with the mass-murdering priest. Let's ask her again next time. As a matter of fact, at that time, in my little sister's country, a villain was sneaking around behind the scenes, trying to destroy her country by performing a ritual called the Advent of the Evil God. And my little sister and her friends were apparently fighting that villain's underlings. I don't know the details, but I heard that the blood of the royal family was needed for that Advent of the Evil God, so my little sister fought a fierce battle against the invading villains. However, the villains were strong, and my little sister's side was gradually being driven to the corner. I'm starting to get anxious. So, what happened after that? It was as if a battle was being fought on 2 stages, making me feel very curious about the rest of the story, so I urged Alice to continue. Alice, as if she was teasing me, paused at the right moment before continuing her story. After defeating the top brass of the villains, the mastermind finally appeared in front of my exhausted little sister and her friends. As my sister and her friends were riddled in wounds, the queen presented herself as a sacrifice to protect them. The moment tears fell from my little sister's eyes, I made my entrance. What perfect timing that is. Well, today, objectively speaking, I was super cool at that time. I dashed into the scene with the moon in the background and there's really damn cool background music playing around. Well, the fight actually happened indoors, so I couldn't see the moon or anything like that, and the BGM was also just playing in my head. She completely ruined it. I'll say this again because it's important, but she completely ruined it. Why the heck is she making strange pokes in the most exciting parts of the story? Well, after that, as a result, justice prevailed and I won. There's a lot of stuff that happened there. If my little sister had run up to me and passionately kissed me right there, it would have been a happy ending, but the world doesn't always work our way. What happened now? In fact, in the confusion of the battle, the mastermind obtained the blood of the queen and used his life as a catalyst to summon the evil god! This is where the evil god makes its entrance. Although her story sounds awesome when you just read it from this novel, in fact, Alice's tone of voice is getting tense, so it must have been a pretty bad situation. I'm getting anxious again. Quickly continue already. Thinking about that evil god now, it wasn't that powerful. Compared to the gods in this world, it only had the power of around the bottom of the high-ranking gods. However, it still held power that was a tremendous threat to us humans. That evil god resurrected and right at that moment, we've run out of tea cakes. I'll go get some more. Hey, Alice? What happens next? Forced to stop the conversation at a very good point, Alice went to the kitchen to get tea cakes. Or rather, if you get serious, can't you just go back and forth to the kitchen in an instant? Why the heck are you walking like a normal person? New set of tea cakes were lined up on the table. Or rather, food does exist in Alice's house. No, well, They obviously do. I didn't realize it since she had the image of someone who's always hungry. Hey, wait a minute. I'm sure Alice doesn't need to eat or sleep. So, I guess that hungry-looking self she had before was just an act to fool me, huh? Well, even though eating is just supposed to be their preference, this woman still acts like she hasn't been fed for days. Where were we again? At the moment when the evil god appeared. That's right. That evil god. The mastermind called it the great evil god of despair, but that evil god didn't have any kind of will. It just follows the reason for its existence. Destroying the world. Sorry, wait. What great evil god did you say again? Great evil god of despair? Great evil god of despair. I feel like I heard that somewhere. I'd like you to tell something to the hero of hope. I remember now. The other Isis I saw in that dream said that she used to be called the great evil god of despair. Does that mean that the hero of hope that Isis-san was talking about is Alice? Kaito-san? Is something the matter? No. For the time being, continue with your story. I'll tell it to you when you're done. I don't really understand. But alright. For now, I decided to leave that great evil god of despair-related talk for later and first listen to Alice's story to the end. Alice tilted her head once in response to my reaction, but then resumed her story. As soon as that evil god arrived, darkness enveloped the hearts of humans around the world, and it led them to despair. Well, just because it's a last boss, it used the last boss's mental attacks? What a disgrace of a last boss it is. How about you just physically smack people around? You just smoothly dissed it, huh? Well, enveloping the hearts of humans around the world with darkness. Isn't that amazing? I guess so. Well, it would be okay if you imagine it as Isis-san's magic power of death spreading around the world. Well, in terms of ability, Isis-san is many times stronger than it. I mean, that Isis-san is the reincarnation of the great evil god of despair. However, thinking about it again, fate sure is strange sometimes. The two of them who fought in a different world back then are now family. In reality though, it was quite a dangerous opponent. Not only does it paint the humans' hearts in darkness, it also dyes our vision in black. If it remains like that, the minds of the people all over the world would have died. I see. So, how did Alice defeat it? It's hard to give out a proper response. Hearing the story from that Isis-san, I know what the great evil god of despair was thinking at that time. She was a sad god who reached out to others because she was lonely and didn't want to be alone, but as a result, she ended up wrapping the world in despair. Just because it was given despair, it would instantly fall to despair. The human hearts aren't that simple, you know? Rather, it's precisely because despair exists that they try to resist it. At that moment, the hearts of all humans in the world were connected as one because of the evil god. That's why it became an opportunity. The joking look on her face changed to a serious look and Alice continued speaking. It seemed to imply that the content is important from here on out. The small wishes in the hearts of people all over the world, the definite hope for the future. With the power of Hecatonkai heirs, I weaved all of those thoughts into my own body. To defeat the great evil god of despair, to protect the people I care about, I weaved the whole world together. In conclusion, I won. I defeated the evil god and defended the world. That was the day I was called Hero of Hope. Alice. I wonder why, objectively speaking, that it was supposed to be a happy ending. It was a victory for Alice, who gathered the hopes of the world against the evil god, who wanted to envelop the world in despair. It sounds a bit unrewarding to me, knowing the secret of the great evil god, but for those who lived in that world at that time, it's definitely a heroic tale. It should be a wonderful event, an ending deserving of a legend. But why does Alice have an uncheerful look on her face? That it was a joyous event, as the world became at peace. It would have been great if it had ended there. As if to answer my question, Alice gives a self-deprecating smile. I noticed the anomaly right away. No matter how many days I didn't eat or sleep, I found myself not getting tired at all. Weaving the hope around the world. My body originally couldn't withstand such immense energy. So, that must be why my body evolved. No, it transformed to a monster that surpasses the evil god. Alice, who is supposed to be the hero who defeated the evil god, before she knew it, became a monster that surpassed the evil god. I see. That's why she said she was ex-human. Alice must have exceeded her limits as a human in that moment. In a world where humans are the only race existing, she has become a being that is completely out of the norm. Well, that doesn't mean I was persecuted or anything like that. I mean, they actually couldn't. At that time, I've already become someone that the whole world couldn't defeat, even if they were united. Is that so? Yes. However, my partner, my best friend, laughed at my distress, telling me, idiot, just because you acquired power exceeding human intellect, you think you're a god? How stupid. And treated me no differently than she ever did before. My little sister and my friends were also the same. They naturally laughed at me, as if they were telling me that no matter what kind of being I've become, I will still be me. Whether it's Alice's best friend or her little sister. For them, it doesn't really matter if Alice became someone beyond human intellect. No matter what happens, Alice is still Alice. I'm sure that hearing those words would make Alice happy, and I could see it from her expression now. However, my despair started at that moment. As if to interrupt such an atmosphere, speaking in a heavy and pained voice, Alice lowered her head for a moment, before looking up again with a smile on her face, as if she was about to cry. From the moment my body was transformed, I had become immortal. Wow, that's right. Now, just as Kaito-san imagined, while the people I love and cherish with all my heart and soul are getting old, my body remained this way for a long, long time. Now, I finally understand. I understood the despair Alice has been experiencing. The story told so far is the story of a girl who was called a hero, and defended those important to her. And now, it was the story of the girl who lost them. My mother died, my father died. The cruel passage of time took away my loved ones one after another. Over and over again, I experienced the death of my loved ones. When my little sister, the most important person in the world, died of old age while still worrying about me, I cried so much that tears won't come out anymore. How much grief did she feel for the people she protected, even fighting an outrageous being like an evil god? How much grief did Alice's heart have experienced, having to see their deaths? I thought of myself as invincible. As long as I have people to protect on my back, my heart will never be broken. That I can be as strong as I want, and I can beat even the mightiest of opponents. And it certainly was true. My heart would never fall as long as my loved ones were around. But losing those people, my heart, it broke into very small pieces. Broke so much that it was laughable. I can't say anything. The pain of being left alone, I know a little bit about it. When I lost my parents and was left alone, I felt a terrible emptiness in my heart. And I'm sure Alice felt that too. My heart tool, Hecatonchi Airs, is the heart tool of bonds. It allows me to feel my bond with others. And I can vividly feel the end of the life of the people with whom I had bonded with. At the same time, a question I had in mind was answered. Why did Alice manifest such a tremendous fury for Eden-san? Perhaps she is afraid of losing people important to her more than anything else, because she definitely experienced so much of it. When a loved one dies, a cold, dark hole is left in your heart where the person should have been before. The hole may be small, but it will never go away. That hole will remain in your heart, forever and ever. Alice, I couldn't bear the thought of being left alone. I didn't have the confidence to carry their deaths with me. So, when all my loved ones are gone, I thought that I couldn't live anymore. Her heartbroken voice, her tear-filled eyes. They were telling us that Alice's words weren't an exaggeration. However, if that's the case, then why is Alice still living in front of me now? Did something happen that changed her mind? The last one left was my best friend. She's amazing. She apparently doesn't want to leave me alone, and that thought alone kept her alive for much longer than the others. However, her limits still arrived. A future where I am left alone to mourn for others, and where I would take my own life. My best friend must have sensed this. Therefore, on the verge of my best friend's death, she placed a curse on me. A curse? Yes, a gentle, yet painful curse. And it still binds my heart today. A curse I couldn't go against, namely my best friend's last wish. I still vividly remember the conversation I had with my best friend at that time, slowly as if she was reflecting each of those words, painfully as if lamenting her heartbreaking fate. Alice began to quietly say the words of her last remaining memories with her best friend. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On a bed in a dimly lit room, there lies an old woman with a skinny body, trying to keep her weak eyes open. The old woman calls out to the girl beside her, who continues to stare at her. Good grief. I tried to persevere, but as expected, I'm almost reaching my limits. 150 years, huh? Who would have thought I'd be able to live this long just because of my clinginess? The old woman slowly speaks her words, as her body hardly moves anymore, and her face only slightly tilted towards the girl. She was the woman who clung to life the most in the world. She took various life-prolonging measures and continued to chase her dream of becoming an immortal until the day she lay on her bed. However, it was never for her own sake. She continued to fight against the barrier of human lifespan, trying not to leave behind a really important person in her life. But unfortunately, the old woman couldn't get over that wall. And so, her life would soon run out. However, being on the verge of death like this makes me understand. I am a lucky fellow. If I were to wish for more happiness than this, I will be struck by divine punishment. It's just that there's one thing I regret, that I was unable to be with you until the end. I'm sorry. I will be leaving you. I'll be going first. She realizes that she is dying and apologizes to her best friend, with whom she has spent most of her life with, for dying first. Thereupon, many tears fall into the old woman's hands. No. I don't want this. Iris, don't die. Don't leave me alone. The girl who became immortal burst into tears and told the old woman not to die. The old woman was the last one already, the last among the beings the girl loves with all her heart. And other than this old woman, the others have already died. You're still as selfish as usual. But, sorry. Iris. Hey, ? Do you mind if I ask you one favor? Reaching out a withered hand to the girl's eyes, wiping away the girl's tears with her trembling hand, the old woman slowly spoke with a smile. Do you remember that bet we made a long time ago? You know, that bet we made in the trading city, that bet of about who can have a lover first, right? Yeah. In the end, the both of us never had one. It's not that Iris couldn't, it's that you didn't, right? For my sake. It was just a small game they played a long time ago. Two girls who had never been in love and made such a small bet to see who could fall in love and have a lover first. But in the end, the bet never came to an end. The reason why the girl who became an immortal monster couldn't was obvious. But even though the old woman had such an opportunity, they were all rejected without hesitation. She chose to remain with the girl. No. In the end, I wasn't able to find someone better than you. It's the same for me. I couldn't find anyone I would feel more comfortable with, Iris. I see. Hey, ? What is it? Her muffled voice calls out the girl's name. The old woman utters her small wish. I want you to experience love. Fall in love. Find your significant other. And then be happy. Why are you? The girl, perhaps sensing what the old woman is trying to say, opens her eyes wide and has a shocked expression on her face. That's because the wish uttered by the old woman is a restraint for the girl after she loses the old woman. I'm sorry. I know that you'll suffer because of this. You're free to resent this dying woman's selfish wish. However, even so, I want you to live! That's why. Please, if you still think of me as your best friend, this final wish of mine, please grant it. And then, someday, you'll be able to smile again. Just like back then. Iris. Even as she was speaking, the old woman's voice was getting weaker and weaker, and the girl could painfully feel that her life was about to run out. So, the girl shed tears and desperately called out to the old woman, asking her not to die. Looking at that girl, the old woman smiled. And with a gentle smile on her lips, she said her last words. For their good fortune of meeting you. Thank you, Iris. It's truly ironic, as the girl's heart tool of bonds called Hecate and Chias, as the death of those she had weaved her bonds with was so vivid, that it painfully pierces deep into her heart. Hearing the sound of the breaking bond that she weaved, what remains in her heart is the proof that such a person existed. A small and unfeeling fragment of that bond. In that empty room, within the dim darkness, only the girl's sorrowful wails echoed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After quietly recounting her final conversation with her best friend, Alice wiped the tears she had been shedding for some time. I want to go to where my best friend and all my important people are. However, by doing so, I would be stepping on the last wish of my best friend, who has been following my selfishness all along. Since that day, I couldn't afford to die. I somehow wanted to fulfill my best friend's wish. However, my mind had already started to think about all the people I met. I've come to treat them on the premise that I would separate from them on their death, and in the end, I couldn't have any kind of romantic feelings for them. I see, so that's why Alice called those last words as a curse. She wants to die, but if she dies, she will betray her best friend. It's the last wish of someone really precious to her, and that's why those words bind her heart more strongly than anything else. From then on, I tried a lot of things. I played musical instruments, painted, made things. The only thing I had was a staggering amount of time, so I used my time to master every single thing there is. In the process, I also met and befriended new people, and watched them die many times. I kept looking at the shifting world and continued to see many deaths off. I felt my heart grow colder and colder, until I eventually felt nothing at all. I suppose it's not just a matter of years or even decades. Maybe Alice has been living through thousands or tens of thousands of years of that mind-boggling time, fulfilling her best friend's last wish, only having that goal. But come to think of it, there may be one person who may still be alive today. Before I came to this world, there was only one other person besides Iris whom I called my best friend. What were they like? She was born with a mysterious power, and ultimately chose to become a god. I think she's now playing God in some other world. That's kinda, how should I say this? Seems like it's another tremendous person. Right. Well, it would be a long story if I told you about the girl, so I'll leave that for another time and continue with the story. Alice's expression seemed to soften a bit when she was talking about the girl who had become a god. For Alice, who has lived an enormous number of years, to call her best friend, words that probably have a special meaning to her. I think she's really important to Alice. As I was thinking about this, Alice's expression changed to a serious one again as she resumed her story. After spending a staggering number of years, I thought, in a world where there are only humans, I will definitely never be able to fulfill my best friend's wish forever. So, I did a lot of research on how to go from my world to another world. Does that mean that Alice came to this world on your own? Yes. Well, I found a way to do it, but the catalyst was a bit of a problem. So I stole the core of the evil god that was tightly sealed up and used it! She somehow smoothly said something outrageous again. No, well, compared to the method of being summoned to this world just like how I came here, going to another world on your own seems to be a higher hurdle. Then, taking the ashes of my closest friends into my body with Hecatonchi airs, evolving into an even more monstrous creature, I then powerfully invoked the great magic of different dimension teleportation. Also, it was just a side effect. But somehow, after taking in their ashes, I was able to transform into my closest friends for a long time. Even though it was my own power, I still feel like Hecatonchi airs have lots of mysteries. And so, you came into this world? Yes. No. Well, I was also surprised. I've become even more powerful. There's also the fact that I still haven't mastered my own power yet, but I was beaten to a pulp by Kuro-san as soon as I came to this world. Speaking of which, Kuro also said something about fighting Alice. Apparently, for Alice, Kuro was the first person she met when she first came to this world. But what kind of exchange did they have that it immediately led to a battle between them? It's that, you know, after defeating the last boss, I dove into the hidden dungeon with great enthusiasm, and it was like the first one who greeted me was the hidden boss that I should be facing in the end. Well, seriously, Kuro-san was super strong. That way of speaking. Anyway, that's how Kuro-san called out to me and taught me how to use my power. From that point on, as Kaito-san probably knows some extent, holding the meaning that I am now different from the person I used to be. I named myself Shaltir, and at the same time, as one of the members of the Six Kings, I began to call myself No Face. Then, 20,000 years ago, she fought in that war against the God Realm and became friends with Fate-san. Wait, Erech, I don't think I know about the fine details that much. With that in mind, I was going to ask her about that topic, about her promise to her best friend, but Alice looks me straight in the eyes and gives me a beautiful smile that seems to suck me in. And then, I met you. And fell in love! Exclamation mark. Those words she unexpectedly told me along with her past. She has been jokingly telling me those words before, but I wonder why. Those words I heard just now, they had a completely different impression than before. The words Alice said. Quicker than I could react to that, Alice continued speaking. That should mean that she's asking me not to mention her earlier statement just yet. I've said it before, didn't I? That the name Shaltir meant a fragment of illusion in the world I lived in. An illusion? Huh. Yes. When my heart was shattered and I became a nobody, what was left of me was a wish that I hadn't been able to fulfill after living so many years. That's because that was only the meaning of my life. Nothing but an illusion. Illusion, huh? I think Alice spent a mind-boggling time until she came to this world. That's why, for her, she can't imagine a future where her best friend's wish can come true. It was certainly like she's chasing after an illusion, huh? When I first came to this world, I had great expectations. There are many people in this world, including Kuro-san, who are immortal like me. I thought I could fulfill my best friend's last wish here. But you weren't able to make it come true? Yes. Thinking about it now, I guess it's natural that happened. I was trying to force myself to fall in love because I had a strong desire to fulfill my best friend's wish. And now, I understand that I couldn't fall in love with anyone when I have such thoughts in my heart. Laughing to herself as she said this, Alice drinks her tea, which has gone cold, and continues her story. The Phantasmal King, No Face. The king without a face. That's certainly on point, isn't it? I've been empty ever since I lost everyone. I've been shifting appearances, dancing around in the dark, playing the role of a nobody. I don't have any definite form that I could call my own. I was such a being. Alice. I'll be honest with you. This being named Alice, at that time, I planned for this being to disappear after kidnapping Kaito-san. Saying that, I was looking at Alice's blue eyes that were also staring straight at me, and I could tell that those words weren't a lie. Alice was going to disappear after kidnapping me? What the heck does that mean? Seeing me tilting my head while thinking about what she said, Alice wryly smiled. I never approached Kaito-san because I wanted to fall in love with you, but because I wanted to repay Kuro-san for her kindness and ascertain what kind of person you are. Looking back on it now, I guess it's great that I wasn't strangely aware of it. Past me, that's a fine play. Well, all jokes aside. In fact, I was going to make our connection something shallow. At least, I wasn't planning on going to Archlesia Empire together with Kaito-san. Does that mean you changed your plans? No, it was more like something unexpected, I think. I guess I have to apologize to Kaito-san for that. I'm sorry. No. Why are you suddenly telling me that she has to apologize? Alice deeply bowed her head to me, but I don't even know why she's apologizing. Alice then continued to bow for a few moments, before slowly looking up and explained the reason for her apology. It was the second time we met, wasn't it? When Kaito-san scolded me. It feels as if I could see my best friend overlapping with you. She should be talking about her first best friend. The one who gave Alice a curse that wishes for her to keep living. Alice's best friend. Are you talking about the person named Iris you mentioned earlier? Yes. The standard flow of our conversation would often be about how I would do something stupid and my best friend would scold me, getting angry at me. And then, after she was done being angry, she would have a small smile while astoundedly looking at me. She would then warmly chuckle, as if to say that it can't be helped if it's me. I liked those times a lot. After finishing your sermon, Kaito-san would let out a sigh before wryly smiling. It really resembles the times I had with my best friend, making me feel as if I went back in time. I felt really happy then. After saying that with a nostalgic expression on her face, Alice moves her gaze several times. Some kind of anxiety can be seen in her face. Then, after searching for the words to say for a while, Her face slightly lowered. She spoke. I pictured Kaito-san as my best friend. I would say stupid things on purpose, just to get scolded by Kaito-san. I've always treated Kaito-san as a replacement for my best friend. I see. I've thought differently now. I'm not thinking of Kaito-san as a replacement for my best friend. You don't need to be so quick to deny it. Hearing my words, I don't know if she thought she hurt my feelings or not, but Alice hurriedly explained herself. However, I'm not particularly worried about Alice's words, as I'm more worried about her earlier words about how she was going to disappear. When I explained this to Alice, she let out a sigh of relief and continued with her story. As I said, at first, I treated Kaito-san as a substitute for my best friend. However, as I exchanged words with Kaito-san many times, the image of my best friend overlapping with Kaito-san's image began to blur. It's more of a good way though. I was having fun being together with Kaito-san, not because Kaito-san is a replacement for my friend, but because the one I'm together with is Kaito-san. Yes, I began to think like that. However, this Alice character is a persona who would betray Kaito-san in the end and disappear. I was wondering if Kaito-san will lose your faith in others. That was my fourth trial. Of course, I had my subordinates lurking in that place of abduction to prevent Kaito-san from being injured. And once Kaito-san had survived the trial, I had planned on having our connection remain as being your subordinate, not as Alice, but as the phantasmal king, No Face. However, Alice saved me at that time. Yes, that was the biggest miscalculation I made. And a miracle that I'm really happy about. Alice's expression when she said that somehow looked gentle, and with a wry smile. It seemed to show her trust in me, and it kinda makes me feel warm. It's almost as if Alice was saying that what she was looking for was someone laughable like this. At that time, I betrayed you as planned, and as I said goodbye, Kaito-san smiled at me. Right? You understand that I betrayed you, but still, you thought it couldn't be helped. When I saw that smile, my best friend and Kaito-san became completely separate entities in my mind. I thought that this person was the only one who couldn't be replaced by anyone else. Before I knew it, I found myself breaking down the door that I was supposed to have closed. I advanced on the stage that I once got off. Not as Shinta, not as No Face, but as Alice who was supposed to have disappeared. From that moment on, Alice isn't just a character I play, but a new name for me. From a girl to a hero, from a hero to a piece of illusion, from a piece of illusion to a faceless king, and from a faceless king. She changed to this girl in front of me, to Alice I know well. Hearing that, I wonder why? I felt relieved. Now, I understand that the Alice in front of me isn't an illusion, but Alice herself. And that's why I fell in love with you, Kaito-san. But shameful it may sound, I suddenly felt scared. Yes, I thought that if Kaito-san knew about how I've been treating you as a replacement for my best friend, you would hate me. No, more than that thought, this affection I feel for Kaito-san. I began to wonder, did I really love Kaito-san? Perhaps, were these feelings of mine just because I found the right person to fulfill my best friend's wish? I've been wondering what my true wish is. I see, within Alice's mind was her best friend's wish to fall in love. Whether it was because she fell in love with me, that her wish will come true. Or was it because she was trying to make her best friend's wish come true, and that's why she fell in love with me? Perhaps, that was what she was worried about. That's why she would joke about how much she loved me, and then run away when I rode along with it. The moment that God appeared, and thought that Kaito-san might die, I was helplessly terrified. If Kaito-san died, I don't think I would ever be able to stand up again. I don't think I would be able to laugh again, because I understood that myself. That's why I acted a bit strange at that time. I'm sorry that I got off on a tangent. I was afraid that you might just feel indebted. I was afraid that our relationship that fills me with happiness will change. I've made various excuses, but in the end, I was just a coward. I couldn't tell Kaito-san about myself. Breaking her words and closing her eyes once. Alice looks straight at me and finishes her words. This concludes my story. No matter how Kaito-san receives it, I'm ready for it. It's okay if you think I'm pathetic or cruel. If you were to hate me, It can't be. Eh? Why would I do that? I'm not really sure. But I found myself getting up from my seat and holding Alice's small body in my embrace. I still haven't finished sorting through everything I've just heard in my head. I don't think I can properly say what I'm feeling either. But even so, I had an overflowing desire to tell her something. Thank you, Alice. Even though talking about it may be difficult. But you still told me everything. Kaito-san, I don't know if I could say it well. Can you stay a little bit longer and listen to me too? Yes, no matter what it is. To be honest, I'm about to cry already though. After listening to Alice's story, I can't say I understood all the pain she felt and had been carrying. However, Alice, I lost my parents once too. I think I understand at least a little bit of the pain of being left behind. However, the years I've spent in the past aren't even close to Alice's. So, I can't comfortably say that I understand how Alice feels. Yes, I've only been alive for at most around 21 years and a few months. However, after I've lost my parents, I've given up on a lot of things. If I never came to this world, there's a non-zero chance that I will choose the worst possible future because I will be sick and tired of being alone every day for an extended period of time. How many years has Alice been carrying these feelings? Tens of thousands of years in her original world and tens of thousands of years in this world. They were mind-bogglingly long years that I couldn't even imagine. Living her days in suffering, using only the wish left by her best friend as a reason to live. I don't think I can say that I understand how she felt. Even though I wanted to be cool and say that I wanted to protect Alice's heart. But in reality, I think there's only so much I can do for Alice. But, well, what I can do is be with you even in the future. As I put my thoughts into words, I strengthened my embrace on Alice's body, so that not a bit of warmth would leak out of her small body. I hugged her body tighter. For me, I had the impression that Alice is an idiot, no good, troublesome fellow who always messes around. That's mean, Kaito-san. However, Alice is cheerful, reliable, and someone I don't have to put on a bold front with. Someone who's so important to me that I can't imagine her not being around anymore! Exclamation mark. As I heard a soundless gulp, Alice, who was in my arms, slightly moved. I promise you, I'll never leave you alone, Alice. So, from now on, I'll continue to be unpretentious. I want you to be by my side as Alice. Yes, if that is your wish. I will always be by your side. Her voice trembling as she spoke. Her small hands went around my back. I'm sure she feels the same way as I do. Not wanting a bit of warmth to leak out of our bodies, acting as the stopper. It's as if our embrace ascertains that we are indeed together. Promising Alice not to leave her alone may be difficult for me, who was but a mere mortal. But I'll definitely keep my promise. It may be difficult for me since I'm not immortal. But since Nansam was able to change from a human to a demon, I guess we can use such methods. Kaito-san is pretty much immortal. You know. That's strange. Just now, I'm pretty sure that I was declaring my resolve to reject my humanity and stay with Alice. But what the heck is with her response, as if she's asking me what the heck is this person talking about? I'm immortal? Ha ha ha, you're joking around even at a moment like this. What a troubling woman you are. Eh? Seriously? You didn't hear about it from Sholovernal-sama? About what? No, what I'm saying is the effect of her blessing. She only said I dunno while tilting her head. Hearing Shiro-san's name here makes me feel strange. Just like that time when I met Lilywood-san. How is it that the people around Shiro-san know more about her blessing than the me who had been given this blessing and Shiro-san herself? Or rather, does Shiro-san's blessing really even have the effect of making one immortal? Is that so? Well, I heard it from Kuro-san, but I heard that Sholovernal-sama's blessing is perfectly the highest blessing one can receive from all gods, and you can get all the benefits from the blessings of every god. Really? Or rather, there's a blessing that could make you immortal? The true blessing that Duchess Lilia received from Kronos-san had such an effect. Whether, I kinda feel like I've heard another shocking statement. The effect of becoming immortal is due to Kronos-san's blessing. And it seems that Lilia-san became immortal because of that. Anyway, it seems I'm immortal. Oi, come out, airhead goddess. I didn't hear anything about this from you, you know. The effect of my blessing is apparently higher than all gods. It's too late already. Moreover, the person herself is saying apparently. Why the heck does Kuro have more understanding about your ability than you? I was also surprised. I see. I guess that additional magic technique that I was about to cast on Kaito-san was just pointless, huh? Oi, why the heck do you sound like you're also planning something else? My body is being super modified without my knowledge. As I was throwing tsukumis at Shiro-san in my mind, I looked at Alice, who was looking at me in puzzlement. I see. I'm an immortal, huh? That's right. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. What the heck is this? I'm completely unaware of the most essential points, huh? Well, that's just like Kaito-san, isn't it? Wait a moment there, you. What is this? Being unaware on the most important things. Having such a conversation that seems to throw everything out of the loop. It feels like Alice and I really had a connection with each other, as both of us unconsciously exchanged glances and laughed. Well, but when we're talking about being immortal, wouldn't that save Alice from a lot of grief? So isn't it great? Immortality doesn't make you invincible, you know. For such matters, you would be there to protect me, right? That's how it ends up, huh? I really can't match you. Yes, leave it to me. When it comes to protecting people, I can say that I'm unrivaled. Instead, when I want a shoulder to lean on, or when I'm losing my presence of mind, please protect me, okay? Yeah. I promise. As Alice tells me that she will protect me, she asks me to protect her heart. Those words seem to supplement each other, and were a very gentle, reassuring promise. Alice, I love you. Please continue to be with me in the future. Kaito-san, I love you. Please let me stay by your side. Then, exchanging words of confirmation of our feelings, as if the both of us were being drawn to each other, we softly kissed each other, mutually exchanging our soft and pleasant warmth with each other. The both of us communicated our feelings to each other. When both of our lips parted from each other, I could see tears dripping from Alice's eyes. It seems like it was foolish of me to be afraid, to go where my close friends are. I was trying to fall in love for the sake of dying. So, I was afraid that if that came true, I would have a strong desire to die. Being anxious about that matter, I couldn't find the courage to take the first step. With tears streaming down her face, Alice put her hands around my neck and hugged me as if she were clinging to me. However, I don't think I can go to the place where my close friends are. I fell in love with Kaito-san and you accepted my feelings. My desire to die has gone away. I want to be with you forever. I want to live in a future where I'm walking by your side. Kaito-san. Just this once. Can you call me by this name? Then, Alice whispered one name in my ear, took her body away from me and looked me straight in the eye. I immediately understood what that name was. It was the name of the hero who once saved a world, and now, she's ready to truly say goodbye to her past self. Alicia. When Alice heard the name I called her, she gently closed her eyes and stayed silent for a few moments. Then, held within Alice's beautiful blue eyes as she opened them were strong and definite intentions. Thank you. As of now, the girl who was called a hero in the other world, Alicia, has truly died, and from now on, the name I hold as I walk with you from now on is Alice. Once again, hereafter, I will be in your care. I will be in your care too. Saying goodbye to her past self, Alice gives me a big smile. Not as the hero from another world, not as a fragment of illusion, and not as the faceless king, but as Alice, a girl living in this world, holding brightness as powerful as the sun. I think that it was definitely the sincere smile that her best friend wished for. I would like to say that my talk with Alice has come to an end there, but I still have something I need to tell her. Now then, Alice. With that conversation settled, I actually have a message for you. A message? Come to think of it, you did mention something that you'll tell me afterward. Well, I think it was too late of a message to say now, but, you who have defeated me is much stronger than I am. How long will you cower over there? Stop cowering the forever, protect the people you care about now, is what she said. Wait a moment please. This certainly is too unexpected for even Alice-chan to react. It's them, right? Considering the timing of Kaito-san interrupting the conversation, those words should be, as might be expected from the smart Alice. It seemed that she immediately realized who had sent me that message. However, it seems that because she had figured out who it was that she was surprised. Well, It's just as you guessed. It's from Great Evil God of Despair-san. That's strange, isn't it? How in the world did Kaito-san and that Great Evil God come into contact with each other? It's a bit of a long story. As expected, even Alice seemed a little confused, so I decided to explain the situation in detail. Though I say that, it's not that I understand the situation that much either. The Great Evil God of Despair fled to this world with only its soul, and was reincarnated by Shiro-san after changing its properties. The reincarnated being was Isis-san, and their will of the Great Evil God remained in her magic power of death. When I finished explaining, Alice put her hand on her chin, seemingly thinking about this matter, and muttered, "I see, so Isis-san is." Indeed, I thought Isis-san's magic power of death was rather different, feeling more like an authority of a god, but for her to actually be the reincarnation of a great evil god. As expected, even I am surprised. Well, not that it really changes anything. Isis-san is still the same Isis-san, right? That's what I thought too. Well, I firmly received encouragement from my old nemesis, although the will of the great evil god may have already merged with Isis-san. From now on, I will show Isis-san that I have become much stronger than I was back then. The expression on Alice's face as she said that makes me clearly feel that her strength was greater than before. No, it shows the true strength that she originally possessed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After we finished talking about the great evil god, I spent as much time as possible chatting with Alice, with whom I had shared my feelings. One of my hands was around Alice's waist as she sat on my lap, while my other hand held Alice's hand, my fingers intertwining with hers. We talked for a while, and before I knew it, Alice seemed to have fallen asleep, and I could hear her gentle breathing as she slept. With all the tenseness on her body lifted, her fatigue probably caught up with her, and that's why she fell asleep. Instead of the pained sleeping face with tears dripping down her eyes she had a while ago, Alice seemed reassured now, and a small smile seemed to be on her lips. Acting spoiled as she leaned her body on me. No matter how much she stirred up things before, Alice never acted spoiled like a young girl like this before. No matter how bright she seems on the surface, I think that Alice's heart was so tense that she couldn't feel composed at all. So, even if Alice wanted to have a significant other, there was no space in the back of her mind for any person to enter, and as a result, that may have acted as a final great wall for the other party to bypass. Perhaps, I think my timing was just good. With the appearance of Eden-san, a crack appeared in the walls, and from there, I was able to get within Alice's heart. Also what I feel. I think that by telling me everything and becoming my lover, she was able to come to terms with her past, and that gave Alice a sense of leeway in her heart. That's why she has entrusted herself to me now, in a state of complete relief. I'm really happy about that, and most of all, I can't help but love Alice even more. Looking at Alice, peacefully sleeping on my lap, I vowed again, that I would never let her shed such pain-filled tears again. But still, she looks really pleased while sleeping like that. I guess she must be having a good dream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was in an unpopular wooden building. Looking at this familiar place, which now remains only in a corner of her memory, Alice understood that this is a dream. How nostalgic. It's a place that will remain a precious memory for her. For this place was in one of the many adventurers' guilds that she used to visit when she was an adventurer together with her best friend. The place, which seems to be a tavern and receptionist combined into one, makes Alice's heart feel calm, and makes her feel an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Although she was in a dream where her consciousness was very clear, it is because of Kaito's acceptance of her heart that she can look at this past scenery with nostalgia. As she was looking around the room, Alice's thoughts stopped when she saw a certain table. A large room that she had expected to be empty. At a table at the far end of the room, a figure sits with its back to Alice. The figure, who had 2 shades of grey and black semi-short hair and appeared to be about the same height as Alice, had a huge jet black staff propped up next to her, probably more than twice her height. One can't see her face just by looking at her back, but there was no way Alice could mistake her for anyone else. That's because that back belongs to the one she had been with the longest in the world she was from. It's been a long time, Alicia. No, you call yourself Alice now, right? Riss. Calling with a voice Alice was familiar with, the girl turns towards Alice with a small smile on her lips. Her beautiful light green eyes, with a light that seems to be a mixture of sharpness and gentleness just like it had in the past, quietly looked at Alice. Iris. Fu. Yes, this is but a dream. This wouldn't have been possible if it weren't a dream. However, for Alice, she wouldn't mind even if it was a dream, a reunion with her best friend who was supposed to be dead. Motivated by her joy, Alice runs towards Iris, and seeing Alice like that, Iris gets up from her chair with a smile on her face, while swinging the jet black staff in her hand. You fool, Fujio. Thereupon, she struck back at Alice, who was running up to her, with her staff right at Alice's face. Alice, blown back by her strike, falls over a nearby table, before raising her upper body while holding her face that was struck by Iris. Thereupon, Iris approached the fallen Alice with heavy footsteps. Iris? What are you suddenly? I knew you would take some time, but no matter how I see it, I've waited too long. You idiot. Wait. Iris? Tens of thousands of years, doing nothing but hesitating. Good grief, why the heck did you not open up your heart to anyone? Because of that, I'm always stuck here, unable to come out, you know? Hey, what do you mean? Isn't this a dream? Her collar grabbed and greatly shook. Alice, who was being scolded just like old times, felt something out of place from the words Iris told her. Thereupon, heaving a sigh, Iris lets go of Alice's collar. Picking up a chair lying nearby, Iris sat on it and spoke. Yeah, this is no different than a dream. However, it can be said that the me who is talking to you now is real. No way, your head. I told you, didn't I? I don't think I could leave a big idiot like you alone. Well, as it turns out, it took me far too much time to talk to you like this. How? When Iris told her that she is the real one, Alice was astonished, asking her what she meant. She was sure that Iris was dead. Alice, who took care of her until the end, knows that better than anyone else. However, hearing such words, Iris continued to speak with a wry smile on her face. Fu, your behavior is easy for me to predict. I've spent many years in research, but I've never found a way to become immortal like you. That's right. And yet, Iris is. However, within my research, I came up with a theory. If heart tools exist, that may mean that souls do exist, so I thought of the possibility of a heart tool carrying one's soul! At the words Iris told her, Alice looked astonished for the umpteenth time. I knew you would take my heart tool, along with my remains, into your Hecate Kai heirs, so I gave that to you while I'm on the verge of dying. How did you know that? Haven't I told you why? It's simple. I told you that it was just a mere possibility, and I wasn't sure about it. Transferring my soul into your heart tool, if I fail, I will definitely die. There's nothing more cruel than to create failing expectations. It was a gamble to begin with. I only have one chance, and as far as I know, your Hecate Kai heirs is the only heart tool that can take in another heart tool. That's why it was just a theory. But well, it succeeded. Then, you're the real Iris? Hearing Iris' words, Alice finally understands that the being in front of her is really her best friend, or rather, her soul, and asks for confirmation as her voice trembled. Yeah, I'm the real one. It's been a long time. Iris. Hey, stop clinging on me. Iris. You're really Iris, right? I missed you. I really missed you. Good grief. Seriously, you really are a stupid fellow. As Iris was being jumped upon by Alice, with tears dropping down her eyes, Iris dumbfoundedly muttered. Her eyes gently looked at Alice, as Alice cried like that for a while. No, for quite a long time. She slowly looked up and asked Iris. Why did you not talk to me until now? Why, you ask? That's because your heart is filled with all sorts of stuff that I can't find any opening for me to get out. If you had been quicker in dismissing my death, I could have gotten out sooner. How dare you act so worried? Today, Iris is residing in her heart tool. She can directly speak to Alice's mind, but other than that, she can't do anything else. However, until now, Alice's heart has built a wall that doesn't allow any outsiders in, and Iris couldn't speak to her either. But this time, thanks to Kaito, Alice is able to come to terms with Iris' death and is now more relaxed. Thanks to that, Iris was able to meet Alice again in the form of a dream. I'd also like to thank that guy for that. Thanks to him, I can have a conversation with you like this, even when you're unconscious. Kaito-san. Go tell your thanks to him yourself. Go on. Dreams are just momentary memories. It's already about time you wake up. When Iris told her this in a soothing tone, Alice realized that her body is beginning to become transparent. Dreams aren't something you can see all the time when you sleep. The time that Alice and Iris can talk isn't that long. However, this isn't the last time they'd meet. Seeing the uneasy look on Alice's face, Iris gently smiled. Don't worry, we can talk again, as much as we want. That's as long as you're still alive though. Or I'll also be able to talk to you again in your dreams. If you start worrying about the most useless stuff again, be ready for my harsh scolding, okay? We will see each other again. Hearing those words that really filled her with hope, Alice nodded again and again while tears dripped from her eyes. Then, seeing off Alice as she was about to wake up, Iris' gentle voice resounded. Congratulations, Alice. I wish for your happiness. That's my new wish after we meet again like this. After seeing her off with these words, Iris tried to go back to sleep in Alice's heart again. Iris, who is currently a consciousness within Alice's heart too, could thus interfere with Alice's consciousness through dreams, but only for a really short time. Looking forward to the time when she would be able to talk to Alice in her dreams again, just as she felt her consciousness fading, she felt as if she heard the sound of moving gears. The night sky is filled with stars. In the harbor illuminated with light, another ship had come to dock their ship. How long has it been since the human species expanded their range of activity beyond the stars and into the space? Trade with other planets is flourishing, and technology and civilization continuously developing without stop. However, everything has been automated, the number of fields that do not require human hands continues to increase, and the products that have been created are becoming saturated. You can get what you want without having to work for it, and you can be given something without trying to get it. A world where enviousness and competition are no longer necessary. The world had indeed greatly developed, but a world where desire has disappeared. A world where there are fewer and fewer people who are willing to move on their own. Was also a world slowly moving towards its destruction. An orbital elevator connects the stars and the cosmic skies. The elevator is controlled by a magic-operated machines, and even though there is no life form working there, it is running smoothly every day. As if gravity didn't exist, a small shadow clad in a black robe walked up to the wall of the orbital elevator. Strangely enough, neither the people living on the ground nor the magic-operated machines guarding the elevator seems to be aware of the shadow. When the shadow reached the middle of the orbital elevator, at an altitude where no living organism could ever move, she sat on the wall of the orbital elevator and began to look at the scenery. Her golden hair peeked out from between her black robes, and her blue eyes stared out at the world. That shadow. No, that girl's eyes were very cold as she stared at the world, and I could even see a hint of resignation in them. It was ridiculous to count the number of years that had passed since the girl has been transformed into a monster beyond the realm of humanity. She had already changed her name and appearance countless times. At times, she fought alongside courageous students who were fighting against evil for some reason, and at other times, she played the role of the villain, being the vanguard sent against the agents of justice. As she does all sorts of things, the girl matches with the era as a member of its society, accumulating many bonds and losing many of those bonds. She had met a staggering amount of people. She had mastered every field of technology she can think of. She had traveled the world many times, but still, the curse left behind by her best friend still haunts her mind. And she still hadn't found what she was looking for. And this is something she understood herself. She clearly understands that what she was looking for isn't something that she can ever find in this world. Yes, she had already been left disappointed by this world. It was clear in her mind that within the people of today, who have forgotten how to compete with each other and only accept what is given to them, she cannot possibly find the person she seeks. That is why the girl decided to leave this world. What she was looking for couldn't be found in this world, so she decided to look for another world. After taking in the view from the orbital elevator, the girl activated the now lost true magic. On this day, The girl who once saved the world from a powerful evil god and left her name in the legend disappeared, turning her eyes away from the slow demise of the world she once lived in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a space that only the girl can enter, built on the border between dimensions, a lot of tombs had been lined up. They were the graves of the people she had formed bonds with, people who now remained only in her memory. As she kept watch over the world, she also saw off the deaths of many loved ones. Then, when the relatives of her loved ones ceased to exist or the person is forgotten by the world, she quietly retrieved their graves and preserved them. That is how this place was built, a graveyard containing only the ashes of those who had formed a bond with her. That was what this place is. Everyone, I'm sorry. I've given up on this world. I'll never find what I'm looking for in this world. So I'm going to another world. Silently facing a tombstone, the girl quietly muttered. Of course, she received no reply, and her voice only echoed in that large space. I know it's selfish of me, but I want everyone to follow me. As a part of me. As the girl muttered, a number of lights shot out from her body, each one reaching out into a gravestone. With Hecate and high airs, I'll have everyone's ashen remains within my body. The lights soundlessly brought the ashes out of the tombstones towards the girl. Each time one of the ashes entered her body, her power, which was already strong, increased. And when all the ashes were taken in, the magic power within her body swelled several times over. Now then, let's go. After she quietly muttered, the girl activated the magic technique that she had been studying for many years, and crossed over to another world. All that was left was that big empty space with nothing in it. That space that seemed to represent what was within her heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the garden of a large house that can already be called a mansion, towering over a corner of the vast demon realm, the figures of demons amicably chatting can be seen. All right, just like that. It seems like Zwei is also getting stronger and stronger. Huh? Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Megiddo-sama. Don't you feel anything strange in your body? Megiddo might be a bit rough, so I'm a little worried. I'm all right. Thank you for your concern, Lilywood-sama. In that place, a family of demons gathered around a demon. Zwei got really stronger. That's right. She's young and growing fast. I was also surprised that Master Megiddo was able to properly teach her. Oi, you said something, Ozma? No, I didn't say anything. They were happily discussing the growth of their youngest member, the magic doll Zwei. The place they were in was very peaceful, which was unusual considering they were in the conflict-ridden demon realm, where the weak become prey and the strong survives. Everyone, tea has been prepared. Ein, who insists that she is Kurama's Ina's servant, has prepared enough tea for everyone. Everyone except for Magnoel, whose stature is too big for him to drink tea. Everyone pleasantly chatted while drinking their tea. Speaking of which, Ein, where's Kurama Ina? Kurama-sama has left to quell a major conflict in the south. I'm sure she'll be back soon. What? Oi, it would have been great if she brought me along. If you go there, you'll only cause more damage. The head of their family, Kurama Ina, was undoubtedly the strongest in the demon realm, but she had no interest in ruling the demon realm. She basically doesn't get involved in the struggle for supremacy in the demon realm, respecting the will of each individual. This time, however, she had been asked to help a minority race involved in a conflict in the south, and was on her way to suppress it. With Kurama Ina's strength, it was easy to suppress whatever conflict it may be, so her family didn't seem to be particularly worried about her, and just went about their day as usual. However, their carefree thoughts were suddenly shattered. What? This magic power? I don't know. It just suddenly appeared inside the wards I set up. For even Lilywood to not detect what it is. Moreover, for that thing to have this much magic power. I know. Strong. Whatever that is, it's strong. All of them were strong people. So they noticed something with extraordinary magic power had suddenly appeared nearby. We don't know if that thing's hostile or not, but I don't think we can overlook it. After hearing Ein's words, the girls left their seats at once. Ozma, you stay here and protect Zwei. I'd really like to join though. Well, roger that. Please take care over there. Leaving Ozma to guard the weaker Zwei, the 6 demons, including Ein, headed towards the place where they detected the being with huge magic power. In the blink of an eye, the six arrived at their destination and found a large plume of smoke, as if something had crashed there. They could feel a huge amount of magic power was flowing the center of the smoke, and they're certain that the being they're looking for was there. This will be great. Since that being have this much magic power, that would mean it would be powerful, right? Megito, pin down your bloodlust. Don't provoke them. To hell with that. I don't know how that thing did it, but if that's inside Lilywood's wards, that makes that thing an invader, right? As the battle maniac Megito lets out his intimidating killing intent, the others vigilantly stare at the center of the smoke. In midst of this tense, skin-piercing tension, a doltish and slack voice resounded. How the heck could this happen? Should I be happy that I succeeded for the time being, or should I be saddened by the fact that there are only non-humans around here? I can't fall in love with anyone who isn't human, probably because I used to be human. Exclamation mark. Yes, a voice echoed. Above Megito's head. Before they knew it, a blonde girl clad in black robe was standing over Megito's head, muttering to herself with a somewhat dazed expression on her face. Who the heck are you? TSK. Without responding to Megito's question, the girls disappears again and stands in front of the girls, with a knife in each hand, ready for battle. Looks like she's up for it, huh? Without uttering a word, the girl held up two knives, one black and one white, and quietly took her stance. The girl's face was hidden by the robe, and although it was impossible for one to read her expression, the girl was inwardly quite flustered. Unbelievable. These guys are ridiculously strong. If people with this strength is considered average in this world, this is going to be bothersome. The demons in front of her eyes are so powerful that they are almost at the top of this demon realm. But the girl from another world doesn't know that. Although the girl shuddered at the thought that there could possibly be so many powerful people in this world, she kicked the ground and charged, not showing the agitation on her face. If she's charging at us, that means we're going to fight, right? When Megito sees the girl coming towards him in a straight line, he ferociously smiled and welcomed her with a powerful swing of his fist. As the enormous Megito swung his fist to her approach, the girl evasively leaps and began running up Megito's arm. No matter how I look at him, he looks like the type of person who would try overpowering others with his power. His swing is big and his movement is slow. But it looks like he would have a tough defense. These muscles of his looks like he can take quite a beating. In that case, even as she analyzes Megito's power, she doesn't stop moving. Holding the knife in a backhanded grip, with the momentum of her charge, she swung her knife towards Megito's face. However, her slash is stopped by Ain, who suddenly appears and grabs the arm holding the knife. Instantaneous movement? No, I can't see any signs for such movements. It's also unlikely for her to move at a speed that I could not perceive. If she grabbed my hand instead of attacking me, the most likely scenario is that she stopped time. She couldn't attack me with time stopped, so she grabbed me to try and stop me. Grabbing Ain's arm as she saw through her ability in a moment's thought, she twisted the arm that Ain grabbed and freed herself from her restraint. At the same time, her gaze quickly moved to check the others. The others haven't attacked. Based on the way she stands, her eye movements, and the way she needs her magic power, that white hair is probably a magic user. That one with her butt on the tree is probably someone that have attacks that reach everything on a certain range. But it seems like she's more focused on her friends. I guess she's probably a support type. It doesn't seem like that stupidly large lizard. Is it because the thing's attack range is too wide and could engulf its friends? Even though she was thinking of all these things, the girl's movements didn't slow down at all, and she evaded Megito's fists as if she was flowing water. As the girl had analyzed, Megito and Ain were the ones in charge of melee combat, while the others were preparing to attack when the girl takes her distance from them. In the meantime, Ain stopped time again and tried to get behind the girl. But she stopped moving and released her hold on time. This is magic threads. Since when are these? A huge number of magic threads appeared around the girl, and they prevented Ain from taking action. The magic thread was very thin, and the magic power contained in it is weak. They were so weak that they can break with just a mere touch. However, this magic thread is only immensely effective against Ain. When she stops time, objects are never destroyed and remain unchanged. Therefore, This thread can never be broken during a time stop. It's an obstacle that only prevents Ain's actions. Ain had only used her ability against the cloaked girl once. And after just seeing it once, the girl had seen through Ain's ability and even prepared countermeasures against it. Ain was also one of the most powerful people in the demon realm, and that's why she intuitively understood the girl in front of them is dangerous. And that the longer the fight goes on, the worse off they'll be. Isis, don't mind us. Please shoot. I understand. Following Ain's words, Isis spread her hands out, and as if in response to her actions, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky, and from that magic circle, a blue flash of absolute zero that freezes everything in its path. Don't underestimate me. Wah! Reflection magic. With a swing of the girl's knife, the flash went to Isis as if it was reflected in a mirror, to which Isis hurriedly evaded. But after the girl turned her back in response to Isis' magic, Megiddo swung his fist at the girl. You're full of gaps. I don't have such things. What? TSK. But the girl's reaction was quick, and without looking back, she threw her white knife at Megiddo. Caught off guard, Megiddo's movements slowed down for a moment before he took evasive movements. After brushing away all the magic threads that the girl had installed, Ain joined the battle again, but the girl's evasiveness was so precise that it was hard to catch her. However, it was not as if the girl had the leeway to fight back either. She couldn't find an opening to fight back, so she could only stay on the defense. The battle is at a stalemate. The moment that thought crossed the minds of everyone present, the girl took action. It would be unbearable for her as a lone person to force an endurance battle against a group of people. That's why the girl changed her mind and distanced herself from Megiddo and Ain. She also knows that making such a decision would make Isis and Magnoel come after her. As the girl moves away from Megiddo and Ain, Isis unleashes her anti-reflective magic while Magnoel unleashes his breath, blowing at a wide range, but they lost sight of the girl. Dis appeared. They looked surprised for a moment, but the two of them were overwhelmingly strong people. And they immediately found the girl. Before they knew it, the girl had moved to the spot where the white knife she had thrown to Megiddo had fallen, and with a fluid motion, she picked it up and held up her stance. Thereupon, the white knife in the girl's hand began to vibrate at super high speed, making a high-pitched sound. Pierce, death, Magnoel. The white knife thrown by the girl pierced Magnoel's paw with the speed of a flash. It easily shattered Magnoel's tough scales, but for someone of Magnoel's stature, it can be considered as just a scratch. However, he was more than a little shocked at the ease with which his own scales had been pierced, making Magnoel's thoughts blank out for a moment. And with the disappearance of that girl again, Magnoel reflexively leapt up to the skies. As I had expected, you lizards have soft underbellies. That beastard. She's making that instantaneous movement again. With the astonished and the others at her back, the girl quietly takes aim at Magnoel that has leapt into the sky. Seriously, this big lizard is a hindrance, a supermassive attack that I can't brush off. It would be extremely troublesome if I fight him along with the support of that time-stopping woman. With that body frame, it can't fly, but it can still leap. Now then, I guess I should kill it already. The girl wanted to somehow bring Magnoel down in her next attack, but such expectations disappeared when Magnoel spread his huge wings that covered the sky. Now you've done it. For something as disgustingly big as it can fly. Seriously, Wother, you're quite carefree even though you're fighting us. Muttering with a disgusted expression on her face, the girl evaded Ain's incoming attack and moved away. As Ain waved her fist in pursuit, she was unable to carelessly use her time stop because she was wary of the girl's magic threads. It's not that I'm carefree. It's just that you folks have never coordinated with each other in a fight, have you? Your coordination was a mess. You worry about shooting your allies, so you end up not doing anything at all. But that doesn't really change the fact that you're at a disadvantage though. A little surprised at the girl's response, Ain speaks up as she continues her attack, brushing aside the fists fired at her with an unbelievable speed, a fearless smile on the girl's lips. Disadvantage? I'd like it if you don't try to make me laugh. After all, even if there's a difference in numbers, it doesn't really mean anything. You know? Who? You must be an idiot, huh? You can't call something an advantage if you can't even take advantage of it. Your greater numbers isn't an advantage when you can't even take advantage of it. Come say that again after you practice your combinations. I see, I've learned something new today. After we bring you down, this will be my something I will study. Just as the girl said, Ain and the others had never fought together that much. This is because each of them has overwhelming power. They didn't coordinate with each other, because they could win without needing coordination at all. However, they can't say such a thing against this opponent. Even when she's fighting with Ain and the others, she still had the leisure to talk. Concentrating even more, Ain fired her fists again. But the girl disappeared for the third time. That instantaneous movement again? Yes, the ability that this girl had was troublesome for Ain and the others. The girl had great skill at deflecting attacks, and she had speed and power, but none of these aspects were at a nonsensical level. Ain and the others could handle her just fine. However, this instantaneous movement was the only thing they couldn't see through. If Ain, who has the ability to manipulate time, doesn't sense the time being messed with, it means that she isn't stopping time. But if that's the case, it's too inexplicable for her to disappear without a magic circle or even a fluctuation in magic power. But in reality, the girl disappeared before their eyes, and before I knew it, she was directly running towards Lilywood. The white knife she had just picked up in hand. Ain immediately tried to follow her, but before she could do so, the girl sent out magic threads behind her. It's basic theory to aim at healers first, right? I'm not going to let you do that. Ain is blocked by magical threads, while Megdo and Isis are too far away. Magnoel is also not suitable for a quick follow-up. But even if that's so, Lilywood is one of the most powerful people in the demon realm. When it comes to defensive magic, she is one of the best in the world. As the girl approached, a wooden wall rose around Lilywood. A wall that even Ain and the others would have difficulty breaking. Thus, Lilywood's main strategy was to defend before making her counterattack. However, the expression on the girl's face didn't change. Seeing the wooden wall rising up from the ground, she threw her black knife forward and threw her white knife behind her. The four others who were chasing the girl thought for a moment about the true meaning of her strange actions. And Megdo was the first among them to notice it. This is bad, Lilywood. Her ability isn't instantaneous movement. It's compulsory teleportation. She can forcibly transfer anything touching the black knife to the location of the white knife. Almost at the same time as Megdo shouted this, the wooden well with the black knife pierced in it suddenly disappeared. The girl quickly closed the distance between her and the astonished Lilywood, sending a sharp punch forward. Lilywood, with a creaking sound, Lilywood's body bent backwards and was blown away. Seeing Lilywood, Isis let out a shriek, and Ain, who had finally removed the magic threads around her, stopped time and moved behind the girl. She throws her fist at the girl with all her might. But just before it hits her, she releases her time stop. Thinking that she should make sure to capture her this time, the fist that she had clenched, she had swung it to the girl's side and blown her body away. Ain then stopped time again, heading towards a place engulfed in a cloud of dust. The place where Lilywood was blown away. Lilywood, are you alright? Yes, I'm alright. Helping the fallen Lilywood up and with the smoke obscuring her vision, Ain positioned herself to protect Lilywood behind her. Thinking that she's ready to deal with the girl no matter where she attacks her. Ain, you're mistaken. That's not me. Wow, no, gotcha. Hearing Lilywood's voice, Ain understood in an instant. The girl that she had blown away was just a clone, and that she had lured her into a trap by daring her to attack her clone. Knowing herself that the first thing on their minds was to get rid of her. But, everything's already too late. With an ultra-thin thread of magic power stretched out, preventing Ain from escaping, her deadly blade approached Ain from behind. Evading it is impossible, while her time stop ability wouldn't do anything. And then, the girl's blade struck Ain in the back of her neck. Is something that didn't happen. That voice came out from the girl who was sure that it would kill Ain. The battle was going as she planned. It was the greatest chance for her to finish off Ain, who had the most troublesome ability among her opponents. However, the girl's plans only brought her thus far. I don't know what the circumstances are. But if you try to hurt my family any more than you already have, I will not be lenient anymore. Yes, as if to sneer at all the plans the girl had. The strongest being of the demon realm had descended. With Kuramuina's appearance, surprise appeared on the girl's face for the first time. What is this monster? The quality, density and control of magic power. No matter which aspect it is, they're clearly on a different level from the rest. With her innate insight, she grasped Kuramuina's ability and understood her sheer power. Looking at Kuramuina in front of her, cold sweat ran down the girl's spine, and the composure she had earlier disappeared. However, as the girl raised her vigilance, Kuramuina calmly spoke. Now then, tell me your name and why you attacked my family. You won't even listen, huh? Gafuyu. It all happened in an instant. The girl grabbed the thin magic threads that was meant to restrain Ain before making use of the threads to slash Kuramuina. If she was a normal girl, she might have handled the situation more calmly. But ironically, the girl's current mental state was anything but normal. The biggest reason for this was that the girl was the strongest person in her former world. In her original world, there was no one to threaten the girl's life, and she hadn't felt threatened in the tens of thousands of years she had lived. However, when she came to this world, she was immediately met with people holding tremendous power. Beings that could kill her, whose bloodlust was directed towards her. She responded with force. And just when she was slightly relieved to have the upper hand in the battle, an incredibly strong person appeared in front of her, possessing strength that makes her feel despair. Now, for the first time in tens of thousands of years, she strongly felt her life was in danger. The girl can't let herself die. If she died, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her best friend's wish. That's why she moved as fast as she could to eradicate the threat in front of her. However, her strike was just snapped away by Kuramuina's left hand, as if she was just putting out a fire, and immediately afterwards, a fist holding tyrannical power was driven into the girl's face. With Kuramuina's strike, a mushroom cloud rose in the distance. You geese stay here. I'll take care of the rest. After instructing her family, Kuramuina moved to the spot where the girl was blown away in less than a second, and leisurely stood in front of the huge cloud of dust. If it had been an ordinary demon, the blow would have already killed them. However, Kuramuina doesn't think that the girl would be killed by a strike like that at all. In the first place, Kuramuina had no intention of killing the girl. She was so kind that she could be described as naive. Even though she was angry that the girl hurt her family, she didn't want to take their lives as well. I'd like to talk with you if it's possible. But I guess that's not happening, huh? At about the same time that Kuramuina mutters this with a sigh, a number of lights appeared, cutting through the huge cloud of dust. Weave my bonds, Hecatonchi heirs. This is. Seeing the girl being surrounded like lights, twirling around her like shooting stars, Kuramuina's eyes widened. What is this? I can feel great power from her, but it's slightly different from magic power. A magic I don't know about, or perhaps, is it something else? I don't know. But the fact that she used it after receiving my strike means I can't be negligent. As she stared at the girl clad in flashes of lights dashing towards her, Kuramuina quietly clenched her fists and took a stance. Then, a few tenths of a second later, numerous flashes of light and jet black light exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the thunderous roar coming from far away, Ain and the others lined up and waited for Kuramuina's return. I can't see what's happening from here, but since the sound is still echoing, it means that she's a challenge even for Kuramusama. That's quite an accomplishment. Kuramuina. Would she be alright? There is no way that Kuramuina can be defeated. However, it doesn't seem like she can easily eliminate her. She's really strong. Megito should know how about this matter better, right? At Ain's muttering, Isis looked concerned, and as she healed her wounds, Lilywood tried reassuring her. However, she also added that it wouldn't be settled so easily. Yeah, the reason why we were being pushed all this time is simple. It's not her power, nor was it her speed. It's because of her combat techniques. In that one aspect, she was far superior to us. It's frustrating to say this, but she was so charmingly perfect in every way. Her body handling, adaptability, and even her ability to assess the situation. Or rather, if you hadn't let loose your killing intent in the first place, there wouldn't be any need for a fight. Don't you think? I guess that's really the case, huh? To be honest, I didn't see her as someone that couldn't be reasoned with. My bad. Well, there's no point crying over spilled milk. We can't make a calm decision when we're up against someone as strong as that. In a sense, Megdo was the one who started this whole debacle. And when Magnoel pointed it out, he obediently admitted his fault and bowed his head. Even Ain, who had some conversation with the girl, couldn't calmly make a decision while they're on edge in that battle, so no one blamed Megdo anymore. Thereupon, the 5 demon just sat quietly and waited for Kuramuina's victory. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a waste. After a number of attacks and defenses, such a thought popped out in Kuramuina's mind. This child's very strong, but she isn't making full use of her enormous magic power. Does she have little experience fighting with all her magic power released? If she could use that magic power perfectly, she'd be much stronger. As she was thinking about this, one of Kuramuina's arms was cut off. However, Kuramuina didn't seem to be particularly bothered by this. Her arm that flew off turned into black smoke, instantly regenerating her severed arm. Amazing. I can't make her move in the way I want to at all. She blocked all my attacks, and she's good at taking advantage of the moment. Does this mean I still have some room for me to grow to her? I think I'll have to polish my combat techniques more before I fight the other me. In the face of the girl's desperate attacks, Kuramuina still had quite the composure within her mind. The girl certainly had great combat techniques, and she certainly overwhelms Kuramuina in terms of skill. However, that's all there is to it. In terms of power, speed, durability, and even the amount of magic power, Kuramuina is far superior. If the girl was able to use her magic power perfectly, she might have been able to tell that at this point, there was no possibility for Kuramuina to lose. However, would it take me a considerably long time? It can't be helped. I didn't want to use it if possible because it causes too much damage to the surroundings, but she also had the option of waiting until the girl's stamina or magic power runs out. Even if she parries and evades all of Kuramuina's attacks, it would definitely be the girl who would fall to her knees first. But that would take a really long time. Considering the amount of magic power the girl had, Kuramuina estimates that it would take 10 days before she collapses. And if she chooses such a way, the damage would naturally spread. Therefore, Kuramuina chose another method, which is to become serious and fight her in a short-term battle. The knife that the girl swung sharply slipped through Kuramuina's body, and as the surroundings were enveloped in black smoke, a pair of golden eyes opened in the darkness. Wow! It was no wonder that the girl had stopped in her tracks. An opponent she had been hopeless against a moment ago had her magic power increased twice. No, dozens of times more. Seeing Kuramuina's change, the girl's feet stopped for a moment, which is an opportunity that Kuramuina didn't let away, and in an instant, the black smoke turned into a huge fist, slamming into the girl's body. Receiving the punch, the girl was so shocked that she couldn't even speak, but her mind was still thinking at high speed. Fast, heavy, this is bad. I wasn't able to disperse the impact. Oh no, this feeling. For 0.1 or 0.2 seconds, I'll lose consciousness. An opening of just a few tenths of seconds is fatal in this level of battle. As soon as the girl had judged such a thing happening, the girl's body, with its vast amount of combat experience, began to act faster than she could think. Pulling out a small ball from a pouch at her waist and throws it at Kuramuina as her body is being blown away. As the small ball emitted light that spread out in that dark space, the girl who was knocked to the ground was knocked unconscious for a moment, and leapt faster than her flesh could even scream out from the damage she received. You really are amazing, aren't you? Here, I'm not going to let myself die here. Now with the world, Hecatoncheires heirs. Feeling Kuramuina's overwhelming power with her body, the girl finally released her greatest and strongest trump card, the ultimate form of her heart tool Hecatoncheires. With her activation chant, the lights swirling around her body like shooting stars were absorbed into the girl's body. And as she took all the light into her body, the girl fell to her knees, spitting blood out of her mouth. Why? It wasn't that Kuramuina had done anything. The girl who was kneeling down on the floor was dumbfounded. Her eyes opened wide and she froze where she sat. Why? Hecatoncheires won't respond. I don't feel my strength increasing. Yes. The reason why the girl fell to her knees was simple. It turned out that the strongest trump card she had used failed. The girl had an expression of disbelief, but after a little while, She seemed to have realized something, as a sad smile appeared on her lips. I see. That's right. I thought that no matter what name I call myself, and no matter what I looked like, I would still be Alicia. But the truth is that I've just been pretending to be oblivious about it for a long time. The root of the girl's power is her heart. The bonds she weaves are her power and the foundation of how she became the hero who had overcome many predicaments. Alicia's heart had already been broken a long time ago. Looking back to the past, she had always felt the signs. Even in the midst of battle, she no longer had the feeling that she could be as strong as she once was. No matter how much she trained, the girl's heart was filled with holes as she kept losing the people she cared about. And before she knew it, her heart had been shattered, and only a small fragment remained. Then, this me who had arrived in this place. This me who just lives with a broken heart. Who am I? I don't know, but there's one thing that I know of. Staring at the golden eyes in the darkness, a single tear leaked out within her eyes, her weakness apparent within it. My bad, Iris. I couldn't keep my promise. Prepared to die, the girl lowered her head. But the killing strike that she was waiting for didn't come. Seeing that the girl had lost her will to fight, Kuramuina returned to her young girl form and approached the girl, holding out her hand. Come now, hold still. I'm going to use recovery magic on you. The girl stared in disbelief at Kuramuina, who was treating her wounds with a faint smile on her lips. After Kuramuina finished healing her wounds, the girl quietly asked, Why didn't you kill me? There are many reasons. Like how I never wanted to kill you in the first place, or like how I didn't know what exactly was going on earlier. But I guess the greatest reason for that is, I'm just thinking that if you're crying while thinking of someone special to you, then you shouldn't die yet, I guess. Listening to the words Kuramuina said with a gentle smile on her face, the girl was silent for a moment, before she sat down on the ground and looked up at the sky. I lost. I totally lost. You've defeated me. Boil me, grill me, do whatever you want. Perhaps, the fact that her tone had naturally changed to a respectful one may be an indication of her awareness that she is no longer the hero. She is no longer Alicia. Anyway, the girl stopped resisting and decided to leave the decision to Kuramuina. Seeing the girl acting like that, Kuramuina wryly smiled and calmly spoke. Then, how about you tell me your situation? But before that, I guess I'll introduce myself. I'm Kuramuina. What's your name? My name. Hearing her question, the girl looked like she was thinking for a bit. She doesn't want to use her former name, Alicia, anymore. The heart of hero Alicia had already been shattered, and the being living in this world now is just a fragment of her former self. Could it be that you don't have a name? Then, I'll give you one. How about Dre? Let's see. I guess I'll call myself Shiltia. In the language of the world where the girl was from, it means a fragment of illusion. Yes, holding the meaning that current confidence she have is just a fragment of a dream. An illusion held by the hero named Alicia. She named herself this. Shiltia. What about the name Dre that I thought of? No way, I don't want to be called a tacky name like that. Tacky? Kuramuina-san. Kuro-san, you don't have a very good naming sense, huh? I don't? Looking at the shocked Kuramuina, the girl, Shiltia finally smiled. For the first time since arriving in this world. After Kuramuina finished talking with her, Shiltia put on a mask she had taken out of nowhere and followed Kuramuina's lead. After hearing what happened from Kuramuina, Ain and the others became less cautious to some extent, and Shiltia was brought into the house where Kuramuina and the others were staying. Well, I apologize for the trouble I caused earlier. I'm sorry. Well, in my defense, your side were the first one to direct your killing intent towards me. Though I guess let's just let bygones be bygones and say that both sides are at fault. I've already let the matter go. Excuse me, cake refills please. Dumbfounded, they stared at Shiltia with such an expression on their faces as she stuffed her face with one cake after another. Seeing Shiltia being so relaxed at their home, making it hard to believe that they had killed each other just a few minutes ago, they didn't know what to do with her. Kuramuina, the one they could consult what to do about, looks like she had experienced something shocking though, as she had shrunk in a corner of the room, muttering about her having great sense or something. Once again, My name is Shaltir. I will be in your care. Ah, I don't want the care of that gorilla over there though. I mean, what the heck is with that vulgar gorilla? A pet? He's a pet, right? Kuro-san, I can understand if you want to keep that 100-feet lizard as a pet, but keeping gorillas isn't a thing anywhere, you know. Where the heck could you find anyone who would want to keep a gorilla as a pet? Lizard? It seems that Shaltir is aware that Mejdo is the one who directed his killing intent towards her, as she speaks to Mejdo in a very sharp manner. Of course, the short-tempered Mejdo almost boils over immediately, but he is aware that he is the cause of this problem, so he stifles his anger and responds. Why you bastard, just because I'm silently listening, you're yapping all you want. Listen here, my name is Hilda. No, it's alright. I'm not interested. It's probably just some stupid name like Gorilla or Gorillion, right? You wanna fight, midget? However, the hot-blooded Mejdo could only hold himself back once. However, Shaltir's eyebrows twitched when she heard Mejdo call her midget. Oi, barbarian swine. What did you just say? I said, you wanna fight, midget? You've said it twice, huh? Fight? Yeah, if you want to fight, I'll give you a fight, you freaking muscled Aruma. Reluctant I may be, I guess I'll discipline Kuro-san's pet in her stead, huh? Bring it on. Both Mejdo and Shaltir stood up from their chairs at the same time. Mejdo and Shaltir then closed the distance and was about to begin fighting, Mejdo with his fists and Shaltir with her knives. But before their strikes could reach the other person, both of their heads were smacked by Kuramuina. No fighting. I'm sorry. Hearing Kuramuina's calm words, Mejdo and Shaltir obediently retreated to their sides. After that, both of them looked a little uncomfortable. But after a few moments, Shaltir spoke. Why your name? Your name, I said. Name. I'll remember it for Kuro-san's sake, so tell me your name. It's Mejdo. Mejdo-san then. And you're Shaltir, right? You're from another world? Yeah. With Kuramuina's mediation, the two have a somewhat awkward conversation. But even thought it was a little, their quarrel brought them a bit closer. Is that why you're dressed so weirdly? Huh? Weird? Which part of me is weird? No, I can understand how your clothing is different, but what I'm talking about is that mask. Do people from another world dress strangely like you? Hilda, for you to not understand how cool my get-up is, you're really no good, aren't you? Well, I guess I shouldn't expect any aesthetic sense from a musclehead like Mejdo-san, huh? A tense atmosphere flowed between the two again. Shaltir, who speaks in a way that agitates others, and Mejdo, who says exactly what he thinks. They're completely incompatible with each other. Moreover, Mejdo is easily provoked, so in a sense, it's inevitable that a fight will develop between them. No, you don't have to worry about it. Different outfits suit different people. I think something like hide skirts or cudgels suit Mejdo-san, you know? It stupidly suits you well. I see. I guess a wacko like you would know if such strange outfits would suit someone. Ha. Mejdo-san is quite funny, aren't you? Tilda, you're also a pretty great fellow. Both of them are smiling, but their eyes aren't smiling at all. Phew, I'll freaking kill you. You both want to get hit again? When Mejdo and Shaltir heard that silent, but clear mutter, the both of them immediately stopped moving, and after Mejdo transformed into a human form, the both of them firmly shook hands with each other. Well Tilda, it seems like Mejdo-san will get along with each other. I will be in your care from now on. Yeah, I've never seen someone as interesting as Shaltir before. I know I'll learn a lot around you. The two shook hands so firmly that their grips would have been strong enough to crush a lump of iron to pieces. And they did such a thing with smiles on their faces. Seeing the two of them, Kuramuina nodded her head in satisfaction before speaking. Yes, that's great. Shaltir is going to be part of our family now, so we should get along well. Wow, is that how it is? No, to be honest, this is also the first time I've heard of this. I wonder where she got that idea from. How strange. Well, whatever. You're too easygoing. Oi, you stupid or what? I don't have anywhere to go after all. Tilda, even though I don't feel like having a pet gorilla, it looks like I will have fun around here. As sparks flew between Mejdo and Shaltir again, the both of them talked to each other with bright smile on their faces. Oh, that's right, Shaltir, after we eat, how about we go for a walk to deepen our friendship? Hilda, that sounds great. Let's go somewhere together. I'd like to go somewhere as wide and empty as possible though. Oh, Leave it to me. I'm familiar with this area after all. I know a good place where you can crush trash as much as you want. That's very helpful, Tilda. I'm not familiar with the geography regarding this area, so it saves me the trouble of having to look for a place to bury a gorilla's corpse. From a distance, they looked like close friends laughing with each other. But in fact, it was as if Hanyas were materializing behind their backs. Ain and the others were aware of this too, and even though they had a dumbfounded look on their faces, only Kuramuina looked satisfied, mistakenly thinking that the two of them had really become friends. It seems like another person with a thick character joined the family, huh? Yes, my head hurts just thinking about the future. I'm glad that the family increased. Ain. Tea please. And you're also going at your own pace, huh? Yes, here you go. Thank you. And like that, an eccentric girl from another world. Shaltir joins Kuramuina's family. Thanks to her advanced combat techniques, the fighting ability of the Six Kings as a group later improved, but other than that, with her appearance, the nature of the demon realm itself was about to undergo a major change. In the corner of the demon realm, a huge house, which can already be called a castle, stands, where powerful demons live as a family. Sitting on its roof, a girl clad in a black robe which makes her face obscure from the sight of others. Shaltir was absent-mindedly looking at the night sky, lost in her thoughts. Since she came to this world and became a member of Kuramuina's family, several hundred years have passed. In that time, many things have happened, such as the increase in members of Kuramuina's family and their invasion of the God realm. It's not that she's unhappy with her life here. Regardless of how her relationship with them had started, she now have a certain amount of affection for her family, and she's grateful to Kuramuina for that. But even if that's so, Shaltir's heart was still dreadfully empty. The reason for this is simple. As her name implies, Shaltir perceives herself as nothing more than a fragment. She knew that she was a fragment of an illusion that a girl named Alicia once had. She was but a fragment embodying her Alicia's desire to fulfill her best friend's wish, and that this was all she had. She'll fulfill her best friend's wish, and then die. This was the only absolute within Shaltir's shattered heart. It's not that she's dissatisfied with her life here. However, she isn't afraid to cutting down this life if she feels like it is getting in the way of her goals. She have a certain amount of affection for her family, but she wouldn't hesitate to cut off their necks if it's necessary. She's feeling grateful to Kuramuina, but she doesn't have blind faith in her unlike the rest of the family. At best, she would try to help her out if she can, but that's about it. Shaltir's only concern is to carry out her own goals. That's the only thing that her shattered heart can cling on to. She wants to fulfill her best friend's wish and die soon. That's the only thing that had always been in her mind, but ironically, it hasn't progressed in hundreds of years. She was so aware that she used to be a human that she couldn't see non-humans as love interest. No, it's more correct to say that looking at a non-human as a love interest subconsciously made her felt like she's compromising instead. But ironically, she was unaware of this and was frustrated that no one met her ideal. As she gazed at the starry skies for a while to calm her frustration and impatience, she suddenly heard a voice. Shaltir, what are you doing in this place? Mejdo-san. Well, I'm just thinking for a bit. As the humanized Mejdo appeared on the roof, Shaltir let out a small sigh and moved her gaze from beneath her robe. Mejdo-san, what do you think of the current demon realm? What are you talking about? The weak becomes prey and the strong survives. The devious and the strong fill their pockets, while the pure and the weak hide and cower, or fall under their control. Every day, skirmishes occur here and there, and many lives are lost. I just can't like the current demon realm. Fume. As she spoke in an indifferent tone, Shaltir took out 2 cups out of nowhere and threw one of them to Mejdo. After making sure that Mejdo took it and sat down next to her, she took out a bottle of alcohol. As she poured some into her cup, she spoke. What about you, Mejdo-san? Is the current demon realm a nice place for you who likes to fight? No, I don't like the current demon realm either. That's quite unexpected. I thought you were going to say fighting is in my blood or something. When Mejdo spoke over a cup of alcohol, Shaltir replied, sounding a bit surprised. You're right, I do like to fight. I also like seeking for strong people. But strength isn't just about fighting power, right? However, There is only one kind of strength necessary to live in the current demon realm: combat ability. A demon realm where only combat ability matters is boring. I see. Then, Megito-san, do you think that order is necessary in the demon realm? That's what I think. But it will be difficult. Things that have been built for a really long time is unlikely to change. Well, that's unless Kuramuina finally takes her throne as the leader of the demon realm, but that's not going to happen, right? Kuro-san is kind and overly optimistic about things after all. It's unlikely that she'll try to rule the demon realm by force. The strongest being in this world is undoubtedly Kuramuina. However, for better or for worse, she is just too kind. She accepts even the current state of the demon realm and watches it over, and she herself will not make any move that would bring any change to the demon realm. So, it was necessary for someone other than Kuramuina to make that change. Megito has known Shiltir for quite a long time, and as they often fight on a daily basis, he knows her personality to a certain extent. Megito sensed the determination from Shiltir, who indifferently said that without any jokes or teasing at all. And gulping down his drink, he muttered to himself, "Shiltir, what are you planning?" Yes, to be honest, the way the demon realm is now is getting in the way of my purpose. I've been trying to simulate various methods to achieve this, and it's starting to take shape. And I'm planning to make my move soon. I don't get it. What are you talking about? I don't know how you're going to do that, but I'm sure you'll do it well. But then, why are you that impatient? Megito, who somehow sensed Shiltir's impatience, asked, but Shiltir didn't answer. Megito didn't say anything more though, and they stayed like that, drinking within that moment of silence, until Shiltir spoke. Your wild intuition is something to be reckoned with, huh? Hey, Megito-san, can I ask you something? What? I am working hard to die. If I wanted quickly achieve my goals so that I could finally die, what do you think? Nothing much. If you want to die, go right ahead. If that's a satisfactory ending for you, I don't care. At that time, I'll just bring a bottle of alcohol to your grave. Gorilla-san. Oi. When Megito nonchalantly told her that she can do whatever she wants, Shiltir couldn't help but smile. She then took off the hood that was covering her face, poured some alcohol into her cup and drank it all at once. Seeing Shiltir like that, a smile also appeared on Megito's lips, and turned back into his true form. A form that only 3 other people in this world knows. Yuah, the heck is that? It's not like I pestered you to tell me, but I've learned one of your secrets. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? I really hate this form. For a gorilla to turn into a beautiful woman, what kind of third-rate fantasy is this? Well, I guess the world is full of wonders, huh? Seeing Megito's true form, as expected, even Shiltir was taken aback, surprise evident on her face. Even so, it's just like her to exclaim things in an exaggerated manner. Looking dumbfounded at Shiltir's reaction, Megito filled her own cup and lightly clinks her cup with Shiltir. I'll say this once again, don't tell this to anyone. Yes. Then, I guess what happened today is just a secret. Yeah. Well, I don't know what you're going to do, but do your best not to regret it. Roger that. There was a certain calmness in the air, the kind that only comes from people who are in good terms with each other. Basking themselves within such an atmosphere, the two of them drank their sake. If the world becomes at peace, if the world becomes a place where everyone could laugh with each other, holding each other's hands, what would you do, Megito-san? Let's see. I guess I'll gather subordinates and train them to be stronger. Fuwa, instructor gorilla. Ha. That doesn't suit you at all, Tilda. You btch. Do you have to make fun of me every time you open your deed mouth? What, you want to be called that instead? Teacher gorilla. Ha. That sounds stupid. I'm sorry, I guess that's really rude of me. Fine, you be starred. Let me kill you myself. Seeing Shiltir laughing her head off, Megito finally snaps. It seems like today too, the conversation between the two developed into a fight, and they were both severely scolded by Kuramuina, who rushed to the scene after hearing the commotion they're causing. In a way, it could be said that the two of them were the same as usual. To be honest, I envy him. Her though. That's no good for me. Even when I think of the future where the world is at peace, where my best friend's wish is fulfilled, I just can't imagine myself laughing with everyone, unless an extraordinary miracle happens. No, let's not have strange expectations. The day when I can truly laugh with happiness from the bottom of my heart. will probably never come again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A huge mansion built on a low hill. In one of the rooms, Shaltia was looking down at the owner of the mansion, who had become a silent slab of flesh with her cold eyes. This slab of flesh before her was the flesh of a power demon and the boss of the demons living in this area. And coincidentally, he was a being that is unnecessary for the orderly demon realm that Shaltia was trying to create. Having decided to bring order to the demon realm, Shaltia began to move in earnest and was trying to achieve her two priorities. The first is to get rid of the beings that only fatten their pockets, and those beasts who rage as they will. To clean up the trash that disturbs the demon realm, and the demon that she had just eliminated this time falls under this category. This demon was extremely cruel, attacking and destroying the settlements of weaker species and those species that didn't follow his rule, torturing the inhabitants he had kidnapped in extremely brutal ways until they die. Therefore, Shaltia killed this demon and all of his followers without question. She could have just wiped out the whole place, together with the corpses and all the traces of what happened here. Before she left, Shaltia went to the basement of the mansion for his other priority. Her second priority is to gather subordinates that would be her hands and feet. No matter how powerful Shaltia is, it is difficult for a single person to establish her roots in the entirety of the vast demon realm. Loyal subordinates who would work as her eyes and ears. That's what she's seeking for in the basement. The basement beneath the mansion is the torture chamber where the demons that Shaltia had killed torment their prey to their heart's contents. And that room was filled with the stench of blood. There were bloody torture victims haphazardly littered here and there, while some battered bodies lay at the edge of the room, reeking of decay. If it were a normal person, they would have gone crazy seeing such a sight, but Shaltia looked unmoved. I guess this time's a miss too, huh? They're all either dead or broken-minded dolls. I guess these are just idiots who didn't know how to hold back when torturing people, huh? Good grief, it ended up being a waste of time. When she couldn't find anyone sane enough for her to pick up, Shaltia almost let out a sigh, but then, she spotted a demon in one corner of the room. It was a young girl tied in chains. Seeing her eyes, which were being dyed in gloominess but hadn't lost their light, Shaltia smiled. For this girl, this place was hell. One day, the village where she lived was suddenly attacked. All of those who fought were killed, and those who stayed behind are in this house, and brought into this hellish room. There was no one left of her own kind, and all of them died in front of her eyes after being tortured that made her want to cover her eyes. The only reason why she is still alive is because of her beauty. Of course, she was subjected to many tortures. However, she wasn't tortured to the point of death like the others. The demons of this mansion, with their twisted fetishes, couldn't help but love to watch the beautiful girl's expression turn into despair. That's why only the girl was kept alive in this hell. The hell that seemed to go on forever though, was suddenly wiped out one day by a single demon. Hey, this peculiar shadows beneath your eyes. You're a hell nightmare, huh? One of your eyes had been gouged out, huh? Come to think of it, I did hear someone say that the eyeball of a hell nightmare can be used to make a powerful elixir, didn't I? When the girl first saw the robed demon who speaks in a cheerful tone disproportionate to the torture chamber. Who in the world is this demon? Was the first thought that popped out in her mind, which was something that was perfectly normal to question. Right. I've already killed all the demons in the mansion! The girl's only remaining eye widened in astonishment at those words, which were said as if she was just making small talk. But her expression quickly changed to one of understanding. The magic power that Shaltia wears is so powerful that even a girl with no particular combat experience can tell that she is out of the ordinary. She can certainly understand that the robed demon would be able to easily eliminate those demons with her power. And with that, luck is on your side. You can leave this place and be free, you know. She's free from this hell. When she heard those words and understood their meaning, what welled up from within her mind was an inexplicable discomfort. She should have wished for the end of this hell. She should have hoped to be free. But now, the girl felt no relief. All that's left are muddy and dark emotions. Seeing the girl's reaction, Shaltia deeply smiles from beneath her robe, as if to say that it was just as she had expected. Frustrating, isn't it? Do you hate the demons that did this to you? Do you hate your tribe for not protecting you? Do you hate me for coming to your rescue after everything has already happened? Or perhaps, do you hate yourself for not being able to kill that demon yourself, for being so weak that you don't have any choice but to give in to their unreasonable violence? When she heard Shilte's words, that seems to agitate her. She understood the black emotions that had arisen in her heart. Yes, the girl was so frustrated that she couldn't destroy this hell with her own hands and that she couldn't kill those abominable demons. Just as Shilte said, she couldn't help hating her weak self. I hate it. I bet you do. I hate myself for being weak. I hate myself for not being able to fight. I hate myself for not killing him. That f***ing piece of SHT. Those are good eyes you have. Magnificent. The girl fits Shilte's criterias. Her mind held madness within it, but clenching her teeth, she doesn't let the madness control her actions. The less mindful they are, the easier it is imprint your ideals within them, and it makes it easier for them to be dependent on you. Do you want power? Yes, I want power. Fine, if you wish for power, then I will train you. In exchange, unholding herself, Shilte hooks her finger into the collar around the girl's neck, pulling her closer. The girl screams in pain at the shock, but Shilte didn't care, staring into the girl's single eye as she speaks. You will be my hand, you will be my feet, you will be my eyes and ears, and you will serve me with everything you have. If you do so, I will give you the power you desire. From the one being deprived of, you can be the one depriving others. Now, what will you do? The words of solicitation from an overwhelmingly powerful person spread through the girl's mind like poison. The Absolute, who had so easily shattered the hell she had been placed in, was telling her to become hers. At that moment, an unbearable feeling of pleasure rushed through the girl's mind. Within the girl's distorted mind, she was convinced that she was born to be ruled by this person. I will do as you will, as your subordinate. I offer to you my undying loyalty. She found herself spontaneously saying those words. Thereupon, the chains that bound the girl shattered, freeing her limbs. However, the girl didn't move from her spot even a step. After all, her master hadn't given her any instructions yet. Turning her back on the girl, Shilte spoke to the girl as she walks out of the room. My name is Shilte, remember it? Well then, let's go. You are Pandora. From now on, you are to call yourself that. Yes, everything as Shilte-sama wills. The moment Shilte gave her a name, the girl readily forgot her past name, as if to show that it was no longer necessary and she would never use it again. She gave it up as if it was a matter of course. Then, she stood up and followed Shilte's instructions, with intense madness in her eyes, containing bottomless loyalty within it. At that moment though, Shilte herself wasn't aware that her actions had led to a complete miscalculation, the awakening of Pandora's sexual fetishes that the person herself had not even realized. Moreover, her experience in the hell of being tormented by trashy demons fused together with her natural inclination of tormenting others in the worst way possible, giving birth to an incredibly perverted person, both being very sadistic and very masochistic, which would greatly perplex Shilte later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Near the center of the demon realm, 6 demons were gathered in a powerful specially prepared for them. At the center of the discussion between these demons, whose strengths were all near the top of the demon realm, is a girl. Shilte. And with that, it's pretty much just as what was written on the documents. Shilte was talking about the documents she handed out prior to this discussion. Only Magnoel wasn't able to read what was written on the documents due to his size, so Shilte had to read it aloud and explained it to him. And now, other than Shilte, the 5 people gathered here have stunned expression on their faces, frantically trying to understand what Shilte had said. The contents of this document contains what can be called as a major reform of the demon realm. There are a wide range of changes, which also includes the means on how to achieve this change, but the 2 biggest changes written on it was the clarification of power in terms of rank and the selection of the king that would be the center of the demon realm. Looking at the documents, they can already assume why Shilte gathered the 5 of them in this place, but even so, they still couldn't believe it. Even the normally calm mind couldn't hide her astonishment. However, that astonishment isn't about whether or not what was written here can be achieved. They were astonished by how they felt that the current Shilte would definitely be able to achieve this. It's been about 100 years since Shilte started working to reform the demon realm. Yes, In just 100 years, Shaltir had gained enough power to be able to take root in the entirety of the vast demon realm. The people Shaltir directly invited to join her group became the upper echelons, who then added more people to their ranks. And so, after 100 years, the number of subordinates Shaltir had was already close to 1 billion. Furthermore, most of the beings that could have interfered with her plans have left this world. Yes, to put it in another way, Shaltir have seized the vast magical world in just 100 years. Thinking about Shaltir's peculiar, or perhaps, demonic ability to achieve such a thing, Ain and the others shuddered. Well, I'm sure you've already guessed what I'm going to say, but I want all of you to become kings. Including Kuro-san, I guess we'll call ourselves the 7 Kings, eh? I'll negotiate with Kuro-san, so I hope all of you will positively consider it. No one responded to Shaltir's words. Their minds couldn't keep up with what's happening at all. In such a situation, it was Lilywood who finally managed to squeeze out her words. Shaltir, how many demons have you killed? I don't know. I don't remember how many trash I dispose of. You. Words that are spoken too nonchalantly. Words that make one feel like she doesn't care about the lives of others. Thinking about how Shaltir would be willing to commit genocide if it was the most efficient way to achieve her goals, Lilywood's eyes were filled with fear. Well, it's not like I'm in a hurry to receive your answers. I'll go ahead and instill the concept of high-rank demons in the mind of others first. By the time I finished doing that, you should be able to think well about it. Well, I don't think it will take more than a year doing that though. Leaving those words, Shaltir disappeared. The people remaining in that area went through their thoughts in silence, except for Ain, who later refused, saying that she would be Kuramuina's servant for her whole life. Everyone, including Kuramuina, accepted Shaltir's proposal. But unfortunately, Shaltir is unaware of Kuramuina's wishes at this point, and as a result, she feels guilty when she realized that her decision to establish Kuramuina, the person she owes so much, as a king had hurt Kuramuina's emotions. But that's a story for another time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Their encounter was just a coincidence. Lilywood, who was feeling inexplicably uneasy after witnessing Shaltir's unfathomable eeriness, met an eccentric person near her house. You are, if I'm not mistaken, Pandora, right? If it isn't Lilywood-sama. Good day. Pandora, Shaltir's retainer, was personally trained by Shaltir, and she was one of the people who carries out Shaltir's orders in various parts of the demon realm. Because of this, she rarely come to the house where Lilywood and the others lived, and they never talked to each other much. All Lilywood knew was that Pandora was the closest confidant Shaltir had, and that she had lost one of her eyes in the past. However, was it because she's Shaltir's confidant, and that's why she made such a decision? Lilywood, as if her actions were guided by an unseen hand, took a certain action. If I remember correctly, weren't you missing one of your eyes? Yes, I lost it a long time ago. What of it? If you want, you can have this. If you eat this fruit, it will heal back your missing eye. Lilywood handed Pandora the fruit of the world tree, which heals all wounds except those that the person themselves doesn't want to heal. Lilywood herself didn't know exactly why she had suddenly taken such action. Did she simply want to heal the painful wounds of someone she knew? Or did she want Pandora to feel grateful to her so that she could somehow get information about Shaltir? Or perhaps, because she was getting so creeped out by Shaltir, she wanted to diminish the unspeakable anxiety she's feeling, even though it may be indirectly, by confirming that Pandora, whom she has taken under her wing, is a normal person. Pandora stared at the fruit of the world tree handed to her for a while, and then, without any particular hesitation, she brought it into her mouth. Thank you very much for your concern, Lilywood-sama. No, please don't mind it. Even though we haven't had much chance to talk with each other, I still consider you as part of our family, eh? Lilywood was relieved that Pandora had obediently accepted her generosity, and tried to calmly tell her family with a gentle smile, but the relief she felt was soon shattered. After all, Pandora, whose lost right eye was healed, without any hesitations, gouged out her right eye with her own hand. What are you? What are you doing? With this, I finally feel perfect. Seeing what Pandora's sudden actions, Lilywood exclaimed in astonishment, but she stiffened when she saw the deep smile that Pandora had immediately afterwards. The wounds that trash has given me has finally disappeared. And I've also finished crushing the right eye that Lilywood-Summers gave me. With this, my body is entirely composed of only the things given to me by Shiltir-sama. Ugh, how wonderful. Now, my body, my soul, my everything, all of it now belongs to Shiltir-sama. Ugh, this happiness. I feel so happy. As if I'm about to climax. Wow. Thank you very much, Lilywood-sama. Now, I can truly and completely be Shiltir-sama's servant. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Lilywood had no idea what the being in front of her was talking about. She couldn't understand what Pandora was thinking when she stomped out her gouged out right eye, blood flowing down her face and smiling like a mad woman. Watching Pandora's back as she deeply bowed and left, Lilywood looked pale as she muttered. Servant, Shiltir. What did you do to Pandora? For you? Is that your ideal soldier? Her voice reaching no one's ears, her voice slightly trembled as she muttered. At this time, Lilywood clearly felt that Shiltir was terrifying. She had raised a subordinate with a loyalty that could even be perceived as madness. She was too rational and cold-hearted that she would want beings who would willingly die for her. Thinking of Shiltir as such a person, Lilywood became afraid of her from the bottom of her heart. Incidentally, this was just Lilywood's complete misunderstanding. Among Shiltir's subordinates, the only one who had this outrageous amount of loyalty is Pandora. In fact, even Shiltir is holding her head at Pandora's loyalty, wondering how the heck did it came to this. But to Lilywood, who didn't know about this, it was as if Shiltir had intentionally raised Pandora to a mad woman. It was going to take her a really long time before she can clear up this misunderstanding. Just like that. Despite some miscalculations and misunderstandings, things proceeded generally as Shiltir had envisioned. And 5 years later, the Six Kings has been established as the pinnacle of the demon realm. With her demonic skills, Shiltir took control of the demon realm. Calling herself the Nameless King, the Phantasmal King, No Face, she finally began to move towards her true goal. However, her plans had only managed to get her this far. And Shiltir's true purpose hasn't progressed until an astonishing amount of years later passed. And the other world Amama Kaito appeared. Thinking about it again, I might have been wrong from the start. When I came to this world, I admitted that my heart was shattered and I became a fragment of an illusion. I had become a being who only thinks about fulfilling Iris' wish so that she can finally die. Whether it's the reformation of the demon realm or the increase in my subordinates, all of it was for myself, not for anyone else. I was really only thinking about myself at that time. No, I guess it's correct to say that I wasn't even properly thinking about myself at that time. Looking at the me from the past, I had understood. I was trying to fall in love in order to fulfill Iris' wish and die. Instead of falling in love with someone for the sake of loving them, I was trying to complete the task of falling in love and dying. There was no way I could afford to fall in love with a mind that only had a desire for my own ruin. At that time though, I didn't even realize something so simple. I was just getting more and more impatient and frustrated about fulfilling this task. In the first place, I probably didn't even allow anyone to enter my heart. Always putting up walls around my heart, I never allowed anyone to see what's within it. I had become quite the hikikomori back then. I guess when you've been a mourning woman for hundreds of thousands of years, there must be something wrong in my head. Realizing the reason why my objectives weren't achieved made me think that my encounter with Kaito-san was truly a miraculous one. Frankly speaking, I didn't see Kaito-san as love interest when I first saw him. The reason why I contacted him wasn't for myself. It was truly just to repay Kuro-san's kindness towards me. I had always felt guilty about Kuro-san. Even though I didn't know it at that time, my choice had interfered with the fulfillment of Kuro-san's wish. I owed a debt of gratitude to Kuro-san for picking me up, and I had been looking for an opportunity to repay it. That's why I overlooked Kuro-san's rare instance of selfishness. And to help ensure the best possible outcome for Kuro-san, I got in touch with Kaito-san. Playing the role of Alice, Kaito-san met many people in this world. His heart became stronger, made friends with the Six Kings, and overcame the tragedy of being betrayed by a person he thought was his friend. After gaining more strength, he will then challenge the depths hidden beneath Kuro-san's heart. That was the scenario I wrote. Not for myself, but for Kuro-san. I confess I had set up about a third of the people Kaito-san had met before he challenged the depths within Kuro-san's heart. I knew that Isis-san is approaching from her magic power. So I adjusted the time so that they would encounter each other on his way home. As for Mejido-san and Magnoel-san, I guess I don't have to talk about how I told them again. But I was also the one who tickled Fate-san's interest, telling her about Kaito-san. It's all for the purpose of repaying my debt to Kuro-san. Yes, meeting Kaito-san was the only time I moved and thought not for myself, but for Kuro-san. In hindsight, I guess that was probably the most important key point for me. Normally, I would have only been impatiently thinking about falling in love so I could die already. But I didn't see Kaito-san as a love interest at all. The fact that I was going to concentrate on that until Kuro-san's matter was resolved worked out nicely for me. Yes, at the time I first met Kaito-san, I think my heart had opened up a bit. That's why Kaito-san's image overlapped with Iris. At that time, I felt really strange. When I was talking with Kaito-san, instead of thinking that I should smile, I found myself naturally smiling. Smiling was supposed to be like this, wasn't it? Feeling nostalgic, that was the thought that popped out of my mind. We chatted about trivial things, laughed about trivial things, scolded for trivial things. I started to lose track of myself more and more. I felt like the actor in the scenario to make Kuro-san's wish come true. The person named Alice was becoming bigger and bigger in my mind. At the same time, little by little. It's really just little by little. But it feels like my broken heart is being repaired. And I was beginning to remember what it felt like to care about someone. And then, while I was feeling confused, remembering things I should have forgotten. That decisive event occurred. Kaito-san, you're barking up the wrong tree here. Don't direct your grudge at me. This is just my job. Besides, you and I are just friends. It's not like we're family or lovers. That is only the extent of our relationship. Yeah, you're right. This is fine. This is where Alice, the traitor who betrayed Kaito-san, disappears. There are a few directions where the situation can develop to, but if Kaito-san wants to, I could also prepare Alice's fake corpse and bring it to him as the Phantasmal King. Yes, this was the scenario that was decided right from the start. Kaito-san would get shocked after being betrayed by someone he thought of as a friend, and Kuro-san will be by his side, gently comforting his wounded heart. Then, his feelings for Kuro will be strengthened with this event, and he will grow a lot as a person by overcoming this experience. That is what I've been preparing for all these times. I've also ensured that my subordinates are lurking around the perimeter, making sure that Kaito-san doesn't get hurt in any way. There shouldn't have been a problem. But why does my heart hurt so much? I'm sure I've done more outrageous things in the past, but what is with this discomfort I'm feeling? I can't breathe. I can't look at Kaito-san's face anymore. Well then, I'll be going home. Trying hard to control my trembling heart, I say goodbye to Kaito-san with a tone as light as possible. This will do. Kaito-san and I are just friends. Nothing more, nothing less. This is how it was supposed to be. Alice. What is it? Why is it that I stopped in my tracks? Alice will no longer appear in front of Kaito-san. From now on, it will just be Phantasmal King. No face that will be in contact with Kaito-san, so I could have just ignored him then. Don't quickly waste all your money this time. I'll think about it. Why did you say that? Please stop. Don't confuse me anymore. I betrayed your trust. Didn't I? Wrapped in unspeakable emotions, I opened the door of the room and left, looking at Kaito-san's face a little as I closed it. Kaito-san. He had a troubled, yet very kind smile on his face, as if what happened today couldn't be helped. As I leaned against the door I had just closed, I finally understood what I was feeling. I see, I finally understood. I wanted to be Alice. It was supposed to be a character that would be disposed of after the climax happens, but before I knew it, Alice had become the new me. And then, Kaito-san. He would also want it like that, wouldn't he? I have come to understand that. Although it may seem like a very long and roundabout way, but this is. You are the one I've been looking for all these times. Before I knew it, I was inside the room, breaking down the door I had closed myself. And that's why I'm here to help you. Kaito-san. Isn't it fine? If this is what you want, I'll be Alice. Scenarios can be adjusted as one needed after all. Not as Shantia, nor as No Face, but just as Alice. I will help you. Yes, on this day, at this moment, I have been reborn. Not as the hero from another world, Alicia, nor as a fragment of illusion, Shaltua, and also not as the faceless king, No Face, but as the new me, Alice. I fell in love with you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As I dodged and deflected the light bullets raining down like a torrential downpour, I looked at the enemy on a distance. It's like she's something straight out of a beautiful painting. A beautifully unrealistic being with 20 wings. The battle against the mysterious being that suddenly appeared in front of Kaito-san and I became more and more intense as time went on. This strength, this magic power. I'm not sure who this person is, but there's a chance that she's a god from somewhere. It's just an estimation, but perhaps, this angel's combat ability, it may equal to or better than Kuro-san. Considering that each of those light bullets raining down on me contained enough magic power to wipe out an entire island, what I'm certain about is that I'm fighting against a monster beyond human comprehension. If this opponent is comparable to Kuro-san, I was already helpless compared to the past Kuro-san, so it should be normal for me to feel despair knowing that I'll be fighting against an opponent that I'm no match against. However, the emotions I felt welling up within my heart were completely different. I don't feel like I would lose against her. When was the last time I felt this way? This feeling. I was certainly much more powerful in terms of both physical ability and magic power than I had back when I was Alicia. But when I just came to this world, what came to my mind when Kuro-san defeated me was that when did I become so weak? It may be contradictory, but I had indeed felt like I had become weaker than when I was Alicia. Back then, I never lost heart, no matter how strong my opponent was. If the me at that time couldn't win against someone, I will grow while in battle against that person to become strong enough to win. If it was for the people I cared about, that's something I was able to do as a matter of course. I guess you could say that it was all about my mentality. The heart tool is a special power that becomes stronger the brighter one's heart shines. It's a power that can turn into a sword, into an invincible blade, or a blunt one, depending on the user's mind. My heart was broken once, and I lost the strength I once had. I didn't the power of Hecatonkai Airs itself, but as long as my heart is broken, Hecatonkai Airs would never reach its true power. With Kuro-san's guidance, I was able to make use of my magic power to the fullest. But I haven't grown a bit since then. The feeling I once had, where I could be as strong as I wanted to be, had been lost for a long time. The bonds I weaved is my strength. That's what I used to say when I was Alicia. Those words are unmistakably the truth. But having lost my heart, my bonds, I've become incredibly weak. But now, it's different. The light bullets released by the mysterious angel were certainly getting faster and faster in speed and power, but I could feel my speed was getting faster and faster along with it. My heart beats loudly, and my body was overflowing with bottomless energy. I see. That's right, isn't it? My heart that should have been broken. Before I knew it, Kaito-san picked it up and gave it a new shape. As Alice, I had been reborn with a new heart. Fufu. Ha ha ha. A smile reflexively appeared from my lips. It's back. My power, my strength. This is your magic powers rising rapidly. There's an enemy in front of me that I need to defeat, and behind me is my important person that I want to protect. This is it. This is the real me. Finally, I'm finally catching up to my old self. My heart pulsed so fast as if it's going to burst open. A searing heat dwells within my entire body, and as if to match with my emotions, the light of Hecatonkai Airs dancing around me pulsates. Here, at this moment, the farthest my heart had reached, exceed my limits, and now, weave the world, Hecatonkai Airs. This is the ultimate form of Hecatonkai Airs. The ability that I wasn't able to use in my battle with Kuro-san. Bringing all the bonds I accumulated into my body, add them to my power. The power that once weaved the wishes and hopes of people around the world to defeat the evil god. Just as there is no end to people's desires, there is no limit to my power. Iris, Noel, everyone, lend me your strength. I won't let anyone steal Kaito-san. I don't want to be parted with Kaito-san. And I will not be defeated by anyone. Come, let's begin. Let's kill a god for the second time. With endless infinite power in my body, I drew my blade to kill the unknown god. Well, that battle ended up being called off. Well, I guess that doesn't matter. The big problem for me was after that. I've caught up with my old self. The moment I realized that it was all thanks to meeting and falling in love with Kaito-san, I suddenly feel terrified. The reason I was trying to fall in love was so that I could follow Iris in death. So, if my love for Kaito-san is fulfilled, I ask myself, will I really have to die? I want to stay with Kaito-san, laugh with him, forever and ever. That was unmistakably my wish, but I suddenly felt uneasy, wondering what Kaito-san would think about this. I was trying to fall in love in order to fulfill my best friend's wish and die. Frankly speaking, I think that's something a terrible person would say. If I conveyed my love to him that contained desire for ruin within it, I wonder if Kaito-san would despise me? Would he pull away from me? Just the thought that happening scared me so much. On one hand, I'm sure Kaito-san wouldn't do such a thing. He would accept me with open arms. But thinking about the possibility of that not happening wouldn't leave my mind. But more than that, I didn't know what I wanted to do. Whether I want to live or I want to die. I wasn't so sure about how I felt now. In the end, that hesitation I was feeling was crushed by Fate-san's straight punch. To be honest, it was quite unexpected that Fate-san had such a passionate side to her. I guess there's that one day in every 20,000 years where Fate-san is acting decisively. When she makes up her mind. After that, I told my feelings to Kaito-san, became his lover, and was reunited with Iris. As I'm dozing off, I slowly opened my eyes, feeling pleasant warmth. I saw the face of my beloved. Speaking of which, I was chatting with Kaito-san, wasn't I? I must have fallen asleep. Well, I've dispatched clones round the perimeter, so I'm assured that Kaito-san is perfectly protected. But how long was I asleep? A little over an hour, I guess. That's quite negligent of me. Well, the area next to Kaito-san feels so warm, as if I'm taking a nap beneath the sun. That's why. It's Kaito-san's fault that I dozed off. That's beyond unreasonable. Rather, why the heck is the owner dozing off while I'm here manning the store? So, how many customers have you had in the last hour? There's no way they'd come here, you know. I knew it. I slowly pulled my face away from Kaito-san's shoulder, which I had been using as a pillow. To be frank, I didn't want to leave that warmth that even warms my heart, but I'll just make up for it by having him pamper me a lot tonight. Speaking of which, it's been a very long time since I've really dozed off. I guess that shows how relaxed my heart have become, As I was thinking about this, Kaito-san looked at the clock on the wall, and as if he thought of something, he spoke. Before I knew it, it has already become lunchtime. Should I make you something? That would be nice. But since it's already time to eat, let's just go have our lunch somewhere. There's also that new restaurant I heard had opened in the Central Avenue. Oh, that sounds great. According to Alice-chan's research, that store has a pretty good reputation. As for me, I'm fine with giving him my home-cooked meal filled with my love. But more than that, I was more attracted to the idea of going out with Kaito-san, so I agreed. The store? I can just close it. It's not like customers would come anyway. Alright, let's go, Alice. Yes, I really like it when Kaito-san calls me Alice. Not as Alicia, not as Shantia, and not as No Face, but just as Alice. I can feel that I'm by your side. Holding on to the happiness that filled my heart, I grasped the hand that Kaito-san held out to me. I'd like to have an extravagant lunch. You really are. All you can eat? Thank you. I didn't say that. Good grief. Muttering that, Kaito-san wryly smiled. He then looked at me with his gentle and warm expression, as if he's thinking that it couldn't be helped. The expression on his face that have become my favorite. Human life really is unknown. The past me wouldn't have imagined that a day like this would come to my life. I realized how happy and warm it is to love someone you care. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, I finally understood. Thank you very much, Kaito-san. And from now on, please allow me to always stay by your side. To my beloved Kaito-san, you have my undivided love. As just Alice. And thus, the hero has regained the hope she once lost. All's well that ends well. I guess you could say we've reached a happy ending. right? In a blank white space that had nothing but a single black sphere floating in the air, the girl who is the master of this space muttered with a smile, looking rather happy. One of her wings, which seemed to be made of iron and gears, moved, and her rust-colored wavy hair swayed. Dressed in a white one-piece dress embroidered with geometric patterns and a dark brown cardigan, the 150 centimeters tall beautiful girl with distinctive rainbow-colored eyes began to talk to no one's ears. Even so, it's troubling how much of a late bloomer you are, my best friend. Well, I guess that makes that poor drama worth it. Good for you, Alicia. After calling out Alice's former name, something that should only be known to Kaito, the girl sent her gaze to the black sphere floating midair as she spun her words. Moreover, I never thought I would find my beloved child here. This moment really was a great harvest. Alice regained her former strength and even grew, and I have found my beloved child I have been looking for. Everything indeed ended up with a wonderful result. Foo-fa-foo, I could even say everything is just perfect. After a big smile appeared on her face, the girl fell silent for a moment. And then, within that empty white space, she muttered, It's really perfect. Other than the fact that I forgot to tell Alicia that my true identity being Makina. What should I do? The smile she had on her face earlier disappeared, and the girl, Makina, looked troubled as her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Yes, the turn of events this time generally turned out as she had hoped. Just as she had promised before, she was able to successfully help Alice regain hope. She originally would have confessed that her true identity was Makina, apologized to Kaito who got involved in this situation, and that would have been the end of the story. However, the miscalculation Makina didn't expect was that Kaito had the qualities she had always been seeking, a child born in a world she had created who had turned their fangs on her, even though it was by chance, finding the being she had been searching for so long and a clue to the problem her best friend had been facing made Makina's tension reach its peak. Thereupon, being rather enthusiastic, she inadvertently introduced herself with the name she had thought of before coming to this world before she left that place. It was only after she left the two of them that she realized that she hadn't told Alice her true identity. With how cool I looked as I left them, I can't just go back and say there's actually something I forgot to say, Tilda, and that's just something I can't do with my dignity as a god. Since I planned to send a paradise to Trinia to meet my child, I guess I'll just tell her when I find the right timing. In the end, Makina decided that she would just reveal her true identity to Alice the next time they met, as she began to think about her next visit to Trinia. Incidentally, if her best friend Alice had been there, what she would have said would be something like this: Makina sure is a bit of a ditz, forgetting something important. She's a scatterbrain, so she'd probably forget about it again on her next visit. Volume 10 End. For picking up the 10 volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but That World Is at Peace. Thank you very much. This volume focuses on Alice, who is a very important character throughout the series. As I may have mentioned in an afterword back then, Alice is a character I created with the image of a protagonist of a previous series. No, there really is no such series in which Alice is the main character, but this is just the direction of that character. In RPGs, she's like the hero who had already defeated the Demon Lord, or something along those lines. In this volume, we learn about Alice's past and the world she once saved to some extent, but there's actually a hidden setting established about her world that hadn't been talked about, which I'm bringing up here. In the world Alice lived in, the hidden setting established was about how she lived on a planet called Earth. As for what it's like, it's more fantasy-esque than the Earth Kaito lived in. Like the modern Japan we could think of. The reason Alice knows so much about Earth and Japan is because there are many similarities between the world she used to live in and the world Kaito used to live in. However, the similarities doesn't mean that Alice lived in the same world as Kaito, as the two worlds they lived in are completely different. In that case, why is that both worlds have a planet named Earth and similar civilizations? The cause of this is Makina, the main body of the god of Earth Eden. As mentioned in a previous volume and in Alice's explanation in this volume, Makina once lived in the same world as Alice and met her there. When Makina created her own world, she remembered the memories she had of her best friend and created the solar system and Earth in the image of the world she used to live in. Incidentally, the fact that Trinia's ingredients and materials include a mixture of items with names unique to Trinia, such as ripple fruits, and items with the same names as those of Earth, such as bell peppers, is also related to this setting. Alice, with her natural ability to manipulate information, has changed some of the ingredients and materials to names that she's familiar with for her ease of understanding. However, for those that had names that had already been well established to the minds of the populace, she saw no need to forcefully change them, and as a result, some items have the same name as those on Earth, while others do not. Yes, it's totally not because I'm glossing over how I tried to give items names unique to Trinia to give it an otherworldly feeling, but later on stopped thinking of unique names because I thought it was too troublesome. It's also not like I tried to come up with Trinia's own units of measurement for length and weight, and then decided to just use meters and grams because the calculations were too troublesome. No, sir. Totally not. Anyhow, it's thanks to the readers who support us that we have reached this major 10th volume milestone. Thank you very much. I would be very happy if you would continue to support me in the future as well. Tao Dai. The usual waiting room. Sirius Senpai, who can already be called the owner of this room, placed the 10th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, but that world is at peace in her hand on the desk, and with a complicated expression on her face, she turned her gaze to the person sitting in front of her across the table. Feeling her gaze, the rust-colored haired girl with a mechanical wing on her right shoulder cutely tilted her head. Is something the matter? You have a rather complicated expression on your face. Why are you here? I thought Sirius Senpai might be bored here, so I came to hang out with you. No. I'll say this from the bottom of my heart. I'm not saying this as a joke, nor am I keeping up appearances here. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I'm really serious here. I'm begging you, please go home. Why? Did I do something wrong? Putting aside if it's or under King, I really have to be mindful about things here with you around. At least, if you want to come out, do it a few more volumes later. When Sirius Senpai pleaded with the girl, Earth God Makina, who was sitting in front of her, Makina spoke with a bright smile on her face. I see. It's alright. I certainly may be a god, but you don't have to be mindful about me. Let's put aside our status here in this room. Like hell I'm being mindful of you. Look, putting aside the web novel readers, there should be little information about you for those who have only read the light novel. So far, at best, they should only have the impression that you're a god who used to be Alice's best friend, or something like that. What I'm saying here is that the light novel readers don't know how dangerous you are. Even though Sirius Senpai said this with the most serious face she has ever had since this series has been published, Makina tilted her head again, seemingly not bothered by Sirius Senpai's words. How dangerous I am, you say? I think I'm rather normal though. Heck, if I had to choose who the most dangerous people in this series are, it would either be you or Pandora, so being compared to that, isn't that already enough to show how dangerous you are? That's just. Moreover, what's so annoying about you is that even though you're so dangerous, under certain conditions, or rather, in the absence of a certain person, you actually seemed like a proper person. The light novel readers who see how you act here in the back cover will be fooled and would be in for a big shock when your dangerousness is revealed in the next volume. That's quite a thing you said there. But if what Sirius Senpai says really is true, and besides, I've already appeared in the light novel. There's also that too. After hearing Makina's words, which were slightly pushed back by her tremendously menacing look, Sirius Senpai looked like she had also just realized something. But after a little while, she looked like she just gave up. Well, just the fact that I was able to warn the readers here should be enough for me to say I've done my part here. What were you supposed to do here again? What's with that question? It's already too late to be asking that. This is the section where the Sirius of the Sirius Senpai, explains the highlights of the latest volume in an easy-to-understand manner. She had actually never introduced any of those highlights, not just in this volume, but also in the previous ones, but it seems that Sirius Senpai thinks that this was such a corner. Was there such a thing within our conversation so far? Well, never mind. If you're talking about the highlights of this volume, I'd also like to introduce it myself. You want to introduce the highlight? Of course. The highlight would be my beloved child. The moment Makina announced this with a big smile on her face, Sirius Senpai got up from her chair and tried to escape from the room with all her might. However, The tightly closed door showed no signs of opening. Open up, open you up. She'll brainwash me, she'll freaking brainwash me. I mean, can't you just save your dangerousness for the next volume? And so, once again today, the waiting room was filled with Serious Senpai's bitter cries.